Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
The iRacing special events have landed down under for the Great Australian Race. 1,000 kilometers up and down the mountain with drivers trying to stay out of trouble to reach victory lane at this historic track. Glad you can join us here on the iRacing Esports Network and live on RaceBot TV. Our junior Kanky Party joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary to walk you through this top split of action. Around 6 hours of coverage, 161 laps to come. And Ewan, this is an interesting race. Let's be honest, it's one where survival is one element, victory is a totally other one.
But they may be hand in hand just ever so slightly. Yeah, it's a really interesting race. 161 laps ahead of us, 1,000 kilometers as always, and very much looking forward to it. The challenge, as you say, survival really. It's very much driver against circuit, against car as well, because that doesn't really help you at sometimes. It's a very, very difficult car to go around in a very difficult circuit as well. Really looking forward to it though. Who can survive? Who can win? Going to be very exciting.
And let's talk you through, well, this iRacing special event schedule before we dive into the race at play today, because, well, we're heading into the closing stages. iRacing's Petit Le Mans to come in a couple of weeks' time before a busy month of November leads us to our final special event of the year, the Chili Bowl, really exemplifying what these special events are all about. Ewan, iRacing has got so many different cars, so many different tracks, and so many different disciplines. Special events celebrates them all.
Exactly, and not only the Chili Bowl at the end of the season is quite unlike a lot of the other special events. I'd say this event is quite a lot unlike the other events in the special event calendar. It's the only time we use the V8 Supercars in the special event calendar. It's one of the relative few actual lapped races, if you like, not done to time. So it is a little bit different in that sense, but yeah, it's great variety, especially at the end of the year when road racing somewhat takes a backseat in November and December, and we get to go and do some other things that I don't really understand the rules of.
And in many ways, this race is a swan song for this current generation of V8 supercar. iRacing has announced that they are working on bringing the current generation supercar that's being campaigned now for a calendar year or so in the real world. They'll be hopefully added to the sim sooner rather than later. So we see these final appearance, I should say, for these cars. That's a little bit deep into the corner for the 11 of Byron Pierce and the fiercely forward entry as we take a look at qualifying and time starting to trickle their way on in. For a moment, the gentleman, a short view back to the past, Esports Racing Motorsport 888 team went to the top, but they've just been pipped by a couple of others as the O2 Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car leapfrogs its way to provisional pole. We'll see, though, how these times will stack up, because qualifying just one element here. You do have a standing start to work your way through as well, Ewan. Being at the front keeps you a little bit out of trouble down through turn one.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's not one of those circuits, Bathurst, where you're going to struggle to overtake, but yeah, like you say, it is going to be important to be at the front. You don't know if there's going to be an early pile-up in this race, so especially over the top of the mountain. So if you can be towards the front, then you'd very much like to be. This is Brian Borg in the final corner, such an experienced V8 supercar driver in iRacing. Has been on this sim for ages, it feels like. He'll go up to second place with a time of a 2:04.2, I should say.
Vermilion Esports, though, they were the fastest in practice. They are currently 2/10 clear of the rest of the field as cresting the top of the mountain. Dylan Gray works his way through in the DK Motorsports car. Now over the crest at Skyline and beginning that plunge down the mountain. And this is where you've really got to trust the car, and qualifying setup really going to be at play through the dipper. How close to the wall do you dare tangle, and then break it in a straight line down through the elbow. Get ready to squeak your way onto the power, roll your way through the gears. It's a long straight before you hit the kink and get ready to slam onto the brakes once again.
It is a very, very long straight, and I think there's few better sights than watching someone drag these cars around in qualifying. I think it's absolutely fantastic on the mountain, especially. Obviously, it's not quite the same format that we have in real life, where there's a top 10 shootout to decide pole position, but we don't really need one of those. Just a qualifying session will do. They've got the circuit to themselves after all, and it's a fantastic sight. Into the chase, getting the power on through the second part of the chase. Very difficult indeed. Then downhill braking zone into turn 23, Murray's corner, the very final corner on this circuit. Pretty difficult braking zone before powering towards the line, and Dylan Gray will be just over a second off of pole.
And as it stands right now, not going to see an improvement from Rattray White in the Vermilion Esports 217. Have to wait and see if anyone else will get a chance to improve as you jump on board with Gray out of turn 1. He's not going to get time to wrap back around and finish this lap. So who is going to get a chance to improve as the session gets ready to come to an end? I see the number 1 entry coming to the line. Wanji Lin's jumped to 19th position. What's going to happen to Brian Borg, though, in the Flipside 017, which, remember, 2/10 off as it stands right now? Can he try and sneak his way up to pole position? We watched Togo Hisada because Brian Borg has ducked down to the pit lane to practice a pit lane entry. And can the number 10 Zekarol Esports car slide its way into the top 10? Just shy of breaking into the 204s, but yes, up to 9th as a session gets ready to come to a close with no one else getting ready to improve.
Yeah, I was hoping it would go 10th for a nice bit of symmetry there for the number 10, but anyway, that's not quite going to happen. I think Rattray White and Borg, though, is a fitting front row, isn't it? Two of the best drivers in this session, I would say. Two of the most experienced in V8 Supercars as well, so I think it's a fitting front row. You can sort of throw the sort of iRacing and throw the form book out the window a little bit in these cars. It's all about who's got the most experience in them.
And, well, experience up front, and can they lead up the mountain and try and stay out of trouble? Vermilion Esports and Flipside Racing on the front row with Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter alongside of Fiercely Forward. The Miss Frizzle school bus car lines up alongside Gentlemen. A short view back to the past Esport Racing Motorsport 888. Yes, there was a reason why I cut myself off reading that name in qualifying. And then the second of the Orbit Drop Bear cars, this one going to Mars. TC Corsic Esports W set up by PDD. They are about 8/10 off on the outside of row 4 with Zekarol Esports and DK Motorsports bookending the top 10. The third of the Orbit Drop Bear cars, the Mercury entry, is alongside of Jigsaw Session Wedges Racing. We've got some great team names in the field, that's for sure. And then Noel Lundberg B20 alongside of Auto Moves Racing Team. Crown Mountain Motorsports, some work to do from back in 15th alongside of Pacific Esports Racing, who put Robbie Bradbury in for the start. Australia-wide Racing Purple at Banter Alliance Racing for company. Towards the tail end of the field with the 5-Star Motorsports, Green at Esports Team, and then Team Extensible, Team OCE, Frog Leap Juice Racing Red, and Team OCE second car, rounding out the front 12 rows. We're blasting through the field because, remember, standing start for these drivers. Who knows when they'll go green? So AMS Tech Sport, the Walder ART powered by Only Friends car, and then at the very back of the pack, it will be the final of our 4 Orbit Drop Bear cars. It's a great sight, Ewan, as we get ready to go. 161 laps put on the board.
Yeah, very fitting way to start Australia's greatest race. 161 laps ahead of us, and it's important to get these cars off the line. Again, experience in these cars so important. This is another reason why. Get the car off the line. Hold your position, at least, from qualifying into this first corner. That's the main objective here.
And so here we go. Lights will build, the engines rev, and the mountain sings the song of supercars.
Ring, ring, ring.
We're racing for the iRacing Bathurst 1000 powered by Next Level Racing. And who can get the run out of Hell Corner? It's a good drop of the clutch from Vermilion Esports, but instantly under pressure from Brian Borg as they work their way onto the straight. Third position, terrible run there for Fiercely Forward, and it's checked up the rest of the pack as they now run their way up the straightaway. Elevation change playing itself out, but you in front of the field, exactly what Zach Rattray White wanted to see as he dropped the hammer.
Yeah, I said at the start it's a fitting front row because these are two of the best drivers in this session, and that's immediately been proven there through turn one. Maybe other factors coming into play there, but nevertheless, Rattray, White and Borg getting a second ahead of the field already as they go into the cutting for the first time. Sensible from everybody. They know they've got 6 hours ahead of them. They know it's sensible to get single file in time for the first trip over the mountain.
So often we see drivers play it a bit too aggressive on the start, but I tell you what, everyone keeping each other honest, and we've got all 27 now climbing up the mountain and getting ready to plunge over Skyline to begin that descent for the very first time. The total elevation change quite significant, and as you come over the top of Skyline, you see that sight of the descent that you've got in front of you. The margin between second and third already 1.6 seconds, and Fiercely Forward continue their struggles as Marina Morella hits the wall, checks the field up once again, and now they'll be side by side down out of the elbow. Not what they wanted on lap number 1.
And a lock-up as well into the elbow. That's not going to help. He's going to get a terrible run onto the combat straight, I'm afraid. And already he's going to be dropping back down the field even further here. Look at this. Orbit drop there. Mercury being pushed here down the straight. You don't see this very often from DK Motorsports in the 52. They're not really getting anywhere at the moment on the left-hand side. Finally, they get on the brakes and they go into the chase side by side. Who's going to come out of this all right? Eventually, they'll get single file out on the exit of this chicane. That was a lively trip down the mountain for the first time.
And so let's see how this is all going to play out now with the first lap officially in the books. And, well, no change for the front 3. And after Fiercely Forward dropped backwards on the start, 4 more drivers taking advantage of that to move their way forward at the end of the opening lap. Remember, though, this is a long race, about 5 hours, 45 minutes. And, of course, no safety cars to worry about in this particular race. iRacing does not have them for these official iRacing special events. Front of the field, though, got to wonder if you're Brian Borg, do you just sit back, save some fuel, save your car, and try and break away from the field behind?
I think that's the best idea. It's a very long race, so staying behind and just making sure you're 1 against 1, if you like, at the front of this race, I think is a very good idea indeed. But let's see how quick they are compared to the rest of the field. That's a late dive down in the pack. Thankfully, no side-to-side contact. Looked like Liam Kerr was making that move, or trying to, on the way to the cutting. Yeah, 1.5 seconds already. Will they continue to stretch out the margin? You'd expect so. However, that's exactly what Brian Borg has got to hope. There's not much he can do. He can just sit there and wait.
So sit on board with 13th position. And this is what I was saying on lap 1, that view as you start the descent out of Skyline. Be careful here through the dipper. You need to turn in early. Car will always push a little bit wide. And then really be careful on the right foot. It's like walking on eggshells, trying to make sure you don't spool up the rear tires, put a bit too much power down, and, well, either lose the rear end or even just put a bit too much heat through those rear tires can really start to compromise you the more that you do that over the course of the race. I think one thing that we're kind of expecting, though, based on the fact that it was a clean start and seemingly a clean 2 laps now since, everyone's just settling into the rhythm. Now, not going to push the tempo too much, not going to push the issue. We'll see if there's going to be someone who thinks they qualified maybe out of position and starts to charge their way up through the field. Haven't seen that just yet, as here you go, race leaders as close as you'd like at the end of lap number 2.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Brian Borg right behind Zach Rattray-White as they complete the second trip over the top and back down again. It's interesting as well that the 2 of them have gone for the different manufacturers. It's Ford versus Holden. Don't see this anymore, unfortunately. And so it's good that we've got it in this race as well. 2.5 is the gap they're somewhat maintaining over those behind. Then there's a second group headed by Connor Nixon, and they've got about 4 drivers involved. Dylan Goosen, Daniel Ferguson, and Harrison Lillas are all involved there as well. So those 4 clearly, I think, would have been able to stay with this leading pair, actually, if they'd have got it off to a better start, but they were falling over each other on the opening sector of the race, and so they've given themselves a 1.5 seconds disadvantage effectively to start off with.
Can tell you there's been a bit of chopping and changing down the back of the pack, but that's outside of the top 20, almost top 25 for the most part. Everyone else seems to be up to speed now, and look how close they get to the wall as they run out through Sulman Park. It's very, very fine margins. We're in the virtual world here, so talking more pixels than inches in some cases, and you will see accumulated damage build up on these cars, but might not actually have too much of an impact on their performance. Might just be something that slowly accumulates over the course of what is going to be a lengthy race. And if you're new to iRacing special events, just joining us for the very first time, well, I think there are maybe one or two teams in this race that are going to try and do this Bathurst 1000 solo. However, you do need to have two drivers to do it. If you do it solo, Ewan, if you get to the checkered flag, well, you get disqualified. For all your hard work, iRacing sends you to the back of the field.
Pretty cruel, isn't it? But there are the rules. So there you go. By the way, I was reading some of the rules earlier on. I believe you can do this race with 16 drivers if you really want to.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody's going to in any of the splits, in any of the time scales, time slots, I should say. But it is possible if you want to drive 10 laps of this circuit and then hand it over to someone else, then you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I'm just imagining what that would look like for if you really wanted to bring 16 drivers into this race. Like, how do you decide who gets a start, right? Because imagine being the 16th driver. You've now got to trust that 15 drivers before you don't crash the car.
Yeah. Or indeed that they don't fall laps down, so that you're suddenly put off to having about 6 laps rather than 10. So that's another thing to.
I mean, well. But if you're coming in every 10 laps, you're not going a full fuel stint. You know,
yeah.
So you're automatically going to probably go laps down. So yeah, we've instantly just shot the strategy in the foot. Here's a look at the start though. Fiercely forward. Initially a great drop of the hammer, but just look here. You went out of turn 1, overcommitted, cold tires, and it all goes wrong.
Yeah, I think the Fiercely Forward cars recovered well since this opening lap because they were really ragged through there. Just broke too late for turn 1, despite going a slower speed on the way in, letting 3 cars through immediately. Run onto Mountain Straight is not a good one. This is a look from on board. I think the fact they had so much space ahead of them almost gave them a bit of overinflated ambition, if you like, in towards Hell Corner, because they saw all the space in front, thought, you know, I'm going to break into that, break deep into the corner, which you're not normally able to do on lap 1, and they ended up getting a bit overexcited about it and breaking a bit too late. So it's unfortunate, really, because Fiercely Forward then went on to have a very different opening lap down through, was it the Dipper, I think? Yes. So, as they were going through the opening lap, they very nearly got into the wall, very nearly caused a crash. And since then, I thought, well, they're going to be struggling for the remainder of the opening stint, maybe, or at least for the next couple of laps. But actually, they've just solidly taken on 8th place, and they've held it ever since that mistake.
End of the 4th lap now. We're slowly starting to build some laps into this strategy run, and we're keeping an eye on the 888 gentlemen. A short view back to the past esports racing motorsport team. That's going to get very tiresome to say by the end of this race. We'll come up with a nickname for them sooner rather than later. It's Daniel Ferguson in the green directly behind the 077. Daniel Gray is in that Miss Frizzle's school bus car, and he was telling me, Ewan, just sent him a message before the race started to say that team name's going to get me in trouble, but he did tell me that they've actually got $700 worth of sponsorship on that car. They are sponsored by a vegan Christmas market at a church in the UK, which I assume is Miss Frizzle's, as we see Ferguson slide his way up the inside and overcommits, and oh, well done from Orbit Drop Bear to take advantage and grab a place as a result.
Yeah, very well done to take advantage. That's exactly the sort of overtake you've got to try and make early on in the race. I wouldn't suggest that making all-out dives for overtakes is a great idea at this stage, although if you're trying to win, you probably do need to at some point. Just making up places where you don't really have to do very much, though, is a very good idea, and the 39 does indeed make its way through. I think that's... Stephen McCartney... I was going to get that wrong. Stephen McCartney has gone off through the cutting, but it looks like everybody's got around him and it's still going.
Now, has he got the puzzle pieces together? Car looks all right for the most part, but I'm going to guess it was out through the cutting where things went awry. And as ever, our replay machine will tell us a lot more as he settles back into line. 17th spot, started up in 12th. So not disastrous by any means. Tucked in now behind the Australia-wide racing crew. That's a send. Up through the cutting, gets tags. Now right rear does hit the wall, but I think you'll get away with that, you know, and so as 3, 4, maybe 5 slide on through, I mean, could be worse if you ask me.
It could be worse, yeah, especially because there's about 15 drivers behind them, and if they were sort of spun around properly, that would have been an almighty moment, I'm afraid, for the bottom half of the field. So very glad that they just hit the rear right on the wall and got straightened out again. But how are they going to deal with this now, the number 3 team? Oh, not very well, I'm afraid. That was down on the brakes at the chase, and they got into the back of the purple car just up ahead of them, the Australia-wide racing purple car, and now they're under all sorts of pressure from Andrew Ritchie, just in behind in the sort of lime green Ford.
I tell you what, if you're ever going to come up with a team name, Australia-wide Racing does tell everyone else that you're going to defend quite sternly. Don't think that was necessarily anything in the defense, though. Maybe a bit too over-optimistic on the brakes, and as they stack up behind, what happens out of turn 1 on the run down the mountain straight once again, and it's quite disingenuous to call it a straight, because look at that camera shot. I mean, you plunge down into the braking zone and climb back up. This is really a roller coaster, not just the mountain itself, but every little nook and cranny has bits of elevation that you've got to be very much aware of, and how that plays out. Wang Jilin sits in line, thought for a moment he might be trying to sneak up the inside, because as much as we thought that the Jigsaw racing car doesn't have any damage, I tell you what, that car doesn't look very comfortable right now. Driver might be struggling to settle back into a rhythm. Yeah,
I don't think there's any damage, but either the driver's struggling to settle back into rhythm, or the tyres are screaming for help. And I would suggest it's one of those two, or maybe both at the moment, because that would have been a pretty straining spin on the tyres a lap ago, I would have said. And so that will be providing them some problems here on lap number 6. It has been a good run back down the mountain here, though. Andrew Ritchie not quite able to stay with him quite so much. We're running aboard with Wang Jilin in the Star Motorsport car as the fiercely forward car now begins to move back forward into 7th place.
That was an aggressive slice across the nose to just show Kanatake that the position was theirs, and really helped in the braking just to straighten the car up a little bit more as well. I slightly slipped up at the start of this race and stumbled into a Bathurst 12 hours reference. But Ewan, that's because, you know, we've done so many races here with the GT3 cars at Bathurst, at least on commentary, you and I, maybe not always together. Not always as many in the supercars. The one difference between the supercars and the GT3s, of course, outside of body shape, power, driver aid. These have none of it. So, you know, ABS, traction control, you know, the GT3 cars have them. Drivers left to their own devices here.
Yeah, basically, yeah, and I would suggest that these cars need driver aids more than GT3s, but anyway, that's the way around. It's a beautiful challenge in the V8 Supercars series, and in this car. You've got to really try and do everything sort of carefully, if you like, and that's what some advice I was given when driving on iRacing about a year ago, about just trying to do as little as possible almost, and you will go quicker if you're just careful and you really, as you used the phrase earlier, tread on eggshells. If you do that, then you will find yourself going quicker than you will if you just try really hard. So it is a real art to doing this, and as I said earlier on, experience in this car counts for an awful lot. The iRating that these drivers may have bears some relation normally to how they might do, but actually in these cars it doesn't bear any relation at all. You're better off looking at how these drivers... Oh, that's a hit in the wall, I'm afraid, for Ayrton Rutschman. You're better off just seeing how much experience these guys actually have in these cars, because it's such a specific way of driving that the best driver in the world couldn't get into this car for the first time and do anywhere near as good as even the drivers at the head of this race.
We catch up with the fight for 4th position, because Connor Nixon in the orbit drop there 0-2 caught right up to the fight for the front 2 steps on the podium. Meanwhile, Daniel Ferguson stepped behind Harrison Lilas, with Dylan Gulson still under pressure. A team name too long to fit, so we've just decided to call it the too long team name, apparently. I think I'm on board with that.
Yeah, that's way better. They know what they're doing as well, don't they? They know exactly what they're doing with our graphics. So yeah, they can have that.
Yeah, I think that's probably literally the longest name you can put in iRacing as well. They probably typed out as much as they could before they got cut off. The leader, by the way, absolute machine in that Vermilion Esports 217. Now 1.5 seconds clear of Borg in the Flipside 017. And meanwhile, speaking of pressure builds, and Connor Nixon slices and dices his way up to second into Griffin's Bend. Now, can he close the margin to the race leader? Does he recognize, Ewan, that Radaray White has got some speed in the early stages, and you can't afford to let someone break away with no safety cars to rein them in?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. I think once Zach, well, I was going to say earlier, once Zach Radaray White has over a second over the rest of the field, I think he could be quite difficult to catch. But, you know, you never know here. Connor Nixon got caught behind quite a lot of the goings-on for third place on backwards early on in this race, and so didn't really get that chance to stay with Radaray White and Borg. But maybe now that he's in second place, he's going to be able to. I just think that Radaray White has really taken this race by the scruff of the neck, and he's going to be very difficult to catch. So let's see. As you say, there's no safety cars to reel him in, so that does reduce the chances of something strange happening here.
New content coming the way of iRacing in terms of the region, by the way, not just the new supercars, which will be coming in the not too distant future. They just missed the most recent iRacing build, but we've got the news that the Bend is being scanned. Adelaide, there's a trip planned there in November, so plenty more tracks to come potentially. Very much exciting times for the community that races these cars. Now, what's happened to Radaray White on the left side of the screen? That might just be a technical issue. Let's wait to see what's happened here, because at the end of lap number 8, after dominating the proceedings so far, putting it on pole, no longer at the front of the field, no longer on track right now, new race leader, Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter.
Oh, we're only 8 laps into this race, and already drama for Vermilion Esports. It's been a long time since it looks like they've dropped out as well. I can't see them returning. Let's see if they come back again later on in the day, but it's a disconnection, I'm afraid. Zach Radaray White is going to be bitterly disappointed because he was looking well good for a good result. Anyway, not least maybe the race victory. That's a real shame, and already our first bit of drama is meanwhile for third place. Orbit Drop Bear Mars are suddenly having a great day there. 2 on the podium now.
And they made their top split debut as a team recently in the iRacing Indy 6 Hours. So now 1 and 3. Oh, they'll be loving this behind the scenes. So, confirmed a technical issue for Radaray White on his internet. Still technically connected to the session. I haven't seen him drop. We'll see what that means, if he might come back in. No, right on cue. Message pops up in Sim. Radaray White has been disconnected. Now, they may still be able to stay on the lead lap if they're lucky. However, more realistically, they are going to go 1 lap down, and that is brutal. That is what sim racing is sometimes about. Although Jacob O'Reilly, I can already see from my timing screen, Ewan, pops himself into the car. They're rolling back out onto track, 61 seconds behind the leader. Yeah, he's been in YouTube chat, by the way, chatting away rather than chatting to his teammate, which is interesting. But he sort of resigned himself to it and said sort of, oh well, sort of as in he was sort of expecting it. So there we go, back out on the circuit again. I mean, a minute 12 off the lead. Now, I'm going to suggest something. Is it still possible? They may still win this. Yeah, I'm going to say, you know, they were looking very strong early on. They had a second and a half after 8 laps. Now, if you give me a minute, I'll do some maths and see if they do that again, then how close they'll get. But you've got to remember that they've got to make 26 overtakes as well. It's not quite that simple. So one thing to keep it, and now I haven't done the strategy math just yet, so I could be wrong, but maybe there's a way for them to do something there to bring them into contention. We've got a fight, though, brewing for, what's this, 4th and 5th. We're watching the fight for 20th, though, as they're about to knock 10 bells out of one another. Orbit Drop Bear Pluto there with Frog Leap Juice Racing as well. I can tell you that, gentlemen, a short view back to the past, Esport Racing Motorsport, the 888, they've got their way forward in front of Miss Frizzle's school bus, but wow, big wiggle there, just about holding on in the Waltort ART powered by Only Friends car. Is there any more exciting racing when it's like this than V8 Supercar racing? It's absolutely brilliant. That was a real skate into the corner. Who was driving it? It just looked like Ayrton Reutemann maybe into the final corner. Unbelievable side
sideways action. Now Josh Banks is going to come through for Orbit Drop there. They started, of course, towards the back of the field. They started last indeed. Ruterman again going sideways into another corner. He'll go very deep though at turn 2. He'll be wide and losing positions very quickly. He's down to 21st at least. He's on the inside line and towards the cutting. Do they all make it through? Yes, partly because he brakes so early. For whatever reason, his brake bias looks a bit too far to the rear to me. And the last 2 major braking zones, he went in basically backwards. So he's dropped about 4 places in a few corners.
Remember, you have the use of ARB and brake bias in the car just to move around the tools, give you a bit more assistance, but in the heat of some of these battles, it's not the first thing that's popping into a driver's mind to move those tools around. Team OCE slide onto the grass as Ty Seville out through McPhillamy Park finds himself cutting the lawn just a little bit. Gaps opened up to those in front of them as a result of all of this. That fight, of course, for 19th position. Gonna have to now keep an eye, let's not forget, on Jacob O'Reilly at the very back of the pack in that Vermilion Esports 217, reconnected into the session after they were leading and technical issues brought them back into pit lane through no faults of their own. A long way still to go though, back into the top 10. Let's check in with the fight behind, fiercely forward in 6th position.
Yeah, I did some maths, by the way, while you were talking a few moments ago. If they continue to pull out, what was it, a second and a half in 8 laps or something like that, they would gain about another half minute for the remainder of the race. They're 1 minute and 12 off the lead at the moment, so they would need to go about twice as quick, which could be quite tricky. We'll wait and see whether they can get back up towards the front. But I think it's going to be, if they remain connected for the remainder of the race, they remain in the remainder of the race, I think it will be entertaining to at least watch them come through the field as far as they can go. I don't think they can quite get to the lead again, back to these guys, but they will be able to do a lot of overtakes, and that'll be fun for us to watch.
Come on, you got to set things up. We're commentators. We have to build the excitement.
We're not liars, though.
We can stretch the truth, allegedly. No, I know what you're saying, though. I think it's gonna come down to whether there is trouble between these two, because, I mean, look how close. We're continuing to maintain the pressure. And after Brian Borg was passed, I mean, you've got to give him his credit as well. We thought Connor Nixon maybe was a bit faster. Clearly not that much faster as like Swanji Lin. Yep, 17th position now. Trying to battle with the number 3 Jigsaw Session Wedges Racing team. And I think we, at some point, are going to have a bit of a fan vote, if you're watching on the iRacing Esports Network. Best team name in the grid today, because we've got some good ones, Ewan, don't we? Some ones that are going to get you and me in trouble as well, but that's neither here nor there.
I was going to say, I feel like the team that might win, we might not be able to ward them with it. Because otherwise we'll be sacked. So there we go. But anyway, that's for later on. Yeah, it's going to be that kind of race where we'll think about that kind of thing. It's quite good, these special events where the real top guys are not here in terms of the 10K iRating lot, because we see a lot of them really. It's nice to see some other people.
Yeah, and even we're covering the Aussie split of this iRacing Bathurst 1000, but we don't even have necessarily all of the top level V8 Supercars esports drivers. So it gives us a bit of a glimpse into some of the rest of the community as well. Really nice to be able to see. And that's a long race, let's not forget. So we'll see a couple of drivers, maybe most of the teams, as mentioned, probably have at least 2. Not sure how many will have more than 3 or 4. 161 laps is a lot, yes, but when you're committing enough practice to get comfortable with this car and track combination, then you're going to want to do a decent amount of driving as well, if we're being honest. Every racing driver does want as many laps behind the wheel as they can right now. So the top 2, as we're on to the 12th lap of the stint, are now, 4 seconds clear of those behind them. Exactly what they want to see. Wan Jilin's been working on this move, and he finally grabbed 16th away from Jigsaw Racing.
Good move down the inside, and that is now a 3.5 second gap he's put himself in front of as he tries to catch the group for 12th place. Now I'm sure he'll be setting his sights on that over the course of the next few laps. Lin's a driver I've seen quite a lot of in the past actually, but I don't think I've ever seen him drive a V8 Supercar before. It's been mostly in sort of the lower powered open wheel world, if you like, of iRacing. A category of car iRacing didn't used to have very many of, now there's loads. And I've seen Wan Shilin driving quite a lot of them, but V8 Supercar this time round, and I'm sure plenty of these drivers are driving this car for, not driving a car today that they don't normally, if you see what I mean.
I know what you mean, and yeah, we've seen him in Spec Racer Ford and all sorts of other lower powered machines, but yeah, do tend to see him a bit more in these oddball cars as well. I think even in the sort of Nissan and Audi IMSA vintage heritage cars. The Mountain, by the way, might just have claimed its first victim, because Team OCE have just returned to the pit lane, and so Ty Seville, something's gone wrong for them, and so 27 teams and supercars on track. Might now be 26 for the remaining 150-something laps that we have remaining. They've lost the front end of that car, and in the inset picture, live on screen, here we go, fight for 6, really starting to heat on up. Tyson Broad's got to the inside of Sho Kanatake, and into turn 1, he's going to try and bully his way on forward. TC Corsa gives plenty of room, slots back into line, and Orbit drop there. Mercury grabs 7th.
This is a good battle for 6th place. I think Firsty Forward were the initial ones under pressure here, and now they've been able to alleviate that as the battle for 7th starts to come up on the Orbit drop there, up into the top 7 now with 3 of their machines. And they go single filing towards turn number 2. So they sort that all out. Not really sure how it started, but as I say, I think it was Marino Barella getting under pressure first of all. But Tyson Broad has been making lots of progress for Orbit drop there. Here it is. It was a dive. That's what happened to OCE, is it?
Well, that's the 117. So now what happens to the 6? So this is
wow.
Okay, so that's. I think that's a Walter ART powered by Only Friends car, Pavel Beer, who maybe slightly drives straight through the back of Ty Seville. It did seem as though the rear end didn't look too comfortable though, but if you run close to the car in front of you and they make a small mistake, there's not much time to react, and that's the risk in a battle like this.
Yeah, it's. I'm not really sure how he would have been close enough to do that at that point in the circuit. It's what I'm trying to get my head around at the moment. I think you are right. I think it was Pavel Beer, but how would he be getting such a good run through Reed Park there to get into the back of someone with such force to spin them round into the wall? The second miracle, indeed, is the fact that he didn't end up in the middle of the road and cause a pile-up, because it was a group of 4, now 3, of course, but sorry, it was a group of 5, now 4, and so it's a bit of a miracle he stayed off to the right-hand side there.
So we got, what, fuel window of around 23, 24 odd laps, so we're about halfway through this first run. Be very curious to see who jumps out at the first time of asking down onto pit lane. It is a pit lane entry that does have its own share of jeopardy as well. I'm willing to wager that we'll see at least one spin on the run down to the pit limiter line before the end of this race, even in this top split. We've all made that mistake, whether it's in practice or in a race itself. One other thing to, I guess, keep in mind, Ewan, when it does come to strategy, this being such a long lap, right, and having to go up and down the mountain, your margin for, you know, if you're trying to cut a pit stop out, or, you know, maybe just run a couple of laps longer in a couple of stints and just do something different on strategy, your margin per lap is a lot smaller. You can't afford, if let's say you think you're going to splutter out of fuel coming into pit lane, you can't really afford to do that because, well, you'll really feel the pain.
Yeah, and this race always on strategy, fuel strategy, does seem to be never quite matched up properly. In the real world, obviously, everyone talks about the safety car that comes just outside of the fuel window and everyone's either saving fuel or coming in for a splash, or in the iRacing world, it's always about how do I get my fuel strategy to the end as efficiently as possible, because it's not just going full stint, full fuel, full stint and then full fuel again. Towards the end of the race, you'll have to do something a little bit different. So there's lots of things to think about here. It's not quite as simple as a Bathurst 12 hour, for example, where in GT3 you would just do an hour for 12 stints. It's a lot more complicated than that. And on pit lane, by the way, less so about spinning, I think. It's more about braking too late and hitting the wall, which is what I've done before.
At least you're willing to admit your mistakes, Ewan, right? That's the first step to trying to address them. At least it wasn't the wall that came at you too fast. It didn't move from where they placed it the last time you saw it. No, you just broke a little bit too late. Dylan Gray, is he going to, yes, Jink right, commit under the brakes, although Zekarol Esport, Togo Hisada, not really allowing him enough of a chance to try and commit, and so no switch around just yet. has dragged them off the back of the pair in front slightly, and so we'll see if they start to close a little bit more. You mentioned with Wang Jilin, by the way, seeing a bit more of him in other cars. Same thing to be said in some ways for Togo Hisada in that Zekril Esport entry. He's going to be paired up with Arturis, Kundelis, and Dan Drakia, who are a couple of drivers that I'm more familiar with. Seeing them in a Porsche Cup car around the Nordschleife. Although, to be fair, Ewan, Supercars at the mountain, Porsche Cup car at the Nordschleife, I think there's a decent amount of similarity between those pairings.
Well, yeah, as I said earlier, oh dear, here we go, side by side and into 9th place for DK Motorsports, who make their way through, Dylan Gray. Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, this race is about getting drivers to drive this car who wouldn't normally. It's a great thing about having an iRacing special event around here in these cars, because it's not normally driven outside of those who drive it all the time, but it's good to get different drivers into it. And we used to see this in the real world in VH Supercars, not in Bathurst, but on the Gold Coast we used to get a nice race with people who weren't very good at driving VH Supercars having to drive them at one of the most difficult circuits. That used to be a bit of fun, but that's kind of what we got here, really. It's good to see, because too often in sim racing, I think these days, as it gets more professional, people only do what they're good at and they just practice it again and again and again.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, no, I think you're right there. What I'm gathering from what you're saying there, Ewan, is you want to see us put people who maybe are less experienced at racing cars into these supercars at Mount Panorama in real life in the future, though.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, come on, that's exactly what you said. Exactly what you said, word for word.
No. I think, well, are we talking about the real world or iRacing? That's an important distinction to make.
Real world. Real world.
Real world. Yeah, Bathurst should be reserved for people who know what they're doing. I think the endurance race afterwards with the European drivers who didn't know what they were doing, I think was a good laugh, so I would bring that back.
Back up to the fight for third, because while still Orbit, Dropbear, Jupiter and Flipside 6/10 between the two of them, you can see the pair of the cars heading up Mountain Straight front of shot. There's still a little bit of pressure building behind Orbit, Dropbear now that the 888 has closed up to the back, and Daniel Ferguson behind the wheel is going to poke himself into the rearview mirror, show himself to the inside. I think wisely recognizing he's not necessarily got enough speed right now to really pass and make anything happen right now. And given that we are, what, 6 laps away from a fuel window opening up, probably have to assume that you and a couple of these drivers might have saved some fuel in the first part of this stint and can afford to push a bit more now.
Yeah, maybe, but I think, as you said there, Ferguson doesn't necessarily have the speed to get through, but I do think he is quicker as things stand. So I think this is going to be interesting to see how desperate he is to get through, or will he just stay behind and fuel save, take a little bit of a short stop next and then go through. If you're looking at doing 6 stints throughout this race, by the way, we'll need a 27 lap stint from someone. That's probably out of the question, really, unless there's been a lot of fuel saving, but that's sort of what we're looking at here, and that's sort of what I mentioned earlier on. The fuel window's so open here in terms of what strategy you can employ, that, you know, because you can't quite make it, it means that you've got effectively a whole tank to sort of move around in, and that should create some different strategies throughout the middle of the day, especially.
It's a race as well of many different parts, and you've got to be around for all of them. The only one you've got to win, though, is that final stage. Be there at the end. Stay on the lead lap as well. Could be an important factor. And you might have a chance. Daniel Ferguson too deep under the brakes. And here comes Dylan Goulson to try and slide his way on forward. Long way around through the chase. Beautifully executed move. And Ferguson's got it all to do once again. He's showing, I think, a bit of his inexperience in these cars. We see him a bit more in GT cars and all sorts, racing with World Sim Racing Esports by Butt Kicker. It's great to see him, though, in these supercars and really putting up a fight back in through the inside at turn 1, but experience from Goulson holds the outside onto Mountain Straight.
Yeah, I think Ferguson there, it sort of just maybe accepted in these last couple of laps that he wasn't going to get past the 39 and just stay behind, save up a bit of fuel on the way towards the chase, because by braking too late, he's got himself into a load of trouble now. He looks back up the inside at turn 2. As the battle for 4th place continues, he gets that position back again, but just look at the time they've cost themselves. They're now 2 seconds behind Harrison Lillas in 3rd place.
And this is the dichotomy of racing. It's great to watch battling. It costs you some time, and Ferguson a bit wide out through the cutting there as they continue their ascent up the mountain. There's a look at Tubby Taylor on the signage. And that is the one thing that I will say, you know, there's a couple of other Aussie tracks coming the way of iRacing, Pukekohe Park as well, to be brought to the service from the region. But whenever we do get a new Mount Panorama, I hope that we leave that one billboard there just so we can have Mark Tubby Taylor looking at us for eternity here on the sim.
I don't really know what that means.
Do you not know this? Okay, so there's a shot coming up out of turn 7, so right out at Reed Park. Do you not know that the Tubby Taylor, the billboard?
No, to be honest, no. I don't think I've ever driven Bathurst in iRacing before. I've done lots of Bathurst driving.
Have I commentated on you here before?
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, here we go again.
Here we go. Mrs. Frizzle's school bus car being really put under pressure by Daniel Ferguson. Now, again, what's this doing, Ewan? Just costing them some time as Goulson gets 4th position back once more.
Yeah, it's entertaining, but it's costing them about a second each time. They're now 3 seconds behind Lilas, who's 3rd in the race, but they can't seem to quite agree on who's quicker and who should be leading the pair as we go on board now with Ferguson over the end of another lap here onto lap number 18. 2 leaders still nose to tail, but these guys are ever increasing their margin to the lead. 7 seconds now at the gap, and as I say, Harrison Lewis is miles ahead of them. They should really just agree on who's quicker and which way round to stay.
Brian Borg is caught right up to the tail end of Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. A couple of car lengths at best between them now as they cycle out of Griffin's Bend and rise up to the cutting once more. Now this is where, end of the stint, or maybe 4 or 5 laps away from seeing them contemplating their first trips down to pit lane. How much of your tire have you used? This is right where the billboard is. You can see on the left side of the Fujitsu, Mark Tubby Taylor's looking at us. But anyway, that's the point for another day. If you are Brian Borg, though, you clearly have just been sitting there and biding your time. Maybe he's the one that Ewan has been saving a bit of the fuel and going to, like you said, lap 27. That's the strategy that you called out earlier.
Well, if someone manages that, I think it's going to be very impressive, because not only do you need to do that this time round, you need to do it again, and again. So it's going to be interesting to see how many times he can actually manage this. 27, by the way, for 6 stints would get you to 162 laps, so you can afford to do 26 laps once. But whether you want to use that up right to the very start of the race, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I would fancy Brian Borg a little bit more over Connor Nixon here to come out on top out the pair of these. So maybe Borg is just playing the smart game, almost pretending he's not as quick by staying behind. But here he looks to the inside now. Over these last couple of laps, he has got that little bit closer. He's just started to give a look here or there.
So Connor Nixon sharing the 02 with Dan Yeaman. Brian Borg sharing his 017 with Andrew Dyson. So 2 driver pairings for the 2 of them. We'll see how they divvy up the driving responsibilities as we cycle our way to the end of this race, and we'll figure out exactly who's going to be a player and a contender in the closing stages. I will say Harrison Lilas is closing now that he's been given a bit of that fresh air behind, doesn't have to look in his rearview mirror, and we'll see if he is going to be able to close towards the end of this stint. We still have 26 teams running around the track, though. 27 started, and only Team OCE with that tangle up the climb, the only team sitting and watching from the garage.
Yeah, it's a shame to see. I'm pleased we've got this many through the opening laps of the race. Only one falling by the wayside. Of course, Vermilion Esports dropping back because of a disconnection, but that doesn't really count. So nearly 20 laps in, I'm very pleased that we've got this amount remaining in the field. It's a good start, despite all the battling we've had, even including this one for 6th position. Fiercely Forward qualified up in 4th place, and fortunately since the start of the race they've been struggling a little bit, especially in the first half of this stint. Now they're still on the defensive here from 4 drivers behind them. I'm sure this group will be mixed up a little bit in the pit stops that are soon to come in about 5 laps.
Fiercely Forward showing the battle scars from some of the contact they've had so far. Remember, they made that mistake out of turn 1 on the start, dropped them down then as they were battling up through the mountain. right on board with Team Extensible, as have they extended themselves into the wall. Tell you what, locked it down. Yes, a change of racing suit required, but no damage to that car. I mean, that's a contender for save of the day right there from Matty Kanail.
You would take that over hitting the wall. There's no doubt about that. So they'll absolutely take that. It's so difficult down the other side of the mountain. It feels like the car's almost getting away from you as you're going down there because it's so steep. It maybe doesn't project so much on a computer screen, but it's so steep. It feels like the car's running away from you, and you can very easily have something like that happen. Meanwhile, Wang Xilin is looking to get through here on the way down towards the chase. And this is, who's dropping back? Stefan McCartan it is. Now dropped 6 places since the start of this race. Not sure why he's giving up those two, though.
So Auto Moves Racing Team and Liam Kerr coming into pit lane. Not sure if this is on schedule for them, if they're going to try and do something different on the strategy. That was one car that didn't look like it was going to make Murray's corner, but hope that they haven't hit the wall. As up for 6th position, Morella, as mentioned, scars on the left side of the car, and now dropped down to 7th spot as Tyson Broad makes his way up to 6th position and into the cutting. Gets close, but holds on and runs his way with the pack in his rear view mirror. So we've had our first taker down to the lane, also followed in by, oh, never mind, that's Team OCE that's going to be leaving. So we've got 27 cars back out on track. That's great to see. Proper endurance racing spirit.
Exactly. This is what you don't get from the 10K lot. They think, oh, I can't win, I won't bother anymore. And but with the others, fantastic. You get to see the spirit of endurance, and I hope that we will get as many of the 27 over the line as possible, even though we will be seeing many drivers a lap down. Would you like to put your prediction to everybody about how many are going to finish on the lead lap, or would you like to keep that to yourself?
And the fact that we finished 20 laps and we've still got everyone out there and running. So you're asking for how many finish on the lead lap, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, where are we right now?
Well, I know what you said before the race started.
I know, to be fair. Well, so my predictions changed because I've been very impressed by the race pace of some of these teams. I think we could still very well be in a situation where if that fight for 6th, if any of those teams come to blows a little bit, that drops them out of contention. We could end up seeing very well drivers outside of the top 6 or 7 all be off the lead lap, but that's maybe asking for a bit much. Here's some of that chaos maybe. Dylan Gray lunges to the inside. Rear end hangs out on him, but he's going to make the move, and is he going to be followed through? Can Togo Sada make it 3 wide? Answer's no. Surely not going to make some contact to the back of Gray as well, who hangs on, holds on to the spot, and Hisada follows him through.
I think somehow they've mostly ended up in the same positions they were before, but there was real danger of contact and maybe a little bit worse in towards turn 1 there. Thankfully they all get through, but such entertaining battling again. They stretch out on the way to the mountain again for lap number 21 because of all this fighting. As meanwhile, Andrew Ritchie losing a position here to Wang Xilin. Or indeed is that Lin retaking a place? Not entirely sure. Lin seems to be behind Stefan McCartan again, so he must have made a mistake somewhere.
He decided that the chase was optional, and so has had a slowdown to serve as a result of that one. The tail end of the pack still proving to be full of its fair share of fights, but inside of that top 10, we've got some pretty close fights going on to get ready to see ourselves into a pit stop window. So Brian Borg still within 4/10 of a race leader, and I've got to say, this is shaping up quite nicely, isn't it? You've got 2 teams, 2 pairs of 2 driver lineups holding each other honest, although Ewan, I've been keeping an eye on the lap times, half a second last lap alone. Orbit Drop Bear Mars are closing in on these top 2.
Yeah, I wonder whether this is this games between these front 2, because they've managed to get such a lead now that they're starting to lift off. They look like they're lifting off from me. We'll have a look on board at some point and just have a listen in, as still these 2 won't leave each other alone. Daniel Ferguson and Dylan Goulston. Oh, that's a real throw across the curve for Dylan Goulston, and he can't quite keep it on the road, but he'll keep the position. And Daniel Ferguson will have to go around the long way at the final corner. Instead of getting the run onto the front straight, he's just going to do it the old-fashioned way round the outside. Unfortunately, it gives him the outside for turn 1 as well.
And so drag race to turn 1. He's going to stick it out around the outside as well, you know. I mean, you give him his kudos for being brave. You don't necessarily think that's going to work, and so slides back into line. They're now 4.3 seconds behind that 39 machine. Remember, at one point it was 3 cars fighting for 3rd, and now it's 2 cars fighting for 4th. The school bus team, I don't think, will be disappointed too much. I'm sure Daniel Gray is watching Dylan Goulson and enjoying all of this racing, that's for sure, but it's definitely not ideal when it comes to the chances when we get into those closing stages. Toga Hisada in front, of course, of the TC Corsa Esports, doubly set up by PDD 54. But behind DK Motorsports. I've got to say, by the way, we haven't been keeping an eye on those leaders so much, but Ewan, it is quite rare for any iRacing special event to see cars, at least on the road course side of things, within 0.3 of a second and holding each other so honest at this level of competition.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the start of this race, actually. I think it's been fantastic. The racing has been close. The driving has been excellent in terms of battling, but not outrageous. How would I say? Battling, but not with not with too much risk, I should say. And yeah, so it's been a very good start to this race. We're about to see the pit strategy start to affect things now as well. It's going to be a very interesting race indeed as they make their way down the hill now in towards Forest Elba. This battle for 8th place. Unfortunately, the group for 6th has sort of split into 2, so a pairing has gotten away for 6th and 7th, and now the rest of them battling for 8th position, but you get the feeling now they'll start to stop this very shortly because they might only be a couple of laps away from stopping for the first time.
Wonder if there's an undercut to work here. Now they've gone, what, 2 seconds off of their fastest lap times on tire wear, so something to keep in mind. Zekkerl Esports, not around the outside surely. And yeah, Dylan Gray holds on. Toga Hisada, door slammed shut on him for the time being. Back towards the line to start lap 23. So we are right on the cusp of that fuel window. We've got a message in our RaceSpot Discord that realistically looking at between 24 and 25 with the conditions that we've got in store for these drivers today. So I would not be shocked, Ewan, if we see the race leader come in on this lap. Remember, Connor Nixon really was pushing in the middle stage of this race just before Vermilion Esports dropped out due to their technical issue. And I think he was burning a bit more fuel. Brian Borg, on the other hand, we do think he's been saving.
I think so. We'll wait and find out, of course. But yeah, it sounds like it. I want to go on board down towards the chase especially and just have a listen in to what Borg is doing with the throttle, because obviously we're not going to learn too much over the top of the mountain. They're just about going as quickly as they possibly can through here. Short shifting isn't really going to save you any, so, or not much anyway, so you're going to not see very much of that down here, and you're off throttle pretty much all the way down the dipper here anyway. And stay as close to that right-hand wall, then clip that left-hand wall, then that right-hand wall. You're just bouncing from wall to wall to wall. He's not had a great run down this time, though, Brian Borg, as we've been going on board. The pressure of being on the stream has gotten to him, and the gap has gone out to 3/4 of a second.
It's always the curse of the broadcast. We jump on board with someone, and they suddenly start making some mistakes, but that is a not inconsiderable gap that's opened up between the two of them, and for the first time in quite a while as well. So, will we see someone head to pit lane? I was hoping we were going to be able to ride on board and listen in, but even from the off-board, I'm not necessarily hearing as much fuel saving as maybe we'd anticipate, but we're also at the very end of the stint, so, you know, if you've saved enough fuel, you don't necessarily need to be mindful of that just yet. Neither of them heads off driver's left-hand side. Neither does Harrison Lilas, whose progress has somewhat been stunted, by the way. He's now somewhat 3.5 seconds or so being held steady off of your race leader as we jump back on board with Fiercely Forward in 11th. Now, is that steering straight? Can't quite tell from this angle, but they've definitely been through the battles. Are they having to compensate a little bit with the steering angle?
Looks straight to me. As you say, difficult to tell from the famous passenger seat angle, if you like. This is what you'd see if you were getting picked up by a V8 Supercar, in case you ever wondered, and had to sit in the passenger seat, although there isn't one. You'd have to insert it. Anyway, Morella closing in on the way towards turn number 2 here is forcing the Orbit car to go defensive. Very tight on the outside. Wasn't given much room, but almost exactly a V8 Supercar's width, and decided not to use it to go around the outside. Probably for the best as well. Alexander Morris and Wan Chi Lin, by the way, in the pit lane further back.
Yeah, so we did expect that there were going to be a couple that tried to maybe come in early and do some sort of an undercut. How's it going to fare out for them in their respective pairings? Are they going to see some driver changes as well? We'll not be shocked if we do. These are very intense beasts to manage for the 24, 25 laps, and so might not be a terrible idea to do your driver changes if you've got them in the bag to do so. And so there you go. There's the car sitting on pit lane as I'm expecting to see your race leader in probably this time by Connor Nixon. Not going to be joined by Flipside 017 and Brian Borg, who I suspect will take the race lead. And it's been a really fascinating start to this race as well. Around 45 minutes of racing to this point. Now, Vermilion Esports dominated for much of the early stages before a technical issue dropped them to the very back of the field. They're slowly trying to claw their way back into some sort of contention. But it's left these two, Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, Flipside to fight at the very front. And Connor Nixon, I tell you what, he's done enough. He'll stay out there for one more lap.
At least one more hit. Let's see, there was a change here, back here for fourth again. Ferguson and Gulson were going side by side, and Daniel Ferguson is back into fourth position. Marino Morello wasn't close enough to get up to sixth, and maybe he's run out of fuel. Maybe he's decided to come in to get out of the back end of Tyson Broad here. Let's wait and see as he breaks now for pit entry. And comes on to pit lane. By the way, a bit of a longer stop for Aaron Major in the Australia-wide purple car further back, 44 seconds, as opposed to just 36 for Liam Kerr in the Automoves Racing Team car. So there is real variability here in pit strategy and pit time as well.
We'll see if that is maybe just something around trying to play around fuel loads and not having to take full tanks at every single stop. Maybe something they're thinking about. Togo Hisada thought about the switch back up towards Griffin's Bend, but Dylan Gray runs the middle of the track and gives him absolutely no choice but to sit in line and wait. And so surely a jink to the cutting? No, it's a bit too risky, and even Togo Hisada's frustration not going to lead him down a path that would surely lead to a rather unsavory result. Right as we head off to the pit stop window as well. This is exactly what Wan Ji Lin would have wanted to see. Remember, he's going to try and do a bit of an undercut, make his fresh tires work as he's rolling around the mountain.
Yeah, is that going to be the effect that we see, though? Is it going to be an undercut, or is he going to be too heavy of fuel to overcome these guys who are still out running at the front of this race? Because generally they have actually been going quicker. I'm just using the leaders as a reference. They are a second or so off their best time, but they're going a little bit quicker than they were in the middle of the stint with heavier fuel. Maybe that's because they're not fuel saving anymore, as the two leaders now do change places. Brian Borg, I think, has been fuel saving this entire first stint, and now finally decides to go through, maybe because he knows they'll both be in at the end of this lap.
I would not be shocked if maybe Brian Borg goes one lap longer, but to your point, maybe he thinks he'd rather lead into pit lane. They're both staying to the left side of the track, and so here they go, execute on this pit entry. And for Connor Nixon, he's got to be very, very careful. And look at this, look how late you're onto the limiter itself. Those yellow cones where you've got to slow down. And that's why Brian Borg wanted to be in front, because he thought he could control things a bit more. Harrison Lilas is going to stay out and take control of the race lead, while Daniel Ferguson and Dylan Golson, they've been knocking 10 bells out of one another in this first stint. Will they stay in the car? We're about to find out.
Tyson Broad also continues on, by the way, so it's Harrison Lilas leading Tyson Broad. Will we see the same two drivers out front? We won't. Brian Borg stays in. Daniel Yerman gets in to the O2, though, taking over. That's a long-time leader of Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter. Will they be the leaders on the exit of this pit lane, though? I would be surprised if they were, since they came in trailing Brian Borg. They go up to 30 seconds. We should see this stop go over 30 seconds, and then we'll start to think about getting off the Jackson down off pit lane.
Dan Yeaman, allegedly the second fastest commentator on iRacing. We won't go into the controversy, but allegedly, that's all I'll say. Well, no, he should be the fastest, but allegedly there was some shenanigans in the championship. Oh, now they're neck and neck off a pit lane, and Dan Yeaman straight into the fight. And will that be the net race lead as well? Because in front of Brian Borg, and he's going to have to get himself fired up quickly here, because look at the gap already stretching out as they run down Mountain Straight.
Yeah, this is maybe the disadvantage of this strategy for the O2 team, because they've changed driver so early in this race that they've suddenly dropped their second driver, if you like, in with a battle with Brian Borg, who's nice and warmed up because he's done the first 25 laps. Now, it's going to be a difficult trip over the top, but I think it's important for him to have the track position. If he was in second, Brian Borg could have completely lost him over the top of the mountain for the first time.
And so there comes the race leader, the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car. Now they are 1, 2, 3 Orbit Drop Bear right now, although 2 of their cars yet to have pitted. So we're going to keep an eye on Borg and Yeaman. How much pressure do they put each other under? That's a look to the inside, up over Skyline. Brian Borg's not going to settle for this. And so as they run their way out of the elbow, remember, you're going to see Harrison Lilas in pit lane. Tyson Broad going to follow him in as well. They've got till the end of what will be lap 26, so a pretty decent stint for them. Watch the exit here. What's Brian Borg got in his back pocket? The rear tire is going to be as fresh as they will ever be at the start of the run, but Dan Yeaman's got a pretty good exit onto this long straightaway. Here's the view on board with the 017.
Yeah, Borg got a decent run as well, though. He got the car nice and straight as quick as possible for Forest Elbow. Have a listen to this. Lifts off on the way into the chase. Brian Borg already taking on the fuel-saving role that I think he was during the first part of the race, although that's becoming more difficult to believe because in the end he got jumped in the pit lane despite going in first.
And that was with the driver change as well, right? So they were able to change driver, put fuel in, change tires, all quicker. I guess the thing that Flipside probably were doing as well, maybe having to pack a bit more fuel into the car, you know, maybe they burned a bit more of it, who knows? Anyway, battles behind. This is TC Corsa, who are now behind the DK Motorsports car that no longer is Dylan Gray. Instead, Ty Delaney is behind the wheel. Zekkerl have put Dan Drakia into the 10, taking over from Toga Hisada, while Tomiyasu Inatani's taken over in the 54. So plenty of driver changes up and down the field. We're going to see a bit of banter between these two drivers. Banter Alliance Racing, think about throwing it up the inside. Think better of it.
Yeah, that's Warren Davis ahead of Sean McNamara in the battle for 19th place. Both of these drivers having lost positions in the early part of this race. So with the field almost cleansed here, we'll have a look at, I'm going to have a look at some pit stop times because there is one interesting one sticking out to me. Liam Kerr, I mentioned it earlier on in the Automoves Racing team, 8 seconds shorter in the box than pretty much everybody else. Only 36 seconds in opposed to everyone else's 44 or more. Don't know what that would have been about, whether he just didn't take quite as much fuel and whether we'll see an earlier stop, I'm not sure. What I also saw on the last lap, by the way, was maybe an incident for him because he seemed to lose time. It's about 2 seconds to Byron Pierce, who either overtook him or had an incident with him and Kerr dropped back. Not sure which it is, but there was a bit of time lost there anyway.
So they've committed to the alternate strategy, the only committed team, at least for the time being. Vermilion Esports technically are in third, but remember, they will come down to pit lane in around 6 laps time or so, although Jacob O'Reilly is in the shout of the race lead picture, albeit temporarily. So Borg sits behind for the time being. Expect to see him save a bit of fuel once more. Not sure how much that's going to benefit him because he saved plenty of fuel in stint 1, and Ewan called it out. Orbit Drop Bear able to change driver, put fuel in, change tires, all quicker than the 017, at least first time around. Dan Draker gets past there as Tomiyasu Inatani instantly up to speed. That's 2 positions gained on 1 lap alone, straight out of pit lane.
It's a very good start indeed. We'll see if that's just because he had the cars ahead of him, he could just tick himself down the inside, or whether he's actually a lot quicker, and I think I know the answer. Looks very quick indeed. Makes you wonder why he didn't start the race, to be honest with you. That's probably the better idea, I would say, as we're side by side for the lead here. With Brian Borg, only a lap or 2 of waiting, and he's back down the inside, back into the lead.
Nice and easy move, not really fought there by Danny Eamon. You've got to assume there's a bit of coaching on the radio. Harrison Lilas did lose out through that sequence, by the way. Dropped behind the 888 Gentleman, a short view back to the past green and blue and gold machine. We'll see if that is going to be a factor. Going long on strategy is going to cost them time, sitting behind a car that maybe they're a bit faster than. Vermilion Esports definitely look quick, by the way. They've got a light fuel load. See what they're going to be able to do. Last lap alone, 7/10 quicker. And maybe that's why Flipside think that they can break away. And down, out through Skyline for now, the 28th time they go. 27 cars started this race. 27 cars are still running, Ewan, about 1 hour in. That's great to see.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've loved this race so far. Oh, Brian Borg, very deep on the brakes at Forest Hill, but he's lost the lead. Goodness me, that was a big mistake. And here come Vermilion Esports as well. Jacob O'Reilly has been making up positions legitimately, by the way, before the pit stops. Now he's making up positions. He's going to lead again here, I think. He'll be down the inside of the chase for sure. Here he goes on orbit drop pair Jupiter, and through goes Jacob O'Reilly. Both of those Vermilion Esports drivers are unbelievably quick, by the way. They're quicker than everybody else in the field. It's just a case of, are there enough laps remaining in this race for them to win from here?
And so from the front to the back to the front, so what a journey for the 217, but a long day still yet to come for them. Brian Borg avoided hitting the wall crucially though, because after snatching the left front and locking that tire up under brakes, it would have been very easy to slide into the tire bundles on the outside of the elbow. Minimize the impact of that. He will probably suffer a little bit with the tire heat a little bit, but what does that mean now? That's a great shot down Mountain Straight. New race leaders, yes, but albeit momentarily. Fight for what will be first and second, fight for third and fourth in shot as well. And behind them, the Fiercely Forward team, they've jumped in front of Miss Frizzle's school bus. Daniel Gray's taken over from Dylan Goulson, so it does seem to be a bit of an even split here, Ewan, where half the teams have chosen to switch drivers, about half of them leaving their lead driver in as we check back into the DK Motorsports crew. Ty Delaney up the inside.
In for that top 10 again, but this is only 11th. Back past Zekra Esports. These two teams can't really seem to leave each other alone at the moment. And so through goes the orange Ford. I think they were passing Team OCE there, who are 7 laps down as things stand. I guess they must have been. They're the only car off the lead lap as things stand. So that's a good pass for Ty Delaney. Yeah, as I said before Brian Borg went off, I'm really enjoying this race so far. Nearly 30 laps gone. It's flown by, I've got to say, this first stint of the race. We've got 2 teams at least in contention for the win. 1 team trying to come back through and win from absolutely nowhere. So fascinating as things stand. We're still about 4.5 hours remaining.
Don't jinx it. I know you and me, we both believe in a commentator's curse. I was just saying how clean it was, and I'm pretty sure you've said that you don't agree with Lewis.
Well, I've said I don't really care.
Okay, so do you or do you not? Come on, you got to get off the fence here, Ewan.
Do I have to? I mean,
yes.
Oh dear!
Yeaman deep. Here comes Borg. I mean, it's a case of who wants to lead, because Borg makes a mistake. Yeaman leads. Yeaman makes a mistake, Borg leads, and yes, we know Jacob O'Reilly's out front, but he's going to drop back. This is the net race lead.
By the way, Daniel Ferguson and Harrison Lillas are not making these errors at all, and they're catching. There is the green Holden in the background of Daniel Ferguson with the Australian, I think it's the New Zealand flag actually on the front. I shouldn't get that wrong, but he's closing in on these.
You are going to be lynched.
Wow, I know, yeah, I'm going to be off this broadcast before you know it. They're closing in though. 2.5 seconds is the margin. It started at about 6 seconds when they came at the pit lane, maybe 5. They are reeling these two in as they're making errors. It's another one from Dan Yeaman there in towards turn 2. Look at this now, nearly a second between them. Can Brian Borg drive home this advantage this time round? He made an error into Forest Elbow last time he got the lead, and this sort of advantage, can he keep it on the road this time?
So about 4 laps away from Vermilion into pit lane, if you're wondering. If you're watching on the RaceBot YouTube channel, there is a live timing link in the chat there. So if you're trying to find it, head on to YouTube and you'll be able to follow along with your favorite team, your favorite driver as you head through the mid part of this race. We still, again, have all the cars out on track, so it's a busy time. Not seeing a traffic factor yet. There is going to be something of that nature. By the time we get to around the halfway point of this race, your leaders will be starting to navigate their way past some of the slower cars in this particular split of competition. I think it's very well poised right now. So we have 4 at the front. I think is what we're thinking, right? Flip side, 2 orbit drop bear cars, and Gentleman a short view back to the pass. Harrison Lilas in the second of the orbit drop bear cars. He might just be saving fuel a little bit right now. He went 1 lap longer in stint number 1. They're poised very nicely. Am I crazy?
Well, generally or there?
Well, that's a good point. They also took a full tank of fuel, so it's clear to me that they're trying to do something on the strategy. I'm not sure they're trying to cut a stint out, though.
I think that's going to be too difficult. As you say, we got some information from Dan Yeaman in the O2 just before he got into the car, not while he's driving, and he said that even 26 laps would be a stretch. As I said earlier on, you'd need to do 5 27-lap stints in this race to make this work, along with a 26. So effectively, or in reality I should say, Harrison Lewis is one of the only drivers and part of one of the only teams who can make this work from here. However, is it realistic? Probably not. I think we're going to be seeing 6 stops from everybody of varying length, of course, and that's what makes it so interesting. And as I say, we've not seen all of the drivers yet either.
These cars do pack in the fuel, though, so I think that's looking at just shy of around 110 liters maximum fuel capacity. So even if they're just cutting out a few seconds of fuel time into the car in some of their pit stops, that's something that could give them just a little bit more of an advantage. Look how much Vermilion are flying right now with a light car, albeit tires that definitely passed their sell-by date, maybe 2 laps away from heading down to pit lane. It does seem as though the progress somewhat stalled out, though, momentarily for Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, Flipside, and Brian Borg looking very, very comfortable right now, holding up effectively to your race leader. Well, it does seem as though Dan Yeaman looking a bit more in the rearview mirrors as Ferguson and Lilas just continue to close out of the elbow.
This is what I mean about we get to see Brian Borg's teammate in the car, and so that could be a defining moment in this race. You know, Borg could be a little bit quicker than his teammate. We just don't know on this day at the moment. We've still got some unanswered questions with Daniel Ferguson and Harrison Lillas yet to get out of their cars either. So, as I said before, there's a lot of strategies going on here, and they're still a long way away from playing out. I wouldn't be discouraged about Jacob O'Reilly's pace at the moment either, by the way. He'll be on very old tyres right now, and that's why the others are able to stay with him. He is making progress, though. I reckon he'll come out close to maybe the top 20 here. He before the pit stops, I don't know if I mentioned this, before the pit stops, he'd already made up a couple of legitimate overtakes with on-track moves, so he is already working his way back through the field.
Yeah, I think he got to within 62, 63 odd seconds of the leader by the time we saw the leaders come into pit lane. So that was about 7 seconds or so actually gained on the 2 leaders who may have been saving some fuel, yes, but just something to keep in mind. Australia-wide racing purple, not very wide on the inside there, and allowing Orbit, Drop Bear, Pluto, that 26th, the blue entry, around the outside to grab a position. Josh Banks makes the move work. Tucked up behind Blake Fitz in the Pacific Esports Racing number 35. That's a very distinctive color through the field. Be easy to pick that teal entry apart from the rest of the field as onto the mountain straight through the gear, stretching the legs they go, and this is going to be a great chance to try and make the move and pop out to the outside if you're Josh Banks. Now the problem here is turn 2 is slightly off camber. Does help though when the car you're battling gives you a little bit of assistance, and so Banks up now to 15th spot.
Yeah, got a little bit lucky there that he was given the room by Blake Fitz, or indeed given the place entirely there. So 1 position upwards for Josh Banks. That's 15th place now after this car started at the very back of the field. You'll see how many Orbit Drop Bear cars they can get into the top 10. I would say they'll get all 4 into the top 10, all things being well, because already Banks is into 15th place, although he does have quite a bit of a gap to close in now to the top 10. He's 25 seconds away from the top 10 as things stand, so plenty of work to do. This is the 3rd of their cars, the 215. Sam Blacklock currently running in 8th place.
They did start outside the top 10, so they've had to work their way in. That's Ewan's eye catching a storyline. That would be really cool if it did happen as well, especially knowing, right, no qualifying or good qualifying for that 26. They've had to fight their way forward, still a long way to go. I saw there's been plenty of conversation. I think that's the only way to put it in the iRacing Esports Network today. I saw someone talking about GeoGuessr, which they were saying that no one joined them in their GeoGuessr game. I think there's 27 drivers a little bit busy right now. Me and Ewan are a bit focused on this battle for 3rd position, as that's Daniel Ferguson looking up the inside of Danny Eamon, and Orbit Drop Bear Dan Yeaman really struggling. He's going to let his teammate slide on through as well. And I think a bit of a recognition there that maybe the balance of the car not exactly where Dan Yeaman wants it right now at this point in the race. But there's a long way to go, and we know that car, especially behind the wheel, when Connor Nixon is behind the wheel, I should say, can be very, very quick.
Yeah, it remains to be seen just how they're going to divvy up their stints here, because there will be 7 of them throughout the day. How many is Dan Yeaman going to actually do here? Are they going to split it 3 and 4? Or is Yeaman going to take a bit of a back seat in this race just to allow Nixon a little bit of a break when required, and then to allow him to stretch his legs when he's in the car? But of course can't lose too much time to the leads if they really have designs on winning here. They're already 5 seconds off the lead, or what's going to become the lead of this race, don't forget. So they've got to keep that in mind here. And also for Brian Borg, he has begun to really get into this race now as well in the last couple of moments. Just opened up 2 seconds away from the lead. Of course, that doesn't really matter. It's the gap back to these guys, 3.5 seconds. He's really had a good lap here, and now is beginning to take charge of this race once Jacob O'Reilly comes into pit lane.
Our iRacing Esports Network chat wants a full course yellow so we can play GeoGuess. So that's not coming out, unfortunately, in this race. No safety cars to bunch the field together. And that's exactly, I think, what Brian Borg kinds of wants to see right now. He's 3.5 seconds clear of this fight behind him that's going to continue to try and close up, as I think we're about to see a pit stop for Jacob O'Reilly. The Vermilion Esports 217 breaks from the lead. And after their technical issues, now having to head down to pit lane for the 2nd time today. So promotes Flipside back to the lead. Ferguson now up in 2nd for the first time today. Now what does Lilas do? Good run out of turn 1. Ferguson's running the middle of the track here. He senses that a move is forthcoming. But I think the 39 may be just a bit too far behind, unless it's going to be a commitment under the brakes. And no, not going to make life interesting for the time being.
I think he'll stay behind on purpose, to be honest. I don't think he's really looking to go through for the moment. And Zach Rattray-White, by the way, get back at the wheel of the Vermilion car. So there's a driver change down there after that early disconnection for Rattray-White. Clearly he's confident that he won't disconnect again. And clearly he's confident in his driving ability to work his way through the field, and why wouldn't he be after all of this race so far? They'll have to do 3 26-lap stints from here and 2 25s if they want to make it on the same amount of stops as everybody else. So it's not impossible, but they would have to save a bit.
Well, we know 26 is possible. Harrison Lilas did that in the first stint of the race.
But Lilas was, I think, saving quite a lot through that, and if they're going to be speedy enough to catch these leaders and fuel save, I'm not sure how they're going to balance those two. Right,
but that's the thing, right? That's where you now have to decide. Do you maybe compromise on your speed a bit, but save a bit of fuel? Because that could very well leave them with a chance of a solid, if not top 5, maybe even a podium finish still if things fall their way. So I never say never. I think crazier things have happened, but they've definitely got the speed. Now, can they execute on strategy? That's what we'll have to keep an eye on. Let's also keep an eye on lap time this time by. So I think we're probably under the assumption there's limited fuel saving going on between your leaders at this point, unless you're sat behind another car. Daniel Ferguson's probably pushing. Brian Borg's probably pushing as well. So as Borg breaks the timing beam, it's going to be a 2:06.361 for him. 4.96 for Ferguson, so about a 10th.5 quicker, and Harrison Lilas is building the pressure in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, I mean, there's no actual reason why you need to fuel save in this race, because you're not quite going to make it. As I said earlier, it gives you a lot of room to play with. Even if you did 7 24-lap stints throughout the race, it still give you another 7 laps to play with in terms of taking fuel out of the cars at the stops. So there's no real reason to fuel save, although Harrison Lilas certainly was, as you heard on the way up to turn 2.
All the fuel saving done from lift and coast. There's nothing else to be done in these cars, really. It's all left up to the drivers themselves. And one thing that you do find is sometimes if you develop that muscle memory for fuel saving, it can often be just as quick as your regular full-out push race pace, and can sometimes be a little bit safer to actually achieve. You roll a bit more speed through the corners, but you attack the entry into braking zones maybe a little bit less. All about how you instead try and roll that speed through. And just look at the hands at work here down on the descent off the mountain. Just trying to keep the car under control. Never trying to let it be too aggressive. Not trying to let the car slide too much. But if there is a little bit of rotation, gentle corrections to try and bring it back into line. Ferguson locked up the brake down through the elbow. Oh. Harrison Lilas hits the wall.
Oh, he was so close behind Ferguson there that he almost couldn't see where he was going, and he's surely going to have suspension damage after that. He's weaving the car around. How's it feeling down Conrod Straight? I think it's looking right-hand down to me as we look from this view, although I'm not sure from here. Difficult to tell, but he just got too close to Ferguson there. I mean, I could see it happening there. I could see him going straight into the wall there, but he clearly couldn't. Let's have a look on the way towards the final turn. Is he right-hand down? Not really. Maybe he's got away with it.
I think you're right. I think he's got away with that one. Might need to see a shot of the right front corner of the car as well. I'll be very curious. But yeah, steering looks about as straight as you could hope for. That is for sure. And closes up to within half a car length once again out of turn one. Can see the rear end getting all sorts of sideways as they try and get the power down. And what is, let's not forget, a bit of a swan song to this generation of supercar on iRacing. We'll get the new generation car coming soon. Hashtag soon. My suspicion is we're probably 2 months away from that, Ewan. At the end of this iRacing season, we of course have a slightly longer season as well. 13 weeks before the new build. Can't wait for what that's going to bring.
You're not suggesting it's coming out tomorrow? It's
no, don't get me in trouble with the viewers. Come on.
No. I tell you what, well, you already are by the looks of what I've seen. Anyway, what I'm most looking forward to, actually, you mentioned Adelaide. I hadn't actually heard that. So if that is on its way soon, then I'll be very much looking forward to that. It's very sad that it's not the real first round of the V8 Supercars anymore, because it's one of my favourite weekends of the year, or one of my favourite couple of races of the year, especially the old format where there used to be 3 races for the 500Ks. But anyway, there we go.
Okay, I've got to ask you, Ewan.
Okay.
What is your favourite track that Supercars has ever raced at? Ever.
This one, I mean, is the obvious answer, isn't it?
Okay, that's fair. It's a fair answer, but you know,
Gold Coast maybe I quite like, but I know it's not everyone's cup of tea.
I know those are probably the 2 that I've heard. I've heard, you know, you hear a lot of Mount Panorama, you hear a lot of the mountain. Do hear fair share of Gold Coast. I've heard. What else have I heard? You let us know what you think in chat as well. iRacing Esports Network chat. What's your favorite track that Supercars have ever raced at, whether iRacing has it or not?
And if you say Yas Marina, I'm gonna get annoyed.
You're gonna get angry. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because it was the old Yas Marina. It was a terrible layout. Although it was good racing, I suppose. But these cars could make any circuit look good, I think.
You know, well, that's what I was kind of thinking. You know what was really quite fun when they went to the Circuit of the Americas and ran the half layout?
I don't remember as many good moments as I do from Yas Marina.
Oh, okay. No, that's a fair point. But my point being that's a track that typically has not had its fair share of fantastic racing, if I can put it that way. I thought the Supercars raced well there.
I say they could make a motorway look exciting, I think.
Ooh, speaking. Okay, motorway. Let's go. Let's bring these cars to Orem. That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know what Orem is, it's a track in Lithuania where it's literally run on the highway, and they have GT3 cars and like all sorts of things, and they fill up at like a petrol station on the side of the highway. Oh, it's great. It's fantastic.
Everyone's being funny now and saying Yas Marina is their favourite. That's very.
You had to say something, didn't you?
I know. I should have just kept that for afterwards, shouldn't I? Really. Anyway.
You should have. Anyway, I saw people asking where you find out about some of the new stuff that iRacing's bringing. Well, a lot of the stuff we're talking about has been released in development updates that the team at iRacing has been sharing. So the most recent one that we got was, I believe, the start of August, just before the new build that we're currently experiencing, that brought the likes of the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo, the brand new Circuit de Spa Francorchamps, the rescan, of course, there. What else did we get? Caldwell Park.
Cadwell.
New cars. Cadwell, sorry. It's late at night for me. My brain's not working.
It is cold, but it's Cadwell Park, yes.
No, oh, that's a good point. Cold Cadwell. That's how I'm going to remember it from now as well. Rain tires on a few more cars. Qualifying visibility, that's a fun one for some. The fact that now in an iRacing session, you can see everyone else's qualifying afterwards. What else was there, Ewan? Anything that you remember that I haven't mentioned?
Don't think so. Did you mention the McLaren GT3?
I did, the plaid.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Other than that, not really. It's been, compared to the other ones this year, which have been very heavy on new content and stuff, maybe one of the quieter ones out of the three we've had this year.
Okay, it was quiet maybe in some ways, but that's because there was a lot being prepared, right? Like, they've teased they're working on an all new graphical engine. They're working on new in-sim UI. They updated Spa. I think they said they're going to update Zolder as well. I think that's the one that I'm remembering.
Yes,
and then we mentioned the Bend, Adelaide. Those are some tracks from Australia that are going to get added. They said Valencia's coming as well. Now, what Valencia track is the question that I have?
Well, yeah.
Are we talking street circuit?
No idea, Stuart. I'd quite like the old circuit that the F1 used to go around.
Right, exactly. Or is it's more likely Ricardo Tormo or whatever that one's called?
Yeah, I'm being less excited for that, to be honest with you. So, some of these sort of motorcycle Spanish circuits don't really work very well for cars, I don't think. Like Jerez and Aragon and stuff, I don't really enjoy them very much. But there you go.
The Bend's an interesting one, isn't it? Because that's how many different layouts are we going to have of that track on iRacing?
Well, yeah, I don't know what the figure is in real life, but I know it's numerous. How many layouts there actually are. I actually think the V8 Supercars layout that they use in real life is a bit too long, to be honest, for these cars, and a bit too prototype GT-like. And doesn't
I know what you're saying.
Do these very well. I think they should choose a shorter layout, and I hope we have the option in iRacing to do that.
Now, at least we're not running. We're not running the full 8 kilometer circuit, are we? With the supercars, we run at least one of the shorter ones. Focus on Tomoyasu Inatani, who's really on the charge. Going to be forcing Liam Kerr to concede there in the fight for 8th position. Remember that Liam Kerr does have to come down to pit lane sooner rather than later. I don't know when that corner became optional, but that's about the 7th time today that I've seen that. They both have got slowdowns to serve. Apparently Liam Kerr has got less of a slowdown because he's retaken the position, albeit with a 4-wheel slide, back side by side across the line.
He's going to crowd Inatani over to the left-hand side here, driver's left. He'll try and go around the outside. Very tight line for the 54, and he hangs on, Liam Kerr. So, flash of the lights from Tomoyasu Inatani, and I'm not really sure what he's grieved about. He's the one who went off a bit quicker than Liam Kerr did, who at least tried to make the corner initially, then he didn't. Eventually, once he was in the grass. So, he'll be annoyed here, Inatani, that he's lost a lap of progress, if you like, but in the end, they both did go off, and it was down to the fact they both tried to go through the chase side by side and very nearly crashed into each other in the process.
And again, no ABS to help them out there, so if you're a bit too deep, you lock up a brake. The only thing that you can really do is release the brake a little bit, which is not ideal. You stop slowing you down, but avoids putting any more damage to the tire. Again, we're about halfway through the run here with 12, 13, 14 laps into the stint for most of the teams and most of the drivers, and so 12 laps away again from seeing cars down to pit lane as Inatani very close to the wall on the entry in towards Skyline, and now throw the car left, right again. I've got to say, these cars, as much as they are looking like they are pushing to the limit, both looking pretty clean, haven't been through the wars and haven't scratched the car up a little bit too much as they've been drifting around, which is a good thing to see because, Ewan, there are some scars showing on plenty of cars up and down through the field.
And there's going to be plenty more of them by the time we get to the end of this race as well, as the change for 4th place goes on here. Byron Pierce gets ahead of Daniel Yeaman and just up ahead, and back here, Inatani goes, oh, he's going to have to go for the outside of the chase. He was going to have a look at the inside, but Liam Kerr saw it coming, and he defends the inside to hold on to 8th, and Inatani's going to be getting a bit annoyed about this now.
That's still a little bit. However, all you can do is try and make the move stick. It's going to have to really try and set this one up, and Is this going to bring in anyone behind? Ty Delaney still about 3 seconds off the tail end of this battle, but last lap he gained around 2 seconds. Would not be surprised if he continues to make inroads here. And again, reminder, Liam Kerr out on track so far for 20 laps after the early stop. Surely he's going to be due in sooner rather than later. And maybe that's as well why he's able to hold on here, because his car is just that little bit lighter. And it's helping him out in the battles. And we've got plenty of fights as well. Just up the road from these two, the 215 Orbit Drop Bear Mercury car has got Daniel Gray and the Miss Frizzle school bus car on the case. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Dan Yeaman's now being passed by Fiercely Ford. I'm not sure what's happened to the O2, because after Connor Nixon was flying in the first stint, Ewan, that car has dropped like a stone since the pit stop cycle.
I think it's driver difference here. I think Dan Yeaman is as quick as he is, and let's not forget he's probably still top 10 quickest in this split. He's not quite as quick as the 4 who have just passed him in this stint, I would say, and not quite as quick as his teammate either. So I think this is down to driver ability, and as I said earlier on, how much are they going to split the stints here in that car, in the O2? Is Yeaman only going to be in for 1 or 2? I think he'd probably have to do a minimum of 2 stints to get the minimum drive time. Or maybe, well, 3 would be about half, so it surely can't be as much as 3. But either way, Dan Yeaman is losing a bit of time, and I think that will start to reverse itself once he gets out of the car, and I suspect he will do at the end of this stint.
I think 2 stints is the minimum for fair share, but never trust the commentators' math. These two are going to go at it once again. Liam Kerr in the 7 holds the inside, bounces over the curb, and now Inatani going to try and switch things up and set him up just maybe into that final corner, really dive under the brakes. Kerr's going to stay out there for at least 1 more lap. And like you were saying, Tomoyasu Inatani getting more and more frustrated as these laps go by, especially when the car in front is continuing just to block you like that. Now, this is proactive blocking, to be fair, so there's nothing necessarily dirty or dangerous about this. Liam Kerr is making the moves early at the right time, and he's going to force Inatani the long way around at Griffin's Bend. Now, this will be a bold place to make the move stick. We mentioned it before, cambered off on the apex, always wants to push you out wide.
Well, it's going to be difficult around the outside at turn 2. You almost never make this work, especially when Kerr dives it in as deep as he just did there. So fair play to him on that one, but he will stay ahead in 8th place. I don't think actually Liam Kerr's pit stop is too far. I don't think it's too soon in the future. I think he's still got about 4 laps to go here. He came in early in his first stint, which suggests to me he came in with a bit of fuel still left in the tank. That's where the fuel savings will have came from. And so it's quite interesting that you do that rather than short filling if you're going to go for a shorter stint. But anyway, that's besides the point. He will be in about 4 laps time. That will allow Inatani finally through, but he'd really like to have got this done a few laps ago.
Now, if he does stay out for 4 laps, it raises the question. Now, he was 9 seconds shorter in pit lane. Why was he 9 seconds shorter if it wasn't fuel related? So have to wait and see. This pit stop strategy is one to keep an eye on. And Brian Borg still does lead by about 3.2 seconds at the very front of the field. So gap still holding consistent with the 888 and the 39. I mean, there's barely a car length between the two of them, and it stayed that way for the majority of the stint so far. Let's not forget Harrison Lilas knocked the wall down at the elbow about 20 minutes ago. Doesn't seem to have cost him too much. Here comes Inatani. Can he finally make the move? He's got to the inside at the chase. Now he'll make it stick under the brakes. And as all of this is happening, swap around for second as well. And this is important, as Harrison Lilas figured out that he's got a bit more speed into the final stage of the stint. 3.5 seconds, the gap to the leader.
And just cast your mind back to that first stint, by the way, where Brian Borg got out to along with, oh goodness, look at that. That's the full team name. It was a bit of a mistake, actually, from Ferguson in the final corner, although it wasn't a major one. Just allowed Lilas to get to the inside on this occasion and get through. Remember back to that first stint, Lilas saw Borg with one of the other drop bear. It was a Jupiter car, wasn't it? It was up front in the first stint. He started to reel them in just as they started fighting towards the end of their stint, and brought it down to about 3 seconds at the time, 2 seconds maybe. You know, can he do that again? Very possibly here. Maybe he's getting stronger towards the end of these stints.
Someone in the iRacing Twitch chat has just notice the lap times of Vermilion Esports, who are absolutely flying right now. I don't think there's any question about them saving any fuel. Zach White has jumped back into that car, and at one point, remember, was what, 70 seconds or so off the race lead? He's now 53 seconds off the race lead, Ewan. So in 42 laps, he's been able to shave 20-odd seconds off of that margin. Goes to show just how quick they really are.
Oh, well, it's not 42 laps, is it? It's 30-ish, something like that. But I'll take your point.
Yes, good point.
Well, I'm just trying to do the maths on how many is remaining and whether he can do it or not. That's why I'm being pedantic. He came at, what was it, minute 12 to start with? That's about a fifth of the time remaining in the race that he's had now, or the time remaining as there was at the time. So let me do some maths on that, and I'll try and figure out whether he can come back or not.
You've got some homework, and we'll get back to that at some point in the future. Let's see now the lap time, though. 2:06.616 for Brian Borg. 2:06.466 for Harrison Lila, so only 0.2 or so. Pretty minor, but every little bit matters at this level, and so slowly chip away from the gap. Already noticing Daniel Ferguson a little bit further behind the 39 than Harrison Lilas was pressuring the 888. Which, by the way, if you're going to pick a number, and you pick a number like the 888, you better deliver. There's some expectation with a number like that in these cars.
Yes, there is a certain level of expectation you get. Pretty brave choice, I would say. I would shy away for that reason, indeed. I've done my homework.
Okay.
I will suggest that, so 20 seconds, if we're agreeing that they disconnected about lap 12, am I misremembering, or am I going...
Give me a sec. I can back this up.
That's what I based the numbers on anyway, so it better be.
Lap 8 is when they disconnected.
Oh, 8, okay, so fine. Well, it's not too different, is it? So if we suggest there was about 150 laps to go at the time, just to make the maths a bit easier, we've had 30 laps since then. They've gained about 20 seconds in that time, 19 seconds. So actually, in 90 laps time or so, or maybe 100 laps, something like that, maybe a little bit less actually, they will be in the lead if they continue at this pace. The only problem they'll have, of course, is having to make quite so many overtakes. As Tomiyasu Inatani was finding earlier on, those can be quite difficult to come by sometimes when you're making moves, and there will be plenty of those for Zach White and Jacob O'Reilly to make. So if all goes well, it should be about 100 laps. It should be the penultimate or final stint they get there if they do.
Well, to that point, all I'm going to say is there's one thing when you're fighting with someone who you're on a relatively even playing field with. If Zach White is truly as fast that you and I probably are on the same page that we think he is, most of the moves that he's going to have to make are probably going to be quite easy. It's only the moves, I think, up to the top 5 where he might have maybe a little bit more frustration. I don't know if these two are going to prove to be too frustrating for him because they're just losing so much time when they fight. Ty Delaney bounces over the inside curb down through the kink. And I've got to say, you were right. Liam Kerr is about to finish 23 laps on the stint, even with a slightly short time in pit lane. Never mind, right on cue. Here he comes. He's due to pit lane.
Yeah, because, as I said earlier, he had some fuel still in the tank last time he came in. I don't know why he did that, really. Just must have wanted to get out of traffic, I suppose. But even so, it's worked pretty well for him, I think. He's had a nice run in the top 10 and might be able to continue that on. One more thing I forgot to mention, by the way, for Vermilion. We've got to remember they've already made their short stop. So if they're going to make it... First of all, there's two facets to this. There is part of it where... there's a situation where they do 6 stops like everybody else. There's a situation where they do 7, and I don't think we will be seeing them win if they have to do 7 stops. But if they can keep their pit stops down to just 6, then we've got to remember they've already made their short stop, and those in the top 10 have taken full fuel so far, and they've got plenty of short filling still to do.
Well, Ewan and myself, we've waffled plenty today. I tell you what, let's go on board with Miss Frizzle's School Bus 077, because they are hunting down Sam Blacklock. We've got a handful of laps left to go before these drivers have to return to pit lane. You're watching the iRacing Esports Network coverage of the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 1000, powered by Next Level Racing. Let's see what the mountain has to offer. you ever needed a visual illustration for the challenge of the mountain, look at the hands at work as Daniel Gray wrestles the 077 up and down one more time. Welcome back to the iRacing Esports Network and coverage of this iRacing Bathurst 1000, powered by Next Level Racing. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary with 45 laps complete and not even halfway through this race still, though, with a very close fight at the very front. If you're just joining us, 3 cars split by 3 seconds. It's Brian Borg that leads in the Flipside 017 after starting on the outside of the front row. Orbit Drop Bear Mars sitting second with the 888 Gentlemen, a short view back to the past. Esport Racing Motorsport team right behind them in third. And Ewan, it's been a really fun race so far. We got some strategies at play, but really, it's great to see 3 cars so close with so many laps complete.
And closing as well. The gap when we left you a moment ago is about 3.5 seconds between first and second. It's now 2.5. So wonder whether Brian Borg is backing off or whether Harrison Lillis is stepping up the pace here. I'm not sure which of the two it is, to be honest with you, but it is closing as things stand, and that is a great thing. It's been a really enjoyable race so far. I've got to say, I've absolutely loved it so far, but we're only just over a quarter of the way through. Still plenty of time remaining, and we're not really any closer to finding out who's going to win.
That sounded like a bit of a threat to the drivers. Don't you stop disappointing me. Don't start disappointing me, rather, because you've been very good so far. And this is one of those cars that, if you know, you've not seen so much racing with them before, and you saw that, time when we were riding on board with Daniel Gray. Yes, it looks, like it's a difficult car at times to master, but it doesn't necessarily really truly get the difficulty across. And so again, that's the joy of iRacing. So many different types of cars available, and so you can always jump in and try something that maybe you've never tried before. Our next iRacing special event in 2 weeks' time, the iRacing Petit Le Mans, will break out the GTP, the LMP2, and the GTD cars, roll our way to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for what will be the penultimate of our endurance special events this year. We've got 2 of the Orbit Drop Bear cars right next to one another, though Dan Yeaman's struggling a little bit for speed, and he's got the 215 behind him. Did see in the YouTube chat someone mentioned last time Dan Yeaman raced this car in a competitive field was back in 2021. So 3 years later, Ewan, he's back in competition and trying to get to grips with things.
Yeah, he's lost a bit of time, unfortunately, in this stint. I think his overall time loss for the stint to Brian Borg is going to exceed 20 seconds by the end of it, and that could be difficult for him as a team to actually come back from. But it's good to see him back on the V8 Supercar grid again, and as I said earlier, still got top 10 speed in this race as things stand compared to some of the others further down, so still going decently well. Out of the chase, I'd imagine he will give over this position because it's a teammate behind, and then maybe will defend from Daniel Gray because they're not teammates.
Yeah, you can never give Daniel Gray anything easily, let's be honest. I'm sure he's got plenty of people watching him on his Twitch stream right now, so go and say hi to him, and you can tell him that Arjuna said to make his life difficult as well. That was a bit of a wiggle on entry from Dan Yeaman, and right to Ewan's point, switch around comes, and I've got to give kudos to the Orbit Drop Bear team. They've got at least some differences between the 2 cars to make them easy to pick apart. The 215's got the highlights with green, the slightly darker blue highlights for the 02, and so coordinated pass up towards Griffin's Bend. It's now Sam Blacklock in the 215 up towards 5th position. Just as, by the way, we do have some more drivers down towards the pit lane from what I could see. I saw Josh Banks in the Orbit Drop Bear number 26 roll his way towards the box.
Yep, he's the only other than Liam Kerr who came in early on, and the Australia-wide racing purple car, Alexander Morris, is in as well. Etten Ruterman is maybe out the race here for Green IT Esports. Not sure whether they're properly out or whether they're just down on pit lane, but they've spent nearly 4 minutes there now.
Yeah, I did notice that they had taken a tow to pit lane. I wasn't quite sure exactly what had happened, though. Let's see if we can figure that out at some point, as that's not ideal for Dan Yeaman. As now Daniel Gray, surely not going to make a pass down the mountain just before the elbow. It's going to set up the move here. And so Yeaman very, very tentative onto the power. Gray slides the rear end around. And here we go, on towards the Conrod straight. And that's a block slightly from Dan Yeaman. Not making life easy for Daniel Gray. They've got the king to come. It's a fast flying right-hander. And you really want to try and maximize the entry if you can. Daniel Gray can't quite come across the track to open up the corner as much as he'd want. Yeaman, stern on the defense, holds the inside, bullies Daniel Gray slightly, but the 077 finally has enough and the school bus is forward to 6th.
Well, it's not over yet. Yeaman is still alongside, and so he'll break late on the inside. That's too late, surely. It's just a glowing, and now Dan Gray dips to the inside. Look at that, that was fantastic. Dan Gray back into 6th position, just ahead of Dan Yeaman in 7th. So a good pass in the end, but maybe a bit more drawn out than it otherwise would have been.
Hey, you can fight. That's the thing. At this point in the race, you've spread out slightly, right? So that you can afford these kind of fights. Tomiyasu and Atani, Dandrakia, they're also in pit lane for TC Corsa and Zekrul, respectively. Those are relatively short stints, though. We're talking 23 or so laps. I think just trying now to manage the tire wear a bit more than thinking about fuel mileage, knowing they are just now dividing up the fuel that they'll need all the way to the very end of this race. Race lead. It is 2.3 or so seconds between Orbit Drop Bear Mars and Harrison Lilas on the chase, and flip side Brian Borg trying to hold on to the lead. I think the expectation from both of us, Ewan, both of those drivers have done a double stint to start the race. We'll see a new driver in come the pit stop cycle.
Well, I was just thinking about that during fan immersion, actually. Is there going to be any team that decides for a triple stint to start with? Because that effectively, in my mind, would just mean dividing the race up into 2 for your 2 teammates and only doing 1 driver change throughout the day. There's no real point in doing that. It doesn't save you any time. I just wonder whether any team might do that and leave someone in for the first 3 stints of the race. But we'll see about that. 25 laps a stint, by the way, gives you 14 laps to play with in terms of short filling and pitting early. So that's something worth bearing in mind as well as a combined figure. This is the number 6, and how Ayrton Reutemann is down in pit lane. Oh goodness, that was close. Not sure who that was, skipping around the front of the Holden there, but they're very lucky.
And just for clarity, that was Team OCE. Luke Evans was already 10 laps down. Frog Leap juiced. Well, they're lucky not to A, be beached in the gravel, B, not to be collected as well. And keep an eye on the live pictures now as we do get takers to pit lane. So Brian Borg, Byron Pierce, they're in, but Lilas, Ferguson, they'll stay out another lap. Ferguson lights up the rear tires as we see the 5-star motorsports car leave behind them. And this is where traffic starts to play its part as well, Ewan, right? When drivers are going long on pit stop strategy, they've got to find their way past drivers, sometimes with fresher tires, but a heavier fuel tank.
Yeah, this is going to be a real mixed-up field now. Through the first part of the race, especially the first stint of the race, all 27 were still running. All of them were on the same part of the racetrack as well. But now there's pit stops and drivers who've crashed, and there's only 19 on the lead lap because we're in a pit stop cycle. So there's cars all over the place, and that does make life very difficult indeed for absolutely everybody. Another reference point, by the way, Zach Bradshaw-White, 45 seconds off of the lead.
Oh, good. You're keeping an eye on that, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you writing this down anywhere?
No.
You see, so you haven't gone full Jeremy Shaw on us, as I thought for a second. Harrison Lilas, a bit too greedy on the curb out of McPhillamy Park, able to bring it back. Now, I'm often wrong, Ewan, so I often preface what I ask with, am I crazy? But has it got a bit darker? Is there a bit more cloud cover in the air right now?
I think it was quite dark and gloomy to start this race, so I think it's been worse than this, actually, as we've got... who was that? Hizada down the inside, was it? Togo Hizada it was on Jake Cummings. That is for 16th place, but an unrealistic battle, if you like, because Hizada's made a stop. And the purple machine behind of the AMS Tech Sport Academy red, that's not red, but it's called red, have been overtaken. That is awkward, down at Forest Elbow.
And, I mean, they could have collected a few more, but in the end, the 117... Joseph Parkinson behind the wheel holds on, so we get a split up front though. So end of lap 50, Orbit Drop Bear Mars is going to be able to lead and extend the margin. Remember, they were able to stay out 1 lap longer in the first into the race. They do so here again. So Ferguson in, will he hand over to one of his teammates? We'll find out. Now, waiting to try and find a bit of a comparison. So Andrew Dyson has jumped into the flip side 017. So get a bit of a sense for the margin off pit lane, comparing the 888 to Dyson to see the value of the undercut, giving you some fresh tires slightly sooner as a couple more cars filter in behind. Quite close between Mr. Frizzle's school bus and the Orbit Drop Barrow 2 as Dan Yeaman trundles in.
Yeah, so what, I didn't quite catch the time loss right at the very end of the stint. I think it was over 20 seconds, though, unfortunately, to Harrison Lillis, as he now gets up on the jack himself. Yeah, it's been a bit of a disappointment for Dan Yeaman. I'm not sure how disappointed he'll personally be with it, because I don't know what he was expecting, but Connor Nixon now gets back into the car. I wonder whether we've seen the last of Yeaman. I wouldn't imagine so, but you never know. I think minimum drive time is just one stint.
So watch for them to drop and roll. There goes the 888, but there I think has already gone the 017, still waiting for the race off and away for the pair behind. Now Dylan Goulston's got back into the 077. And so, yeah, going to get a comparison to him versus Nixon. I'll do the math on fair share and figure out with Yeaman when he might be due back into the car, expecting him in our YouTube chat as well. He'll give us all that insight as off and away they go. And some clean air for the both of them as well, which is important, Ewan. Gives them a chance to now get back up to speed, focused on their respective fights.
Yeah, I think so. And that might be good for everybody, really, as they make their way, their way out here. I don't think, as they've all come out right now, I don't think anybody's particularly in a fight right now as they make their way out. So that's good for everybody as well, just for a bit of clean air. But I'm sure the race will change, the race will evolve, and people get into battles pretty quickly. There is Andrew Dyson, who's now in the flip side 017, followed by the 888. That gap only 3.5 seconds though, and Harrison Lillas now comes in. That's 25 laps for him. So they did 26 first time round, but 25 when the field is a bit more stretched out and there's less fuel saving ability.
One thing I can promise you in terms of weather, though, no rain today. Probably, though, the next time that we return to the mountain next year for this great race, these V8 supercars will probably have the rain enabled, and I can only imagine the untold chaos that would bring and add to the strategic element that these drivers are already contending with. So a pair of Orbit Drop Bear cars are in pit lane. Vermilion Esports will cycle back around to technically have the race lead. Wait for them to cycle back around and for Zach Radare White to return to pit lane and give us the latest margin to the race leaders. And the 017 with Andrew Dyson. Still waiting for the first official lap time in the 017 there for Dyson to see exactly how he compares. Just popped up onto the screen. It's a 2:05.868. Now that's a very good lap time, Ewan. That's within 0.2 of their fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, and you just wonder now, is this Dyson showing himself to be even quicker than Brian Paul? Because if he is, then there's going to be a real problem for Vermilion Esports especially, and all the others to try and catch them. Howard Stadler's now in the 39, by the way, taken over from Harrison Lillas, right behind the 888. In fact, they're going to be going side by side nearly in towards turn number 2. They're not quite going to, because that would be silly on the opening lap for Orbit Drop Bear to actually do that, but they are now fourth. There they are, in traffic as well. Look at this, we're in the traffic part of the race now for sure.
Keep an eye out on Connor Nixon as well in the stint of the race, knowing that he probably will be looking to try and charge that car forward slightly. Still a long way to go. We are not even halfway through this race, but it is shaped up very, very well, if I'm being honest. 27 car field. Yes, we might officially now have 2 retirements because Greener Esports and the Orbit Drop Bear Pluto number 26 have been sitting in pit lane for a bit longer than they would have wanted. Now, Josh Banks was going to be disqualified anyway in the 26. He was going to be attempting this race solo, which iRacing requires 2 drivers for this race. We've mentioned the fair share. That's the minimum drive time that all your drivers must do. And if you don't have the minimum number of drivers complete that, then iRacing rewards you for reaching the checkered flag with an instant disqualification, sometimes a little bit brutal. Now the 888's behind some traffic. Which way is it going to go as it tries to navigate its way down towards the kink? We'll look to the inside, and that's what you want to do. Pass before you get to the corner, can then sweep to the left, open up the corner with a bit more speed down to the chase, and now a bit more margin built up to the car behind as David Prada's taken over from Daniel Ferguson.
Yeah, now, how long is it going to take Howard Stadler to get through as well here? The lap car for the moment, just in between the two of them, which can't be helpful for the driver of the 39. As they go over the line here, surely we'll want to get that done before the mountain itself. As they make their way out of turn 1 now, is the run good enough to really force the Holden to get out the way, or will Stadler be frustrated, remain frustrated behind it? Looks like he's going to be stuck behind here. I think the lap car really should get out of the way. There's no obligation for them to, and this is going to cost Howard Stadler some time now.
Just a bit of time, but the ebb and flow of traffic, we often talk about the fact that it will give and take, and eventually, there you go, have to force the issue there, and well, maybe pushed out into the wall slightly, and Harold Stadler actually then loses a bit more time running out wide and missing the apex, and so suddenly finds himself a good 2.2 seconds behind David Prada. Lots of time to now make back up. We'll see what will happen. Will that traffic play back into the hands of the 39 later on in this race? Lap times are very, very close between first and second, who are at very different stages of the stint, remember. Andrew Dyson has got high fuel, but fresh tires. Zach Ratteray-White's got worn tires, but light fuel. And last lap, there was a 1/10 of a second between the two of them, Ewan. Really does show that you can make speed at any time in this stint.
Yeah, it does. Although, interested to see how Andrew Dyson's pace evolves here. Does that mean he'll be getting quicker towards the end when his fuel goes down? Or is it Zach Ratteray-White who's still going unbelievably quickly on worn tyres? That's the sort of conundrum I'm at the moment. There's the other times. You see a lot of them are slower than these two, as you might expect. So it is interesting to see. But does that mean it's a problem now for Vermilion? If Andrew Dyson's going to match them for the remainder of the race, that could make their life quite difficult for the remainder. That
is a scary proposition as well, isn't it? The fact that Ratteray-White has been so quick and have been making such significant inroads on that margin, but at this point, now suddenly finds himself a little bit at a bit of a stalemate with the rest of the field. We're watching the fight for, well, 10th position, Liam Kerr and Dylan Gray. Slightly different strategies between the two of them. Strategies don't matter when you make contacts like that. Kerr is going to go straight over the gravel and grass rather and skip his way down to the final corner. A little bit too physical if you ask me, but while all of this unfolds, let's see if we can go catch up with the driver. Ewan O'Leary standing by with Dan Yeaman.
Yeah, welcome in, Dan. Good to have you with us. Just give us your first thoughts after that opening, or the first stint for yourself in this race, the Bathurst 1000 here today. How was it overall?
Well, it's my first stint in this car competitively since, I think, 2021, so I mean, yeah, I wasn't expecting to be doing great, and especially after Connor put it on the front row in qualifying, I was a little worried that we were going to drop, and really the question was just how much. But kept it out of the fence, car's still in one piece, and Connor can now get back in for some laps. So, I mean, at the end of the day, reasonably happy, and was able to stay in front of Brian for a couple of laps to start the stint off as well. So, small win for me there.
It was an exciting start to the stint for sure. I mean, there was a back and forth between the two of you. Just how was the battling? How difficult, though, is it to actually race side by side in these cars? Not least because these cars are quite big and powerful, but also because it's Bathurst and the walls are so close all around you.
Yeah, you really got to pick and choose your spots as to where you want to make moves. Across the top, it really is a one-line track, unless you can really find an opportunity where someone makes a mistake. And yeah, the big thing was really, you had to be consistent to not come under threat, and that's obviously part of the issues that I had there in that stint as I dropped back through the field. But you can hold too wide in a few spots if the other driver's willing to give a little bit. At the same time, though, we're in a race like this, not going to be a lot of giving from everyone else if they're trying to make moves on you. So there is a bit of that there, sort of knowing just to fall back in line at times, as well as, well, some of the time I was trying to hold up a little bit and see what I could do on the defense, but not much left to offer at this stage.
You're in 8th at the moment, and closing in actually on a battle for 6th position with one of your teammates' cars and one of your rivals as well. What's the aim for the rest of the day in terms of finishing positions? Did you have somewhere in mind you'd like to finish at the beginning?
Didn't really know for certain how many drivers we're going to get in this event and who exactly would turn up, so Look, realistically, it's going to be a matter of I will be getting back in the car at some point just to give Connor a breather, since otherwise we're asking 111 laps of him, and that's not going to happen here today. So, at least in terms of a continuous stint. So, damage limitation for me when I jump back in at some point in terms of steady pace and stuff. Honestly, if we can maybe challenge for a top 5, that given where I've put the car at the end of that run, that'd be pretty good, at least in my books, in terms of not dragging the chain too hard here today.
And is it a case of you're playing it by ear as to when that stint's going to be? You're just going to ask Connor, you know, do you want to get out now, or have you got a plan that you're keeping close to your chest?
No, for the most part, really just sort of letting us feel out the race, see how we're going, and try and also, I guess, adapt a little bit to where we're at as the race goes on, and the others around us and how they're driving. So a little bit fast and loose in terms of exactly how we'll go on with the rest of the race here today.
Well, we look forward to seeing you back in the car again when it is. How has it been getting readjusted to this car again? You mentioned it's the first competitive drive you've had in it in 3 years. Is it like you remember? What was it like coming back again?
It's a good question. I think realistically, the car hasn't changed a huge amount since that time. And the main thing has just been that most of my time on iRacing has very much been in the sports car and open wheel domains down this part of the world, and so just really feeling out the fact that being super gentle on the right foot in and out of the corners, and just really hitting the marks, because I don't really have any sort of protection from driver aids in terms of on the sports car side of things that I'm a little bit more comfortable with. So just being ultra precise will be the key goal when I get back in.
And how difficult has it been to get ready for this event, in the sense of, as you said before, you don't know who you're going to be up against, because it's an iRacing special event. You don't know who's going to be here, first of all. You don't know who's going to be in your split. How difficult was that to get ready for? Because normally, of course, you know who your opponents are in a race, generally.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. It is a very different environment compared to, say, the main thing being for me is league racing, where, you get a regular host of drivers, you learn their ins and outs, and you can see them change and adapt over the course of a season. Whereas, coming into this one here, it was a case of, right, I just need to do laps and focus on me and the car and the track. Really don't need to worry about anyone else at this point. So, end of the day, we'll hopefully find a bit more rhythm in the second stint later on, and be able to do my part for the car, at least, so Connor can be putting in some of the pacier laps in and around that. So fingers crossed for the rest of today.
Yeah, one last one from me. Was there any advice you gave Connor as he got back in again, or was it just a case of doing the same again as he did in the first stint?
Oh, if anything, I'm the one getting all the advice. You and I might be the team manager or co-manager, to be precise, here at Orbit Drop Bear, but this is very much the domain of drivers like Connor, Sam, Tyson, and the like in their cars. So very much I'm the one taking the advice, not giving it today. So he knows what he needs to do out there on track. He knows how to run this set and this car, and so very much he'll do the work out here, and hopefully, just put my practice into action later on, and make the most of it.
Thanks for coming to chat to us, Dan. Great to speak to you again, and great to have you back in the V8. We'll hopefully see you back out there again shortly on the circuit. Yeah,
we'll hopefully let Connor get a good run in here, but certainly you'll see me back out there in due course, although we'll try and keep it brief and minimise the time loss, but thank you, Ewan.
Dan, before we let you go as well, I'm going to jump in. I brought it up earlier. Allegedly, you're the second fastest commentator in sim racing. What do you have to say about the scandal that we had at the end of 2023? Is there some contact on track?
That was definitely a shame to miss out on claiming the bragging rights when that came around. Look, I mean, I'll be keeping my eyes and ears open for if there shall be another edition, and maybe a bit of personal honour and glory on the line when that comes around, because very much commentary, broadcasting, league administration, all those things take up a whole bunch more of my time than driving these days. But at the same time, it's certainly what I do like doing, and this was a bit of a lark to come out here this weekend, so got to get my game face on.
Good to have you back on track. We'll let you go and rejoin your teammate. Always great to have a chat with you. But yeah, a bit of contact there as it was all building up between DK Motorsports and the Auto Moves Racing team. And I think it's fair to say, Ewan, that was to be expected.
Yes, we were watching that battle while we were chatting to Dan, and it was quite a sight. I had to refrain from squealing and screeching while talking, because it was all going on for 10th place. But you could just see it coming a little bit, couldn't you? Especially in those last couple of laps we've been watching this boat. You could just see them getting a little bit ragged, getting a little bit leaning on each other a little bit more and more and more and more. And then eventually, yeah, there was an incident. So it wasn't hugely surprising to see it happening eventually, but a shame nevertheless, because we'd prefer not to see it. That was another moment in the grass as well. It could have been worse. I
mean, they are flirting with disaster here. I think it's a nice way of putting it. And we're not even halfway through this race. I get the sneaking suspicion we have 2 cars currently watching on from the sidelines. Might end up seeing that number rise somewhat as we head into the final stages of this one. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary here on the iRacing Esports Network for the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 1000, powered by Next Level Racing. The first time that Ewan and myself have been commentating on this great Australian race together, but we've said it a couple of times, Ewan, this definitely is shaping up quite well right now. Yes, Zach Ratteray-White is leading by around 14.5 seconds right now, but he's due down to pit lane any time, maybe even this next lap by or so. It will leave Flipside back in the lead of the race, only 3.5 seconds clear of their main competition. Now, we have seen the 39 Drop Bear Motorsport car, Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports car, drop back slightly through the pit stop window that we've just had. Still 3 or 4 contenders in for the race lead.
Yeah, and I'll bring up another point about Orbit Drop Bear in a few moments' time, but yeah, it is still all pretty close for the lead. We may be, though, starting to see the teams who have got realistic chances of winning this race slightly diminished now. Maybe is it between Flipside and the 888? Just the 2 of them, 3.5 seconds between them as things stand. The reason I mentioned those 2 teams is that they've got 2 solid drivers who are on similar pace, whereas a lot of the other teams, including, I think, all of the Orbit Drop Bear teams, have got one faster driver than the other, I think. And, you know, the point I was going to raise is that if they'd reorder and reshuffle their driver pairings a little bit, they could, in my opinion, get 2 drivers on similar speed and maybe stay up towards the front, because at the moment all of their cars are having at least 1 stint or 2 where they're dropping back. I mean, Howard Stadler is having his stint where he's dropping back here into the clutch of his teammate Sam Blacklock, but he's already been overtaken by Fiercely Forward and Brewster Carvalho. So this is, in my opinion, a bit of a problem for them that is not really going to go away as far as I can see.
Always difficult trying to line up your drivers appropriately, as we see a pit lane trip for your, well, race leaders right now. Vermilion Esports, Zach Ratteray-White brings his car into that #1 pit stall. Is he going to hand over the car to his teammate? Jacob O'Reilly was decently quick, but I did see in the YouTube chat he was saying that he was very nervous. The balance of the car always shifting, of course. No driver aids to help you out, and you're always gripping the wheel as hard as you can usually, and trying to get every little bit of feedback that you can feel from it in the sim, where not always going to have those physical sensations like you would out there in the real world. So they're going to drop outside of what, the top 10? Let's see what their margin's going to be, Ewan, as they roll off a pit lane. Yeah,
I'll make a mental note. It was about 45 seconds previously, so this is going to creep up and maybe go above 45 again, I would say now, with Andrew Dyson going very quickly. A 2:05.8 last time round. 2:05.7 from David Prada. This is quick at the front of the race, and as a result, Zach Ratteray-White is pretty much back to where he started, if not even a bit further behind. He's just dropped behind Liam Kerr, which could be a bit of a difficult one for him to overtake.
I just saw another message in chat from Tom Wilkinson, who's really been giving us some good information about the Orbit Drop Bear crew. Their driver lineups were picked more just it seems based on the vibes, as they would say. They weren't optimum, just who wanted to drive with who, which, you know, I'll be fair, iRacing special event, I feel that. Yeah. You're here to have some fun, maybe. You want to represent the team well and finish as well as you can, yes, but let's not forget, a lot of these teams, a lot of these drivers will be focusing their efforts, Ewan, on the Scots Bathurst 1000, which is going to be coming up shortly. Big lock up there with the left front, excuse me. And so here comes the rest of the pack behind Blacklock. What will Goulson and Nixon do already alongside? And surely Miss Frizzle's school bus going to power their way to 5th position towards the kink.
Yeah, I think Dylan Goulson and Sam Blacklock are very similar on speed, though, so I'm not sure how important it is for these two to really battle like this. Oh, look at this. He looks down the inside, does Blacklock again into the chase. There was always going to be contact. Dylan Coulson goes off, and through goes the teammates. It's going to be Connor Nixon through on both of them, I feel, here, because there's going to be a slowdown for the 077, surely.
Just all a little bit silly, wasn't it? Needless at this phase of the race especially. And so back towards the line they go. They're on to the 60th lap of the race. And teammates back into line. And Connor Nixon back behind Sam Blacklock. Now 20 seconds off for the race lead, though. These drivers starting to pull themselves out of contention. Now, where's Vermilion Esports in all of this? Well, they're back into the top 10, and you've got to give them that. They're sat in 9th and 47 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, so effectively, that's about 10 laps of non-progress for them, which is why I was flagging that up earlier on. That's not ideal, but as I said earlier, they do have a bit of time to play with here. There's a couple of things detracting from them. First of all is that. Second of all is, as I said earlier, the fact they've already taken their short stop. That's a bit of a problem for them. And of course that means that everyone else will have to as well. So there's a couple of things taken away from them, but if they continue on the schedule that they were going at, they'll be there with about 40 to go in terms of the lead of this race. That's without taking into account the fact that all the others will need a short pit stop before now in the end. So I think the odds are still stacked against them, but they are in the conversation for sure.
It's, the odds are getting longer by the lap. I think that's one way of putting it, right? So going to be very curious to see how it plays out. David Prada doing a decent job of, as much as we're singing the praises of Andrew Dyson. Last lap, Prada gains 0.7 of a second. That race lead is still 2.6. I mean, the Triple Eight has got a team name so long, it is literally unreadable on our timing screen. Like, if I didn't have another monitor with a timing screen that's much bigger, I could definitely not read that team name is, gentlemen, a short view back to the past, Esport Racing Motorsport. It cuts off because they've run out of characters in iRacing. What that usually means is they're just a bunch of friends you in here to have some fun.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure exactly how that lineup's come together, though. It's going to be very curious if they're not all experienced Supercars drivers, though, what will happen the deeper into the race they go.
Yeah, exactly. Change for 10th place, by the way. Zekor Esports make their way into the top 10. Yeah, can I offer a controversial opinion about the team name for Triple Eight there?
Well, come on.
I really don't think that moment in that press conference is very funny.
What's your funniest moment in motorsports media?
Press conferences.
Yeah, well, there's a couple that spring to my mind.
Yeah, there is one that springs to my mind as well, but I can't say it on here.
Oh, okay. So it's not the same one that I'm thinking of, which is I have one for one, just one hypothetical one. As one, the Wonder Kid, the rising number one of Formula One. One wonders should one win only one Formula One 1 year. Would one want to have won that one in round 1-1? So I can't even say that one with a straight face.
Okay, I don't remember that one, but...
Do you not remember when someone absolutely irritated the daylights out of Juan Pablo Montoya with that question?
I can't imagine it's very difficult to do that.
No, Juan's a lovely person when you ask him a reasonable question, to which that is not a reasonable question.
Yeah, it is. That's my kind of reasonable question.
What? I have one for one, just one hypothetical one. That is reasonable to you?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely reasonable. Anything's reasonable for a giggle. So
that is true. You do love a giggle, don't you?
So there you go. Fine, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's a good team name to circle back to what you were asking me about laughing at. But
it's not a bad team name.
The moment itself, overrated is the word I'd use.
There's another team name that we've had that's also is equally long, which was, why is there an arbitrary character limit on iRacing team names?
Well, for our graphics, I think. But
yeah, exactly, for our sanity. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what Lewis McLean and myself, we tried once to break the graphics on RaceBot, and so I forget what our team name was. Oh, I really should remember this. Aurora FTF Calamity Artifact powered by RaceBot. I think that's what we made our team name to be.
I can't imagine you were on a broadcast, though.
We were on the broadcast. It was Jimmy's 23 Hours Older race.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the special event this week. No, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Last special event that I did was Daytona 24 a couple of years ago.
I did Spa just over a year ago. And that's the only one I've ever done, actually. There you go. But,
Chat's just pointed out, by the way, Zach Gratteray White did a 2:04.964, Ewan.
Wow. That is the first 2:04 of the race, in that case. Yeah, he's going quickly, as you would expect. So, I'm still trying to get to the bottom of this. Which is quicker, heavier fuel and new tyres, or low fuel on old tyres? Because it seems to somewhat balance out. At either end of the stint.
Oh, you could see that one coming. How many times have they made contact already? Thank you very much. Toga Hisada's going to pick up 2 for the price of 1. But watch behind into the cutting, because Liam Kerr, Dylan Gray leaning on one another. Door gets slammed shut. When will they wreck? It's a question of when, not if.
This was why I was concerned about where Zach Rattray White came out earlier on, because he was behind Liam Kerr and potentially involved in all of this. He's gotten away with it, though, and you can see why it would be so important for him to get away from it. Look at that. There was one that was in the air there on the way towards the cutting. Dylan Gray got up into the air as he got into the side of Liam Kerr. Togo Hisada is going to be the lucky driver to get through. This time, they make more contact. They're still not crashing. Unbelievable.
Meanwhile, seems as though Orbit dropped their teammates aside by... I mean, this has been a great race. No matter where you've looked, there is plenty of action. These two... Oh, they play bumper cars on the exit. I mean, I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried down to the chase. I think Dylan Gray's a bit too far behind, but the lights are flashing. I wonder what that means. Race car drivers flashing the lights. It means they're happy. No, sorry, not happy. Frustrated, that's what it is.
And the words he's using accompanying those flashing of the lights can't be used here, that's for sure. Down in towards the chase. There it is again. There's more contact. The front end of that Ford is going to be mangled by the end of this race if he's not careful.
Toga Hisada's taken, what, 1.5 seconds in around half a lap through all of that? I mean, he's loving life as it sits right now, as he's cycled back up into the top 10 for the Zekril Esports team. Great to see the Romanian outfit now applying a bit of a trade down under. It's not the first time we've seen them in the supercar. Expecting a few more frequent appearances from them in the next handful of years as well. And by the way, all of this excitement, Ewan, between these two drivers, we're officially now less than 100 laps left to go.
We are, yeah. So making good progress so far in this race, and it's been, as you say, a fascinating one so far. It's flown by, to be honest, and because it's flying by, we're not all that far away from another cycle of pit stops beginning here, because Liam Kerr is currently beginning his 20th lap of this stint. That means that this battle will be over soon, so we'll enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh,
if it does last.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we're going to enjoy it much longer at this rate, because, I mean, Dylan Gray was almost driving through Liam Kerr up through the cutting. They've separated themselves out once again. Oh, they pancake the wall slightly with the right rear quarter panel. I think we've seen enough of that, though, that the right sides of the car is fairly scuffed up, all things considered. But like you were saying, Ewan, that front end is definitely starting to show the battle scars as well. It's getting pushed in with all this bumper cars they're playing.
It doesn't seem to be affecting him very much. You know, the downforce doesn't seem to be too bad. The straight line speed isn't either, and so he's still getting away with it here. Out of Forest Elbow, they both they seem absolutely desperate and just both totally consumed by each other almost, and their willingness to stay ahead of one another. It's quite unfathomable, really.
It's not often that we talk about incident limits at Bathurst, but these two knocking, you know, so many points out of one. I mean, Dylan Gray's on the curb and all sorts of out of shape. Or just winds it down in time without running into the side of Liam Kerr. But these two could very well get themselves a drive-through penalty with all this contact, Ewan. 50 incident points for the first drive-through, 20 incident points for every subsequent drive-through after that.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, at Bathurst, because of the lack of off-tracks that you could accumulate, because it's just walls instead, you generally don't worry about that. Actually, 50 is even quite generous around this circuit,
Very
to be
generous.
honest. But the amount of 4Xs that these two are going to be, especially because it's a 6-hour race, I mean, that's like 9 an hour or 8 an hour. That's loads. But yes, it's going to be racking up quite quickly here. I'd imagine every single bit of front to rear contact will be a 4X for the two of them, so they're really racking them up.
I'm expecting this is the sort of racing we'll see a bit more of in the real-world supercars, especially with the format changes that have been announced, with the introduction of a more NASCAR-style playoff, for lack of a better word. Although, I don't know how well some of those changes will end up going. We'll see how it goes. As someone who grew up in the Commonwealth and, you know, watching the Premier League without playoffs, and now lives in America where, you know, every sport has got its playoffs, all I'm going to say is I'm not a fan of playoffs. I think you've got to earn a championship over a season, absolutely. So, Champions League, now that playoff system, that's fine. I don't mind that. But if the Premier League added playoffs at the end of the season, no. No.
No, I wouldn't like that. But I think for motorsport, it can work. Depends how you do it. Massively depends how you do it. I would be against it though in V8 Supercars, to be honest. I must admit. And to be honest, it doesn't really work in anything other than NASCAR. Even though I would change the format. You're going to say it works
in NASCAR?
No, I say I would change the format, but I would not let them do 36 races and then decide the champion afterwards, because there would literally never be a finale.
Yeah, 2025 will be interesting with how the finals work in V8 Supercars. I will be keeping an eye on it. The one thing... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, the one thing I would say as well is that V8 Supercars had some of the best championship finales in motorsport, in my opinion,
right,
as a result of just doing it normally. So that's another reason.
And someone did the math. If you apply the system that they'll have for 2025 to previous years, Scott McLaughlin, I mean, and you can never really take these as you know, true, because you race depending on the situation, and so, you know, the drivers would have raced differently if they knew the system was different, right? But McLaughlin wouldn't have won a championship in this new format, right? So it will be very different, and again, I'll go in with an open mind, and the good thing about being on the west coast of the US is that I do get to watch a decent amount of supercars. It just means staying up till midnight, which is not that bad, all things considered. Motorsports fans in Australia have to endure much more egregious times if they want to watch anything else in the world.
I think the people on the west coast of the North America don't get enough credit for waking up as early as often as they do, because I think there's quite a lot, not as much as there is for Australians, admittedly, but there's quite a lot.
Oh yeah, F1's pretty rough.
Well, exactly, yeah. And we just assume Americans as having to get up at like 7 and like, oh, it's not that bad. But actually, it's about 4 for you, so that's not great.
Yeah, there's more races at 4 than I think there are at 6 nowadays for F1 on the west coast of the US. If you're watching from Australia, do let me know what time F1 races are for you, because those races are on a Sunday night / Monday morning. So I grew up in Singapore. I distinctly remember you and the thrill that I would have when I'd get to when I'd wake up at 2 in the morning, watch a Champions League game on a Wednesday or whatever it was. It would have been a Wednesday morning for me, because it would be Tuesday night, or Thursday morning. The thrill of staying up late or waking up, whatever, to watch it. I'm sure plenty of school kids in Australia have that sort of an experience as well. If you're curious, by the way, those two cars have started to, well, battle once again. Automove's racing team and DK Motorsports. Would you be surprised to hear that some incident points have been accumulated once again, Ewan?
What do you mean?
I saw the Automove's racing team car slide itself off the track at the chase and pick up another off-track penalty.
You keeping count?
Well, the problem is we don't get a count. I'd be very curious how close they are.
And you've long run out of fingers, so we've got no idea now, I'm afraid, as to how close they are. Yeah, I think that we didn't see it, but I think Liam Kerr running off the road has just put a bit of a gap between the two. I think towards the end of this stint now, especially with Liam Kerr only 3 laps away from a pit stop here, I think this battle may be on hold until the end of the next cycle, and they may be both glad about that. At least they're going to remain both in the race, which was not looking likely at one stage.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have still 25 cars in the field, which is quite remarkable in and of itself. Harold Stadler's lost a whole bunch of time on this lap, I think 5 seconds or so to those in front of him, so I'm not sure if he's maybe had a bit of an issue coming over Skyline and lost a bit of time, but definitely his teammates in front just continuing to break away as they navigate through the traffic once more. traffic is starting to be a bit more frequent in its appearances, even with the smaller fields that we have for this race than for the Bathurst 12 hours, which, let's not forget, Ewan, it's October already this year, which is crazy to say out loud. We'll be back here in a couple of months' time in 2025 for the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours in the month of February. Date still to be confirmed and announced publicly, but should be a lot of fun. Always great to get that race underway with 50 GT3 cars starting in the night.
Yeah, that's when the Europeans have to suffer overnight in the real world, the Bathurst 12 hour. That's our race of suffrage. But it's great to have it back in iRacing again. We're going to hopefully get some of the best variety we've ever had, actually, in GT3 in terms of manufacturers. Good to have the McLaren finally in iRacing, which means another manufacturer that's won the race in real life will be added to the fray, which would be good.
Yeah, and the other we talked about new supercars and some of the other tracks from Australia and Pukekohe from New Zealand as well, you know, being on the development agenda for the team behind the scenes. These are all little things that iRacing's working on. They also announced that some more GT3 cars are in the pipeline as well, which we've already got about 8, 9, or I think maybe even 10 of them. How many more could we have? The answer is yes, apparently. Who knows? Aston Martin, Lexus, Nissan, Bentley. I mean, there's always more to add at the end of the day.
True, but the Nissan and Bentley don't really exist anymore.
So we can get them in with relatively easily, right, Ewan? That's the way it works.
Exactly, yeah. That's what if the Nissan got added to iRacing, I would...
Would you drive it?
Oh, yeah. That's like one of the best cars ever.
I've commentated on you in some GT3 cars before. you remember?
Oh, yeah, I do, yeah. I was in the top 10 once, and then I went off.
I'm pretty sure you did a race at Mount Panorama where you might have started in pit lane.
No, I didn't do Mount Panorama.
Okay, did you skip it because you were too scared?
I don't remember it being on the calendar that season, actually.
Oh, disappointing.
It's probably for the best.
It's okay. I sometimes tell my story of my Bathurst 12 hours experience. I've never tried to do a Bathurst 1000. No, that's not true. That's not true. I've put it from beyond my memory as we watched Dylan Goulston a little bit deep into the corner. Sam Blacklock going to try and take advantage. Now, these cars are difficult to maintain the rhythm over the course of the race, and so one small mistake, very frequent you'll see it, as long as they don't add up lap after lap after lap. Not too bad a thing to see, but Christopher Carvalho in that fiercely forward car is definitely looking strong, Ewan. He's pulled out a bit of a margin to these two as we watch the battle on board with the 215.
He's looking all right, but he's getting reeled in. He came out ahead of these guys. You've got to remember that he was in amongst Howard Stadler when he came out here. He was fifth actually at the time, but of course Vermillion had come in and Howard Stadler has dropped back. So actually Carvalho has sort of just glided his way up to third without really overtaking anybody. And so now he's getting reeled in, although that won't help. Dylan Goulston goes wide into the cutting and big slide into Reed Park. Goodness me, that was a big save.
And there had to be contact, right?
I was going to say, it must be, but I'm not... I don't know, because I couldn't see from there, but you feel like it must have been.
Yeah, you were wondering slightly earlier in the race, how were cars getting so close to one another? I think the reality is at this level, right, if you're trying to put the pressure on, all it takes is that one slip up, a car maybe missing a gear or double shifting or something, you know, all these weird things can be very, very easy to make a bit of a slip up. There's a puff of tire smoke from in front as they slowly close on that Australia-wide racing purple machine, I do believe. So some more traffic up the road in front of them. These are some of the contenders that are looking quite strong. Now, Liam Kerr is back down onto pit lane. He's handing over the Automoves Racing Team 7, the red and black car, to Dylan Cole. So pit window was opened. It's probably at least another 7 laps or so before we see many of the other cars in, though, Ewan. Remember, they're trying to go as long as possible, but they will try and cut out a couple of laps on their stints moving forward. They aren't going to be able to extend and cut a pit stop out.
As I mentioned, if you're going at full speed, you'll manage about 25 laps at full tilt. You will get, in turn get 16 laps to sort of short fill or pit early or whatever you decide to do throughout the 1,000 kilometres. So that's part of their strategy. It came, of course, at the end of the first stint, but I just wonder whether Dylan Cole saw what was going on during that previous stint and thought, Liam, get out. I need to get in here and let me save the car, because otherwise, if he was going to stay in, then you would have thought. We said at the time the crash was only around the corner, but it never happened. But it's probably good for them both to get out the car at the end of this stint.
Wonder what the messages are going to be sent between the two cars now that once both drivers are out. The thing about the sim world is it's easy to dial up another team on the text chat, but there's no physical consequences. As much as we sometimes joke about that, it was really cool, in my opinion, Ewan. Tuesday night, eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series finale. There's $100,000 on the line. It got a bit physical at the end. Bobby Zalenski gives a big shove to Parker White coming into turn 3. You know, yes, Parker White still holds on, but it was really cool seeing the aftermath, the reaction. Both drivers chatting to one another, talking about it all. No ill feelings, no grudges, just some good old hard racing, which is exactly what, for the most part, we've seen here, just without the $100,000 on the line and without the drivers being in person at the same place at the same time.
Yeah, it was it's a finale I need to go back and watch, because I've seen the final lap, looked absolutely insane. So there you go. But yeah, I feel like we've kind of lost that a little bit in sports generally recently. People getting really sort of riled up with one. First of all, actually having proper rivalry and getting annoyed with each other at the time seems to be going away, because people just seem to complain about it these days. And then second of all, just being nice to each other afterwards, which I know some people would say, well, that's kind of lame, but it's kind of the way it's supposed to be, really.
We want more rivalries in sim racing, don't we? I'm not saying we want fights. We want some drama. That's not going to be drama, though. That's a teammate swap coordinated. The two had swapped around slightly earlier with different drivers behind the wheel, but now that Connor Nixon is back into the O2, slides in front of Sam Blacklock, and what can he do to try and put some pressure onto the Miss Frizzle Schoolbox 077. Again, let us know what your favorite team name is in this field. We've got some good ones, haven't we? And we've got some ones that will get me and you in trouble if we say the full name. So forgive us if we skip over some of these team names.
As we have been, expertly, and no one has noticed.
No, someone noticed.
No.
I saw that in the iRacing Esports Network. You know who you are.
Someone tried to get us. They're trying to get rid of us, that's why.
Oh, trying to get us fired, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. This is pretty busy, by the way. These two have just been lapped in the battle for 19th place. Star Motorsport and Frog Leap Juiced Racing Red. Hamish Cleland is the driver behind in the sort of stripe down the side of whatever colour that is. Bluish, as the leaders work their way through. Flipside and the 888. They're not too far ahead of these guys, but it's not a place you want to be if you're a leader, to be honest. There's a lot of cars around here, most of them one lap down. Uncomfortable for sure, but remember, we are 4 laps at most, I think, from Flipside and Andrew Dyson down to pit lane. For David Prada, not quite sure when we'll see him in that 888. Now, 5-Star Motorsport off the road. It's going to allow the switch of position. Frog Leap, Juice Racing, and the 22 take advantage all as Xander Van Hurigen runs his way down to pit lane. A little bit less work for the 888 to do in navigating his way through the traffic. These laps are starting to tick by, though. We're on to the 71st lap of this race. 91 laps left to go for these drivers. Fight for the lead, still within 2.5 seconds. And if you're wondering where Vermilion Esports are, the race leaders who disconnected, had technical issues on lap 8 of this race, Ewan, they are 40 seconds off the lead. They are very much still a chance, or rather have a chance of coming out on top. They have gained about, on average, half a second a lap on the leaders. That brings them to 40 seconds off the lead. If they continue to do that for 90 laps, they will get there, but their time gap and their space between making it to the front of the race and the end of the race, those amount of laps are starting to decrease, actually. I said earlier on that they might actually at most have 40 laps remaining when they get to the front. That I don't think is going to happen anymore. These overtakes are becoming a little bit more difficult. The traffic is becoming a bit more difficult to navigate as well. And I think the front two are very quick as well, as Howard Stadler's overtaken by Sho Kanatake. So that'll be it. Next up for Zach Rattray-White now, the slightly damaged 39.
That's another position loss for Stadler. Like you were saying, I think, and the team were admitting it as well, their driver lineups were picked more for the vibes, for who wanted to drive with each other as opposed to maximizing the performance from each respective car. But still have a chance of getting, you'd say, all three of their cars at least into the top 10, if not with an even better finish. Does seem as though the fourth of their entries, the Orbit Drop Bear Pluto number 26, which had just Josh Banks behind the wheel. It's been 50 minutes or so since that car entered pit lane and has not left since. Now, gap for the leads come down, and come down quite considerably. What has happened to the Flipside 017 to bring David Prada suddenly straight into contention? Now, was there traffic at play? Was there a mistake down at the chase? Whatever the case may be, look at that. Two cars between them and a battle behind. Dylan Goulson shoved wide by Connor Nixon.
Well, I'm afraid he was the one doing the shoving initially, so it was just tit for tat there, I think, between Connor Nixon and Dylan Goulson. That allows both Orbit cars into the top 5, and so that's 3 in the top 5 now. As you say, it is traffic that has brought the gap for the lead down. They've just got past Stefan McCartane, Andrew Ritchie and Hamish Cleland, who are all covered by about 2 seconds. That's a 3-driver battle down for 16th position in this race. So that is what's closed the margin to 1.1, although I think David Prada is still behind a driver or two, and that will be not ideal over the mountain. Here it is.
So, looks okay. Oh, too deep. Yeah, you could see overcommitted, got a bit sideways, and does well to slow it down in time. And that's the Jigsaw Session Wedges Racing number 3 that holds its line without also costing the leader any more time. So, back into the rhythm, back into now the line. And David Prada still yet to find his way past that Jigsaw Racing blue and red car, as a big slide from the rear end for the O2. Connor Nixon pushing hard at the top of the mountain.
I think he's finally been freed here. I think he's been mostly in this stint held back by those ahead of him, struggling to get through, struggling to find clean air. Now he's all of a sudden got it, and he's flying, he's pushing, trying to make the difference, and I think he'll be on the back of Brewster Carvalho before the end of this stint. They are already, though, on the 23rd lap of their stint, some of them, so we're not too far away from having some more pit stops.
So David Prada, I can tell you, has just made his way past that bit of traffic, so now needs to try and close on those in front. Zekarol Esports have just come into pit lane and done a bit of a driver swap. Arturas Kundelis is going to jump into the 3rd driver of the day as we close in on halfway complete in this race. And halfway complete still means around 3 hours of racing left to go. We might just have seen a couple more retirements in this field. 27 saw the green, might now be down to just 23 circulating out on the track. No takers to pit lane from this gaggle of cars this time by, but your race leader is on to the 23rd lap of his stint. We're not far away from pit stops for them all.
Yeah, we are not too far away at all. Here, 25 laps going at full speed, if indeed that's what they decide to do. Does look like Team Extensible have just made their way into pit lane for damage, doesn't it? So yeah, there might be a couple of more drivers out the race as Sho Kanatake comes into the pit lane in the 54 from the top 10.
Yeah, I saw Team Extensible extending themselves into the tire barrier at Griffin's Bend, unfortunately. So I'm not quite sure we're going to see them again. And we saw Team OCE, the 6. Luke Evans had his big moment at turn 1. That saw him out hard into the outside wall. And so joining Orbit Drop Bear Pluto, Green at Esports in watching on from the sidelines. Tomoyasu Inatani is in for the TC Corsa Esports W setup by PDD 54. Are we going to see a driver change there? Inatani's been very impressive in his stint to bring that car forward a couple of spots. Might see him return into the thick of the fighting towards the closing stages. Now, these drivers are really starting to get caught up behind the traffic, and so Connor Nixon, Sam Blacklock, they are closer to Brewster Carvalho than they've been for quite a while, but this is the issue. They've almost run into a complete standstill there down from the dipper, and so watch this exit from the elbow. If you are Dylan Goulson, you might try and take advantage here. Big sideways moment there as the lights flash, and Goulson's in the grass and in the air.
Has he? Oh, he's held on. He's just about held on. He's lost loads of time, but he's held on. It's just about trying to get the exit off for Forrestal, but with the 2 ahead getting slowed up by lap traffic there, he would have seen his opportunity and thought this would be a chance for me to get up into the top 5 again, but he just got over ambitious on the power. And through the air he went as he bobbled over one of the access roads, so he drops a few seconds further back into 6th position. That's a real shame. And by the way, the reason they were finding that so difficult is because it's Dylan Cole in the number 7. They are battling for top 10 in the overall of this race by the end. They're just on a different strategy. That's why it's quite so difficult.
So fiercely forward, down to pit lane for Brewster Carvalho. Now just waiting for the race leader. This is the onboard look with Miss Frizzle's school bus. Now, school buses, as far as I'm aware, aren't meant to go up in the air, but as long as you're strapped in and safe, then you're all good. So seatbelts on, children, and we survived that one safely. Now, a bit of a swap around there once again. This is interesting, the fact that Blacklock and Nixon, it's the 3rd time they've swapped in around 25 laps.
Yeah, I don't know why either, really, because I think Connor Nixon's quicker, personally, but anyway, here's the slow-mo. All 4 off the ground? Yes.
Oh, definitely. How has he not damaged the splitter on that car, by the way?
No idea. How is he not in the wall? That's the bigger question.
Okay, and so Daniel Gray did tell me that, I brought this up at the start of the broadcast, they have $700 of sponsorship on it and legitimately have been sponsored by a vegan Christmas market at a church in the UK. I want to know which vegan Christmas market that is, because I want to get some super slow-mos of the car to try and figure out which of the sponsors we need to be looking at.
Whereabouts is this Christmas market as well? How close is it to me?
Because you're just thinking, how do I get there and how do I buy some food?
I don't want to think about Christmas just yet, but you know,
it's already October. We're getting there.
Oh, come on, give it a rest. You got to wait at least another couple of months yet, for goodness sake.
In a couple of months it will be past Christmas.
No, it won't. 2 months. Yeah. It's 5th of December.
Oh, fair. Okay, well, I was thinking 3 months. You know.
Yeah. I'm happy to wait 3 months too. You know.
To not get any Christmas music played this holiday period. Got it. We will make sure to play maximum Merry Christmas on RaceSpot moving forward. Now, your race leader is in. Now, they're in early, at least compared to the rest of the field. You can see the pair of Orbit drop bear cars staying out. The 888 stays out as well. And Andrew Dyson going to hand back over to Brian Borg, who started the race. 75 laps complete. And back into the car for Brian Borg.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is Borg's last stint as well here, because I think Dyson was very impressive in that stint, by the way. Held the margin to Prada really well, held the margin to Zach White at the front at the time very well as well. So I think it could be him to the end, very possibly, but we'll wait and see on that front. It was 25 laps in the car, by the way, for Flipside, so they're still going on this normal strategy of 24 laps at the beginning, but 25 after that. That still gives them 13 laps of short filling to play with. Zach White for Vermilion certainly doesn't have that. I'm going to begin, by the way, to work out whether they're going to make it on 6 stops remaining at the end of this stint here. And we'll get back to that in a moment.
All right, we'll let you dawdle off and do your math when you get a chance. Nearing in on the halfway point of this race, and it is starting to intensify, I think, in terms of that strategy, because you are committed at this point. You've done so many laps, you've either saved some fuel or you've not saved your fuel. And so your options somewhat limited. Whoever's committed early does have a bit more to play for. One thing that I've just noticed, and it's taken me 74 laps apparently to realize this, but these 2 Orbit drop bear cars are actually different. One's gone for the Holden, one's gone for the Ford. And of course, you can't do that here in these supercars, because even though they look different, they both share the same setups, they both share the same physics, and so it doesn't really matter which one you pick. It's all down to your own personal preference. A little bit different, Ewan, to what you and I usually have to talk about in endurance races with car choices, where those dreaded words, balance of performance, they come into play.
Yes, it felt in real life like the Ford brought this car out to sort of deal with this new Holden that came out a couple of years before, and it just was a bit better. But we don't really have that difference here. It's good to have both manufacturers, though. Even if it is just down to 2 in V8 supercars these days, it is good to have them both, as David Prada comes in to pit lane, and so does the 077.
It's funny you mentioned number of manufacturers, Ewan. Did you see the other news about the world of supercars?
Yes, I was very excited.
Oh, I may have made a comment in one of the Discords I'm in that I would very much want to buy a Supra now.
It's great to have more than 2 manufacturers, isn't it? It was those years where we had 5 were just excellent, I thought.
There is something about V8 supercars which is just pure unbridled racing as well. Like, it is some of the purest form of racing. There is, by the way, as off and away the 888 goes, 45 seconds. How many sponsors have they put on that car? The vegan Christmas market's on the rear wing.
Yeah, I saw it when it was in the air because it was perfectly tilted for the screen. So maybe that's why they went through the air and through the access road there. But they must be raking it in with all these sponsors. Look at that.
Oh, I mean, that's not bad to get. So they got Moose and Moose on the side. What's on the front hood? That's a rather aggressive thing, isn't it?
Can't really see because of the writing, and the grey bonnet is not really conducive to seeing. So I don't know, but it's quite an amalgamation of things.
Amalgamation is the best way to describe it. So should see these two in this time by, you'd assume. Sam Blacklock, Connor Nixon in the Orbit Drop Bear cars.
Well, Blacklock might
extending
not
the stint once again.
Yeah, Blacklock might not be. He's only done 24 laps so far at the end of this one, so I would hold fire on him, but I would expect Connor Nixon to be in at the end of this one, lifting off a little bit on the way towards the chase. Maybe the teammates are just going to follow one another in, though. Let's wait and see. Out of the chase, Blacklock does indeed come in, so he cuts this one short.
I think we are at the stage now where they'll probably feel safe to work onto pit lane together. Have not yet seen any mistakes on pit entry, which is also good to see as they make their way down to the limiter. And now Trundle down pit lane once again. There goes some of the lapped cars staying on track. Following in these drivers as well, I think, is the Australia wide racing purple car. Vermilion Esports will retake the lead, though. Ewan, did you catch the gap before these drivers came down to pit lane?
I wasn't. I was thinking about 35, but I can't be exactly sure. I think it was about 35. So the time gain was less, but there was still a gain.
They are running out of time, though. And again, even if they don't grab the win, if they can get a podium, a top 5, what a fight back it would be. And some proper endurance racing spirit being shown by plenty of teams. The Team OCE number 6, by the way, Luke Evans, mentioned they had a big smash into the wall at turn 1 on the outside. Back out onto track, 12 laps down. Love to see it. Driver changes? Well, Dylan Goulson stayed in that car. Harrison Lilas is into the number 39, and Connor Nixon stays in the 02. So at that point of the race as well, Ewan, where things are getting very much shaken up as to who's in the car at what time.
There's Goulson as well. He's going to gain back on Nixon here. So, as you say, lots of different drivers around, but not really here. Nixon and Goulson are going to be nose to tail again here after not changing either of them. So out they go, but Goulson has caught them back up again. He lost a lot of time in that slide, as you might expect at Forest Elbow, but the undercut has worked himself right back into the group that will become the group for 5th position, maybe 4th, when Vermilion come in.
And so is it the net race lead? Not quite sure, but Flipside and Gentleman, a short view back to the past, Esport Racing Motorsport. Still need to come up with a better nickname for that team name. Look at how close they are to one another. It's, what, 3 car lengths between them as they head out left from the elbow once again. They're on the 77th lap of this race. We're almost halfway through. And your 2 leaders, that is the 2 of them, split by a couple of car lengths. Now, if you are David Prada, one thing to keep in mind is it's just 2 drivers in the 017, so you know Andrew Dyson, you know Brian Borg, you know where their pace is. For the car doing the chasing, though, with David Prada and Daniel Ferguson, David Prada has shown us less of his speed so far, right? He's into his 2nd stint. He's been very quick as compared to Daniel Ferguson. If he continues this in his 2nd stint, avoids making any mistakes, they could be very much the favorites at this point, Ewan. They've been coming on stronger as the race goes deeper.
They certainly have, but the reason I think Brian Borg might be making his final stint right now is that I think Dyson was quicker Dyson was against Prada in this previous stint. He held the margin very well at about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds throughout a very long stint. So I think Borg is either struggling to get up to speed here, which is understandable compared to Prada, who is, or he's just not quite as quick as Dyson. Now Prada moves to the inside. Doesn't go for it, though. Borg will hang on this time round. But, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 888 in the lead before long.
I think it's coming. I think that move is brewing. It might take a couple of laps, but don't expect David Prada to push the case here. And again, it's an interesting one, right? We've seen Daniel Ferguson, for the most part, in sports cars, you know, LMP2 prototypes or GT3 race cars. Not necessarily seen him in these sort of cars. He was driving a bit of IndyCar earlier this year. Great to see him continuing to branch out and just continuing to develop his skill set a little bit more. So swap around between teammates then, as Connor Nixon jumps in front of Tyson Broad for 5th position, all as Dylan Goulson sits behind them. As out through Reed Park they go once again. Getting back up to speed after putting some fresh tires onto the car. And so we mentioned earlier at the very start of this race, when they've got some in-car tools, the anti-roll bars, the brake bias adjustments, they got to make sure as well, every time they jump back in at the start of a stint, reset them, move them to where they need to be. Here comes the speed, though. Battle for the net race lead. Look to the inside from David Prada. Not even a defense from Brian Borg, and the 888 hits the front.
Yeah, Borg realises that any battling between the two just helps their rivals, doesn't help either of the two of them. So he's much better off just tucking in behind and trying to stay with the 888, but that could be a difficult assignment here. As I say before, this could be Borg's final stint. We'll wait and see, but I reckon it could be. And then Dyson can go at Prada, or indeed Ferguson, when he gets back in a little bit later on. We'll wait and see on that front too, but this is a very interesting race. When the 888 cycles through to the lead, will that be 4th, 5th leader, something like that?
At least our 4th, I'm pretty sure. Could be our 5th, but don't quote me on that one, that's for sure. I'm also not quite sure, but is David Prada Lucas Prada's Smurf account?
Good shout.
I've never seen David Prada before. Never commentated on him before. And I've commentated on quite a few of the European drivers.
But the Prada has an accent on one of the A's. I don't think Lucas Prada does.
Oh, no, he does. He does.
Oh, does he? Oh, right. Oh, definitely then, surely.
So Daniel Ferguson just said perhaps, which is a yes, isn't it?
Yeah, that's such a yes. He might as well have said yes.
So it's Lucas Prada alongside of Daniel Ferguson. I've been wondering that for 79 laps, you know?
That's going to make me feel wrong when I actually say the name in sim now, because that's not his name. Or is it his name? Is it his middle name? What's going on?
That's a good point.
He's just made up a name.
I'm going to just say Lucas Prada moving forward, okay?
Oh, that's really going to mess my head, because that's not what I'm going to be seeing. Why? What is the point of all these Smurf accounts? You know.
This is why the best Smurf account that we've ever had was Marcus Hamilton. And you have to say it with that inflection as well, because it was spelled out in that way. Like, he took his name and he absolutely butchered it.
Well, yeah, I don't know what Lucas Prada can do with his name though to make it not like his actual name. I don't know. I'm out. Anyway, I was trying not to think about that too much. It's really going to mess with my head.
What would Ewan O'Leary's Smurf account be? Ewan O'Pavey. That's what it would be.
No.
Yes, yes, it would, Mr. Sebring Repaver.
I wouldn't go for first. I'd take the E off the first name as well, probably.
Wan O'Pavey.
Yeah, or Hugo's just put I should just change my first name to Evan.
Oh, that's true, Evan O'Leary. I forgot that was.
People just seem to bother with that anyway, so I might as well just stick with it, you know.
Evan O'Leary, that's a good point. So now that we've seen the 888, by the way, hit the front, we're watching the fight just behind that Jigsaw Session Wedges Racing machine. So that's 19th position. These are cars that are one lap down. Wondering if we are going to see some breakaways building from some of those drivers. About inside of the top 7 or so. And I did say that I would not be surprised if top 7 were the only cars left on the lead lap, trending in that direction right now. Was a big commitment up the inside from Banter Alliance Racing. They slow it down in time and are coming through. What's going to happen is the AMS Tech Sport Academy cars potentially in the mix as well around the outside through the cutting. It's a bold place to make a pass stick.
Very bold, but with the inside at Reed Park in a moment. Whoa, that was close to contacting them both in the wall, but they get away with it somehow. Brandon Grotch makes his way past, and Sean McNamara loses 2 places in one go there. That could have been a lot worse. And now I think the 3 of them will disperse, but yeah, that could have been very bad indeed. There was that just sort of awkward contact where you could just see one of the cars getting spun around and into the wall maybe, and then strewn across the road, but thankfully that didn't happen.
And again, it goes to the level of the field that we have. Even though we're not having all of the best V8 Supercars drivers that maybe, might be competing in the upcoming V8 Scops Bathurst 1000, we've still got a fairly high level of driver that's been able to... We haven't had too many big incidents. I think that's the way to say it, right? We survived lap 1 with absolutely no drama, all 27 up and down the mountain just fine. And since then, had now 3 retirements, Team Extensible, Orbit, Drop Bear, Pluto, and the Greener Esports crew. Everyone else still out there and circulating. And for the most part, the only damage that we've seen is drivers scraping the wall, Ewan, which, to be honest, at Mount Panorama, everyone gets a bit of those battle scars over the course of 161 laps.
They certainly do. It wouldn't be Bathurst without them, that's for sure. This could produce a bit of a problem, though, for the 888 team as a result of battles up ahead. So we'll see how this is negotiated. Lee Crowhurst is the one just up immediately ahead in the Ford. Doesn't necessarily get out of the way before the mountain either, so this is going to benefit Zach Rattray-White especially, who brings his lead out to 25 seconds, and the 888 will probably lose maybe another second over the mountain here.
Now, you don't actually have to pull aside like that, but that is very, very courteous. Once he decided to let the leaders go by, to let it happen as soon as possible out through the exit of the cutting, back over to the battle for 10th position as Arturas Candelas. First time we've seen him in the car today. He's got Ty Delaney behind. Delaney was in our YouTube chat slightly earlier. Remember, that car's been through the wars. You can see the front end's been pushed in a couple of times. Those bumper cars being played with the Auto Moves Racing Team, number 7 at one point. This has been a little bit of a cleaner battle, as officially now we are halfway through this race. So we've had all these teams survive to this point, Ewan. Just 80 or so more laps for them to see the checkered flag.
Yeah, about halfway now. So just a couple more until Zach Rattray-White knows that he can make it to the end. The reason I bring that up, I said earlier I was going to do some maths. I did do. Lap 83 is the lap where, the very minimum lap where Zach Rattray-White needs to come in to pit lane, knowing that he can make 2 more stops after the stop he's about to make. So if it is lap 83, it will be 3 26-lap stints. I don't reckon he's done any of those 26-lap stints yet, so if he's going to get to the end on 6 stops just like everybody else, he'll have to start fuel saving that little bit more than they have been so far, if indeed that is the case. But let's wait and see what lap they come in.
I think we are somewhat operating on the assumption that they are just pushing to the end, so will be a small splash and dash maybe, but get a better sense, as you mentioned, as we work through the remaining stints, how much they're pushing, how much they're saving. Watch the hands at work for Ty Delaney once more, down through the dipper. Candelas looks quite comfortable, even though relatively inexperienced in this particular car. Quite interesting as well that there's a couple of Europeans that have woken up quite early, hoping to race against some more experienced competition and really test their mettle. Love to see it. And so Candelas, which way is he going to defend on that run towards the chase, as through the gears they go up towards 6th in the draft, and closing as well for the 52. Here comes DK Motorsports, a 1/10 of a second behind. A lift off of the throttle and no commitment under the brakes for the time being.
The 808 car is just going to pop into view here as well, closing in. So Noel Lunenberg is doing this race on his own, I'm going to guess, because his team name is himself. So he'll be on his own and be disqualified at the end. But nevertheless, he's closing in on these two now. Last time round gained 3 tenths on Delaney and 3/4 of a second on Candelas. And over the line here, he's going to gain some more because they're side by side again. as they go on to 80 to go themselves. Kundelis round the outside should hang on here with the run round the outside, and he'll have the inside at turn 2, which will prevail as well.
It's a nice little fight. Are they going to allow Noel Lundberg, who's pretty sure doing this race solo as well, so he's one of those drivers that's going to get to the end of this race and get disqualified for the privilege of completing 161 laps up and down the mountain. It's getting closer and closer, that is for sure. And how aggressive is he going to be? Probably not very aggressive. How far back are your leaders, though? Traffic is at some point going to be a factor. They're only about 20 seconds, so by the end of this stint, based on the lap times that we've got, might expect this to end up swapping around. And speaking of leaders, by the way, Zach Ratteray-White continues just to pump in some really quick lap times up front. David Prada, Brian Borg. As much as David Prada looked quick in closing and making his move to pass the 017, Ewan, since that happened, he's not been able to run away, and Borg, much like we saw from him in the first stint of the race, holding very close the car in front of him.
Yeah, so clearly it was about getting up to speed for Brian Borg. Obviously, Prada was already up to speed because he'd been doing the previous stint to this one, but Brian Borg had just got in, so there was clearly a bit of time to get used to the car again and get used to the circuit or whatever. And now he's back with Prada. So will he actually go and overtake? Based on what we saw from Brian Borg in the first couple of stints of the race, I'm not sure, but he will certainly just stay there and float around as they just bleed a little bit more time to Vermilion Esports. Yeah, 25 seconds is still the gap. Now Vermilion on to lap 83, and they're beginning at lap 25 as well of the stint. So this could be another a stop on this lap as well for Zach Ratteray-White.
So after what's been a very quick stint for him, I'm looking forward to getting a bit of a sense for his margin to the leaders once again. It was about 44, 45 seconds last time he came out of the pit lane. See what it will be this time as he cycles his way down to the box one more time in that race leading 217. Meanwhile, DK Motorsports, a very good run off of turn 1 for Ty Delaney. Kundelis is going to force him to go the long way around. We've seen this not work on a couple of occasions. Not going to even attempt it this time around, and settles back into line one more time. So, again, remember, Zach Ratteray-White into pit lane. We do have to see Jacob O'Reilly back into the car at some point. Speaking of, here he comes. Jumps back in right as we reach the halfway mark of this race.
Yeah, not surprised at all, although this may be his last stint as well, O'Reilly. Is he going to be able to do the 26 laps, or are we going to see them just continue at full speed as he suggested earlier? We'll have our answer in about 50 minutes or so, as the two new leaders, maybe this is the first lap that Triple Eight has actually led, although I'm not entirely sure. They're holding on for the moment. Anyway, in towards turn number 2, Brian Borg just in behind, and finally the number 7 has lost its front end. Just suggested this might happen a while ago, but the Automoves Racing team has now lost its front end somewhere.
And that looks like it's going to struggle to go around the mountain without maybe compromising someone else's race. So he'll be maybe looking in the F3 box. Never mind, he's towed back to pit lane as Murray's corner overcommits and straight into the wall and leaves that fender lying as he departs the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, as we rejoin the live pictures, Miss Frizzle's school bus, the 077, Dylan Goulson got very close to try to make a move to pass Tyson Broad, but that's a very wide orbit drop there, 2:15. It continues to hold on to the time being. And Connor Nixon has pulled out 2.2 seconds since the teammate swap around. So let's see if he's going to be able to close back up to the fiercely forward number 11 in the fight for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, I think the battle for third could even be better for the battle for the win, but this one's decent too right now. So let's wait and see on that front. Just think that Brian Borg is going to sit behind here for a while, so I don't think we're going to really have a battle until the very end. I've got a feeling he'll sit there for a while, and then just as he did, maybe it was the first stint of the race, was it, or the second, he sat behind for ages, then overtook on the way towards the chasers. They both came into pit lane because he knew that would be a free car length, if you like, on the way into the lane. So I think that's what we're going to see here with Brian Borg. Through at lap 84, and this is going to be the situation for a little while, as long as he can keep up with Prado, which I think he will do.
Oh, I can already tell. Yep, that's not going to end well for Team Extensible. And as 5-Star Motorsports cycle their way past, this looks like a very uncomfortable place to be parked. No thank you, no thank you. Oh no, I'm scared, I'm scared.
Yes.
I assumed by the fact that we stayed on that replay that there was about to be something bad that was about to happen.
We didn't want to see it, that's why. Didn't want to see it, I was just covering my eyes.
You were looking away from it, weren't you?
Well, yeah, exactly. By the way, you mentioned earlier about cars on the lead lap. These guys have just got over a minute. I reckon we're going to be about 9 later on. I think there's a fairly obvious gap there, isn't there? 35 seconds between 9th and 10th at the moment. So that's going to be where I think we're going to see the lap break. So these guys will be fighting for the first 1 lap down. It's no longer DK Motorsports in with Liam Kerr battling anymore, because the number 7's crashed and is down the field, unfortunately, but they can't get themselves away from battles by the looks of it.
No, they have found themselves attracted to basically a fight throughout the course of this race. Every single time we've looked at them, they're in the thick of the fighting. And as we now find ourselves past the halfway marker of this race, I wonder if we will start to see that attrition pick up. Now 4 teams seem to be watching on from the pit lane, as once again drag race down to Griffin's Bend as they dive down into the braking zone and just sitting back into line and riding as they are. Up front, it is still 0.4 of a second between the top 2, but Ewan, have you seen the margin back to Vermilion Esports, the 217?
It's not really changed from what I've seen before the pit stop, unless I read it wrong. I think it was about 35, 36, now it's down to 34, but it's going to start to slowly come down and down and down. The problem, again, I mentioned it earlier, O'Reilly's got to get past Goulson, Broad and Nixon pretty shortly, and Byron Pierce as well. That's going to take some time.
And this is where you were saying at the start, right? He's now to those cars that have enough speed that the passes aren't going to come so easy unless they get a message in their ear from a team manager or a teammate saying, you know what, it's not worth a fight right now. Let them go, and maybe we'll just try and draft forward with them. Leaders into traffic once again, as David Prater's led for a whole handful of laps now after we saw the Vermilion 217 head down to the pit lane. Brian Borg still looking very, very comfortable for the time being, though. Dylan Goulson gets in front of Tyson Broad. I was just about to ask you, Ewan, if you had to predict a winner right now, you've got plenty of data to work with. Put your Larco face mask on. Think strategy. Think the big picture. Who's got the best hand right now and who can execute to the very end?
I think the 888 and the 017 have got almost exactly the same strategy going on at the moment. The fact that they came in 1 lap apart last time really is near as makes no difference. So they are absolutely neck and neck as things stand. The real cat amongst the pigeons is Jacob O'Reilly and the Vermilion Esports car, because they're the quickest in the field. I think that much is clear. But they are at a severe disadvantage to start with. So it's difficult to say whether they are going to come through the field and still be a factor towards the front. I'm going to say it's going to be between one of the front 2. And I think I was very impressed with Dyson's speed in that previous stint. So if he's in the car towards the end, I'm going to go with him beating the 888 to the win.
And we haven't seen too much of Dyson either. David Prada and Daniel Ferguson, clearly relatively inexperienced in this car. Daniel Ferguson said his first laps were apparently this week in getting prepared for the race. But it goes to show that they brought over their knowledge, their experience from some of the other cars. They've dialed in a decent enough setup to where they're comfortable and they can keep the tires underneath them for the 25 laps of the stint or so. At the very end, though, will the experience maybe just play a little bit more of a benefit, knowing how to be a bit more aggressive and push the case? That's the thing that we're wondering about. As back over to the fight with Zekril Esports, DK Motorsports, and then the sole entrant, Noel Lundberg, in the 808 entry. Out of the elbow once again. Can Ty Delaney get a bit of a better exit this time and try and get the slingshot down to the kink?
Is the exit good enough out of Forest Elbow? No, I think they're pretty even, really. I think they'll stay single file this time round, and Noel Lundberg is very much just watching, sitting and waiting and watching here. This group, by the way, have 30 seconds ahead and 30 seconds behind, so they're really on their own. They're about to be the last cars on the lead lap, and so they can take their time over this, and they're very much battling for the final spot inside the top 10 alone. So it might be a good thing, actually, just to keep the battle nice and a bit cleaner with no one else around them. But oh dear, that wasn't clean. DK Motorsport's in the grass slightly down the final corner, but they're okay, and they'll get over the line again, start a new lap. Yeah, it's probably good for them that there's nobody around them. This is probably the cleanest part of the track anywhere.
The track's not as busy as it gets during the Bathurst 12 hours, as we mentioned before. That's a race where there's 50 cars on track here in our iRacing special events. This time we've got just 27 in our grid today, but when you do get into the traffic, these are cars that are a bit more difficult maybe to work your way through. Again, mentioned that they have no ABS, no traction control, so when you're trying to slow the car down, you're trying to avoid mistakes there. Same thing to be said when you're getting onto the power. These drivers doing a relatively good job of managing a lot of horsepower being put down to just the rear wheels. And these are the old generation supercars. The new generation, current generation, whatever you want to call them, because they're racing currently out there in the real world. Coming to iRacing probably in the next build. It just missed the cutoff for the iRacing build a couple of weeks ago. Maybe a month or so ago now, how time flies. But that's going to be very, very exciting. And now, Ewan, like we were saying earlier, they have the new Toyota Supra. The question that I'm really wondering is, when do we get that car in as well?
That's going to be a while, I think, but it's going to be great when it does, if it does. As we said earlier, very excited about having a third manufacturer in supercars for the first time in a while. I don't know when. Maybe 5 years or so, maybe more.
And if Toyota is listening to this, which they're definitely not, but if you are, please sell the Supra with a V8 to people on the road, because they're putting a V8 into it for the race car, but you can't buy the car with a V8 right now.
So motorsport, isn't it? You've got to be able to sell it in some sort of form on the road, in terms of...
Yeah, but they sell it with a V6, that's what I mean.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, it's not quite the same though, is it?
It's 2 more cylinders, so therefore it's 2 more better. That's how it works, I've been told.
2 more better, yes. That sounds good. Yeah, no, it does look fantastic. Let's hope that it races well as well. It's always the fear, isn't it, with a new manufacturer trying to catch up with 2 manufacturers who've been there forever. It can be tricky, but let's hope it goes well.
They'll have what? It's Walkinshaw and Andretti that's going to be running the cars, isn't it, when they enter? So got a decent team to maybe help power them with some decent drivers as well. So it'll be very exciting. Like you say, always good to have more manufacturers join the fun, and hopefully get it represented on iRacing at some point as well. 88 laps in the books though, and it is still just 0.3 of a second that separates these 2 leaders. Brian Borg hunting down Lucas Prada as they sequence out of turn 1 once again, just the 0.3 between them. In the last 2 or so hours, I would say, they've been able to build the gap to those behind. It's now, what, 22 seconds to the Fiercely Forward team. It's got a somewhat comfortable hold on 3rd position right now. And so if I'm the other driver, if I'm trying to tell my teammate anything right now, Ewan, the one message I have is, let's keep it simple. Let's not do anything overly complex. Like I said earlier, be up front, heading into the final lap, and then let's try and push to the very end.
Yeah. It's easier said than done, of course, and Brian Borg there in towards the cutting. Got that slightly wrong, just a bit too late on the brakes, very nearly hit the back of the 888. Went a bit wide, and now you can see the gap just cruised to over half a second. Over the top of the mountain now, just quite tightly up on the inside there through the left-hander. Now over at Skyline, bouncing from wall to wall effectively down here. Trying to stay as close as possible without brushing them. There you go. Again, just missing it again, as he has done for all 89 laps so far. Then down Forest Elbow, really steep braking zone into left-hander, looking for the exit, and the 888 has got the better exit here as well. It's a bit of good lap from Prada, who puts a bit of time into Brian Borg.
And so, just a story to bring up, you know, now that we are deep into this race, one thing that all these teams have got to be keeping in mind is, you know, preserving the car. You can damage the engine in this car, and I did a V8 Supercars race, a V8 Scops race at Phillip Island with my teammate Adam Blocker a couple of years ago. Going into the very final lap of the race, there was a late race safety car, and we were fighting up inside, I think it was the top 15 or something, and trying to get up into the top 10. He aggressively downshifted, a little too aggressively, and blipped a little bit too much and over-revved the engine, and boom, engine decided to no longer work on the final lap. So heading into the final stages, you know, we talk about maybe trying to not push too hard right now, leave a little bit in the tank for later as a driver. Also make sure that you're not damaging the equipment underneath you, because that's a rather heartbreaking way, Ewan, to have a race end on you, to shift gears and suddenly no longer have a working car.
I did a race last week where someone blew the engine off the grid.
How?
So I'm not entirely sure, really, but I didn't ask. But yeah, it is quite a heartbreaking way to end your race with an engine failure. So and unlike in a lot of modern day cars, this is why one of the reasons why the V8 supercars are so great is that, I don't know, I still call them that. Sorry, it's, you know, muscle memory. It's the fact that these things can still happen these days in some of the most modern cars, like, you know, GTs and prototypes or whatever, ones that are a step above but similar in some ways to these. You can't really blow the engines anymore because they don't let you. But in these, you'd still got to do everything yourself. No traction control, no ABS. Still ways to blow the engine. You don't get much help, but that's what makes it so great.
I love watching the pedal cams as well, right, from some of the drivers. I'm trying to think, when you watch the pedal cams as well, you just realize that they drive so differently sometimes from how we do in sim, right? Because, like, watching them pump the brake before they get to the brake zone, just to bring the pads a little bit closer together, so when they get on the brakes there's a little less travel. Like, there's all those little things that we don't necessarily think about that do come into play, and always interesting thinking about those little nuances. Still watching, though, of course, Zekril Esports, DK Motorsports, fighting for 10th position with Noah Longberg sitting directly behind. Tell you what, though, I think we're not far away from getting some of these teams into pit lane. Ewan and I have talked enough. Maybe we should step aside, a little bit of a fan immersion, bring in the sound of the engines a bit more. Why don't we jump on board with the DK Motorsports car and take in a couple of laps, take in the sights and sounds of Mount Panorama, or let's jump on board with TC Corsa Esports. No, let's jump on board with DK Motorsports and see what Mount Panorama has to offer from the viewpoint of Ty Delaney. So plenty of fuel saving going on for Ty Delaney there. Does it open the door for a move from behind? Switch back off to the camera shots from the run up towards Griffin's Bend. And here comes Noel Longberg to try and take a position the long way around. He's running this race solo. Rear end steps around on him though, and unfortunately settles back into 12th for the time being. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary here from the mountain for the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 1000 powered by Next Level Racing. The gap up front, 0.6 of a second between the 888 and the 017. And Ewan, we've still got a long way left to go, but it's very much looking like it's down to the 2-horse race up front.
Well, yes, but we've still got to count Vermilion Esports into this one, I feel. They've maybe got something left to say in this one. While we were away there at Fan Emergent, they just overtook the Orbit Drop Bear Mercury car, the 215, and so the Vermilion Esports car is up to 6th place now, but as I said earlier, they will have to make lots of overtakes, especially in this stint of the race. They've not really been able to do it through the undercut, which they would have liked. Instead, it's going to have to be done on the road, and it will cost them time, hence why they've only gained 3 or 4 seconds so far in their stint, which is now nearly 10 laps long.
10 laps for them as well, where they've been quite consistent in terms of lap times. Jacob O'Reilly was in our chat earlier saying that his previous stint, he felt the pressure of trying to push every single lap. The balance of the car, of course, moving around and trying to stay on top of it. Ty Delaney on top of the curb, bounces over. Left side tires launched into the air, but just a driver very much as he is fuel saving, still trying to push to keep his pressure onto the rear wing of Arturus Kundelis as we begin to work our way once again towards a pit stop window for these drivers. Going to be opened, of course, by those that came in slightly earlier last time by. We did see some drivers trying to make some track position work by coming in early, putting some fresh tires onto the car. I don't think you want to drive that much into the grass in the Zakharol Esports number 10. Straighten it back over to the right-hand side and onto the tarmac.
Well, they'll get away with it through there. They'll be pleased the grass is not quite as slippery as it used to be back in the day. Although there isn't much of it round here because you'll find the wall quicker than you really find the grass. These guys now over a minute and a half off the 2 leaders who are currently separated by 3/4 of a second, and so you can imagine when those 2 leaders get up to these 3, it's going to be a bit of a moment in this race. And generally, when you're in the lead lap and you're in the lead, you don't want to be coming up on a big battle like this, but they're going to have to lap them at some point in the remaining, 75-ish laps, 77 laps remaining. No, less, sorry, 67.
I was going to say, that math didn't compute to me, but you corrected yourself. I didn't have to jump in there. A couple more teams on pit lane, it would seem. Australia-wide Racing Purple, Alexander Morris is in. So that's another one. A race lead, by the way, starting to open up. I wonder if David Prada, there was a period of the race where it was very close between him and Brian Borg. Is there now a little bit of the afterburners being set alight? And has David Prada also done a double stint now? And are we expecting him to jump out of the car and for his teammate Daniel Ferguson to get back in for a double stint of his own, potentially? That's one of the things that maybe they are thinking about. In terms of strategy calls. And we'll find out in a couple of laps time once they jump onto the pit lane once again. I do find that choice of livery quite interesting as well, right? For an American paired up with the European, they've managed to mishmash the green and gold for Australia with, I'm pretty sure, what's a New Zealand flag on the bonnet. Yes,
I was going to just hold off earlier and get it right, and it is indeed. That's why I just presumed it was an Australian flag on the front, because it was, it had the traditional Australian green with it. Is that a kangaroo on the side? I can't
Probably
really
is.
But are kangaroos exclusive to Australia? I've got no idea. Anyway, it is the New Zealand flag, as you can see, the red stars. So God knows what's going on there.
It's a kangaroo with boxing gloves on it as well, if you're curious.
Now, they're not in Australia. I know that much.
The kangaroos with boxing gloves.
I don't know where they're found, but not on Earth.
I don't actually know if kangaroos are only in Australia, but I don't think I've ever heard of kangaroos being elsewhere. I feel like I should know this, having grown up in Singapore, but I have absolutely no idea. Now, these drivers are, once again, in a battle, but with some traffic around them as well, so just keep that in mind as Zekerill, DK, and No Lundberg all fight 10th, 11th, and 12th positions. There's one car in the queue, the black and yellow car, that they're just slowly working their way through as quickly as they can. Your race lead, I'm not quite sure, as quickly as I said that it opened up, it's closed back down again. Yeah. This is great stuff.
It is. It keeps happening as well, though. Brian Borg is just closing up to the back of Prada and then making a mistake and dropping back again. We saw it while we were on board about 20 minutes ago or so. Just made a mistake into the cutting. The gap was up to 3/4 of a second over the top. He brought it back where we weren't looking. He's brought it back again here. It's just going out and coming back again. So these two are going to stay like this, I think, for the remainder of this stint. They're on the end of lap 20 now for Prada. They're not going to come in at the same time. Borg is going to be in first, and so I reckon he will make the overtake on the very last lap of his stint just to gain a bit of time and just to get in the way of Prada, really.
And we were talking about this with the first sequence of pit stops. The benefit of being out front is that you control your own entry into the pit lane and the speed at which you're entering. So I think that's definitely something to look at. It's very interesting just comparing as well. The cars look very balanced right now, which is to say they're both being driven hard, but within the limits. Bit of understeer there, yes, for Brian Borg, but where we're seeing other drivers slip and slide a little bit more around the track, these two seem a little bit more controlled, and I think that's why they're up front by this margin as well. They haven't really been losing time in a couple of places every single lap. They've just been keeping it all together and are doing exactly what they need to do. The gap back to Vermillion is 30 seconds though, and officially now below 30 seconds for the first time in quite a while, Ewan. Yeah,
first time since they disconnected, I suppose, unless we're counting pit stop cycles, which I'm not. So that is an important thing to note, but the time that they're gaining does seem to be decreasing with each stint here. There'll be 2 more stints at the end of this one, as long as Jacob O'Reilly and Zach White can actually save the fuel required to make it just 2 more stops for themselves as well as everybody else remaining in this race. So that's something else to note as well. But effectively here they're going to have to gain closing on half a second a lap, and they were doing that earlier, but in this middle third of their recovery it doesn't seem that they've quite been able to go at the same speed. Whether that means everyone else has picked up their speed or whether they've decreased slightly, I'm not sure, but the rate of closing is certainly going down.
Now, again, we do have a pretty decent and equal mix of the Holden Commodore up against the Ford Mustang, but these are identical cars. The setups they use are the same. The physics actually behind the scenes are the same as well, so there's no actual difference about which one you want. It's pure and simple. Whichever one you prefer. Keeps it nice and simple for the teams when they're making that choice. I did see Zekerill Esports dive their way down to pit lane. These drivers are on to the, I think, 22nd lap of their stint, so not this time by, but maybe 2 more laps at most before they're down towards the pit lane. And we'll see if, like Ewan had called out, will Brian Borg, much like he did on lap 25, make his move for the lead after sitting behind and biding his time. Although, again, it didn't really gain him anything because instantly he lost that position on the race off of pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. That was slightly odd though, really. I'd be surprised if that happens again, because it was a weird combination of events there, I feel. And again, I don't feel like these two are going to pick on the same lap anyway, so it may not matter in the end, but we'll wait and see on that front. I'd imagine there might be driver changes for the both of them if there's going to be 2 stints remaining, or 2 and a bit stints, I should say, remaining at the end of this one. Then I'd presume that one driver will take those and take it to the end of the race. Probably about 2 hours remaining when they make their pit stops. So it's really thinking about that run to the end now. It's a race that's flown by, I've got to say, and we've still got these two absolutely nose to tail. Is it just going to be about these two though, or are Vermillion going to insert themselves into this fight as well?
And remember, they may have to do an extra pit stop relative to the rest of the field after they had a technical issue in the first 10 laps of the race, Vermillion. But for some of the other teams, knowing that we're not really talking about cutting out a pit stop from this race. They have a bit more flexibility with fuel windows and how much they want to put into the car in each stop. I did just see that Noel Lundberg has got the jump on Zekkerl by going 3 seconds, 4 seconds shorter in the pit stop itself, and so really making that undercut work. And so can you make something happen through track position by coming in earlier and putting pedal to the metal? That's what some of these teams are asking of their drivers, and their drivers have delivered quite well. Not expecting them into pit lane this time either, let's not forget. Probably one more lap for their pit crews are expecting them as they open up the corner. Run through the kink, just trying to carry as much speed into the braking zone down at the chase. The heaviest braking zone of the lap by some considerable margin as well. Trying to avoid locking up the tires, heating up and destroying some of the grip that you'll get from those front tires as well when you do scrub and lock them up as well. All those little things that they're keeping in mind as they cross the line once again. And now onto the 98th lap of this race, and again 22 seconds clear, although in this stint of the race I've been keeping an eye on Byron Pierce. His fiercely forward car has been holding pretty consistent with these top two, so he's been doing a decent job. Now that's an overcommitment for sure from Dylan Coulson. Connor Nixon switches it back and holds on to the spot.
And look at Jacob O'Reilly going through on the left-hand side. That's going to be an easy pass for him, exactly what he needed over the line there in the green and black. He needed an easy move, and he's got one on Coulson. I'm not sure how that all started, but it was a very physical battle between himself and Connor Nixon, it looked like. And Coulson shoved out to the outside line, loses out not only to Nixon, who he was fighting with, but Jacob O'Reilly pretty easily as well.
This is where O'Reilly's got to be clinical, though. Can't afford to lose much time. And I did say that even if the win's not on the cards for Vermilion, top three is very much on deck. They're only, what, 7 seconds or so away from that fiercely forward 11 on the final step of the podium as it stands right now. I'm expecting, though, some of the cars around them will head down to pit lane maybe this time by. Not quite sure if they have the ability to extend one lap longer. Meanwhile, your race leaders, am I wrong, or are we expecting them in this time by potentially?
You may be right in the case of Brian Borg, but I would still call that a lap early. I'm going to go with one more for Brian Borg at least. Certainly a couple more, at least one more for Prada, but, you know, willing to be proven wrong. Oh, Prada very sideways there over the curbs through the chase. He stays out, and so does Borg. At least one more. I would suggest it is just one more, though, for Brian Borg.
There you go. So we get that final sense. They've both been doing a pretty decent job. The weather itself, no chance of rain in the offing, but the air temperature actually quite steady as well. Track temperature not expected to change too much, given that we do have a decent amount of cloud cover. It is mostly cloudy in the sim right now. This end of the track seems to be a little bit more bright with sunshine than some of the other places where it seems to be a bit more grey, bit more gloomy in comparison. O'Reilly's really setting this one up as Byron Pierce brings the number 11 fiercely forward entry down to pit lane. O'Reilly's already setting up a look to the inside down to turn one on Connor Nixon. I don't know how he slowed that down in time and got it stopped, but he makes the move forward to third position. What a fight back from the 217.
Yeah, not sure how he got it stopped either, but he's just about managed it. Look at Coulson on the grass trying to get through on Nixon, who needs the slipstream of O'Reilly. He gets it back again as well. Here he goes on the outside. It's not going to happen at turn 2, but that was so close to disaster for all three of them there as Coulson tried to force the issue on the grass.
You could tell that O'Reilly did not want to hang about, and so we were talking about urgency displayed. How quickly can he separate themselves out from the two behind that we still think are probably due to pit lane in the next handful of laps? Already up out of Reed Park on the run to Frog Hollow, a couple of car lengths opened up, and just looks so committed, does Jacob O'Reilly. Maximizes the track out of Sulman Park. Now this is where you often really get a sense for the balance of the car, how it behaves downhill, change of direction as the undulation of this track really plays itself out. Very close, Connor Nixon to the rear wing of Jacob O'Reilly as they now onto the brakes, down to the elbow, got very, very close to that rear bumper, and now loses a bit on exit because a bit of a slide, not close enough to take advantage of is Dylan Goulson. And here goes Jacob O'Reilly trying to break away from these two.
And he's got to break away now as well. He cannot afford to get undercut if he wants to be on the podium of this race, as Derek Prada and Brian Borg both come into pit lane. Jacob O'Reilly is going to take the lead here. He's got to put some speed on, though. He can't afford to be undercut by Nixon and Goulson, if indeed it is them who make their way out of the pit lane at the start of lap 100. In towards the pit lane, no, they won't come for the moment. Jacob O'Reilly, by the way, has still 10 to go on his stint if he wants to make it to the end on the same amount of stops as everyone else.
Still expecting him to potentially be a bit short of that number, as we see up on the jacks and getting change of tires, tank of fuel as well. Andrew Dyson jumps into the flip side 017. Daniel Ferguson into the 888, so pair of driver changes. David Prada was very equally matched with Brian Borg. We'll get a sense now for these two drivers out on track how they deal with heading out of pit lane. You can already see the pit limiter is being turned off for the 017. They're ready to go. It's a very short run to them getting to those green cones and rolling away. 888, of course, releases first. Dyson has to wait a little bit longer before he drops and rolls. It's about 3 seconds longer stationary. So margin grows between the two of them as they emerge back onto track.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds longer as Dyson took a full service there, full 44 seconds. Ferguson only 41, which is a slight cut of his fuel. I'd imagine he'll be able to go only 1 or 2 laps shorter than normal. So we'll expect to see him in before long, but don't forget, they could effectively get away with, what, 3 21-lap stints to the end, or 2 21s and a 20? You know, they don't have much fuel to put in for the remainder of the race, especially if they want to continue to go full 25 laps, as Ferguson might, and then go for maybe 12 at the end.
And so now, watching the leaders out from the elbow, Connor Nixon and Dylan Goulson doing a good job to keep pretty close to Jacob O'Reilly. He does have fresher tires, albeit with a slightly heavier fuel load for this point in the race. Probably going to see both the 02 and the 077 to pit lane this time by. What's happened here on the run to Griffin's Bend? That's TC Corsa that's made the move, so a nice little switch for the 54 to get in front of Ty Delaney, who is yet to come down to pit lane, I do believe. Here we go. 2 cars following each other into pit lane.
Yeah, this is Nixon followed by Goulson into pit lane. You are right, by the way. Delaney is going to be coming in this lap as well. Tyson Broad and Harrison Lillas should carry on in 4th and 5th position. That should become 2nd and 3rd. And there is Daniel Ferguson. He will overtake the both of them. We'll see the gap to O'Reilly, although that doesn't mean too much for the moment. They'll more be looking at the gap between O'Reilly and themselves when O'Reilly makes his way into the pit lane, which should be on lap 109 if they make it to the end on the same amount of stops as the others. Pit stops and driver changes indeed on pit lane as Dan Yemen and Dan Gray both get in.
It's going to be asking for a lot, I still think, for Vermilion, but I'm looking forward to hopefully being proven wrong there. Have they been able to A, maintain their speed, but B, save some fuel as well, would be quite remarkable. Remember, for Danny Amon in the 02, he came and had a good chat with Ewan, had a lengthy chat with him as well. Last time he drove a competitive stint in this car was in 2021, so a bit of a trial by fire on his return, and not expecting him to necessarily be pushing up towards the front, but he'll be trying to stay out of trouble. This is the fight for 18th position as the Frog Leap Juice Racing team battled with the AMS Tech Sport Academy crew. Now heading off to Murray's Corner. Now, we were wondering how many teams would stay on the lead lap. At this point, I think it is probably going to be maybe 7, 8, or 9. I think there's also a question as we start to chip into these final 60 laps, Ewan. How many cars will see the end? Because 4 retirements have already dropped out of the race. Will we see that list added to before we get to the end?
Feels difficult to suggest that there won't be any more retirements in 2 more hours around here, doesn't it? But, you know, it could happen. The thing will be, I think, about whether the inevitable incident, whoever it may be for, whether they decide to continue afterwards. I think that's the real question, because don't forget, Team OCE number 6 had an incident, way early in the race. Decided, despite the fact they were 7 laps down at the time, they're now 13 down, to carry on anyway. So it very much depends whether they decide to go back out again or whether that will be the end of their day when this inevitable incident comes for whoever it will be.
Speaking of inevitable incident, I think this is traffic. Oh, that's a bit nervous if you ask me right now. Out over the top of the mountain as they continue just to navigate their way on through. That Orbit drop bear car behind is definitely not in the battle with these cars, and so out through Skyline it was always going to build, and he's going to come to a stop to allow the pass to happen there as Hamish Clayland did not want to make that situation worse. Now what does Jake Cummings do with the sight in the rear view mirror just being filled? Will allow the move around the outside, and that was the number 39, so Harrison Lilas, fresh out of pit lane, light flash from those behind. That's a driver that did not want to hang around.
No, and those are two drivers behind who didn't want to necessarily let him through at that stage either. So, bit of an argument there about, you know, whether the lap cars should be getting out of the way at what stage and what the leaders should be doing to try and get through. It's a bit of a conundrum, but anyway, battle for 18th will continue on now without the interruption of the 39 right behind. It looks like the AMS Textbook Academy red car is going to be ruining that slightly as they make their way into pit lane.
And so it leaves them, Banter Alliance Racing, who I think are also heading off to the pit box this time by final takers for service this time around. What's happened to Flipside? Why have they lost about 2 and a bit seconds to the AAA? Might have been with a bit of traffic over at Reed Park that's struggling to get over the top of the mountain. And it's really handed a healthy advantage to Daniel Ferguson. And am I crazy, or is there damage on that car as well to the left front of it?
Does look a little bit wrinkled from here. Let's have a look at what happened. Did he hit the wall by himself? Oh no, there's a slow car up ahead. Oh, goodness, he smacked the back of it. I'm afraid the slow car was running on the racing line with not a care in the world. And Andrew Dyson has come through and hit him in a big way. That, I'm afraid, is what not to do if you're slow on the mountain.
So I'm kind of willing to say, put myself out on a limb and say that might be their challenge for the race lead somewhat done. We'll see lap time wise what it's going to do, like the impact of that damage to the behavior of the car as the 215 from the front of the field brings its way on in. Tyson Broad at a stop and up on the jacks right now. It was a 208.636 for Dyson last time by, but that's not really meaningful. He had the incident last time, so we need to compare it to the AAA. And just a point of note, Vermilion Esports might be seeing something like that and thinking, we have a chance, we have an opportunity. But last lap, the AAA, it was half a tenth, but they were faster than Vermilion up front. Daniel Ferguson has jumped into that car and is flying once again.
Yeah, certainly is, and that incident for Flipside certainly won't have helped. I reckon what they are going to do here is on lap 111, they'll come in, repair the damage maybe, and put a bit more fuel in. I don't know whether, you know, that will negate any losses, but it might just make them a little bit less bad if they come in immediately and sort of cut their losses, if you like, and repair that damage as quickly as they possibly can. But as I said earlier, there's a lot of laps to play with in this race, especially for Flipside, who haven't taken a single short field yet. They have got a lot of time to play with, so I reckon they could maybe pit really early in this stint to get rid of that damage and then start going quickly again.
So up front, it's maybe 5-6 more laps for Jacob O'Reilly before they're down to pit lane. Lap 109 is that magic number that Ewan has been calling out that they're trying to get to. Rest of the field has already come down to the lane as down through the dipper once again. For the 104th time we watched one of the Orbit drop bear cars. We check back in with Dylan Gray, who's got back into the DK Motorsports car, which I think means one thing: action. And Zekarol Esports, Arturas Kundelis, that's the target as we head out of turn 1 onto the power, pushing out wide. Nice little exit there for the bright orange entry as it closes within a car length or so as it put the power down. Not really closing though now as they get ready to plunge down into the braking zone, so won't see the switch around happen just yet. But with Gray back in the car, action's brewing, that's for sure.
By the way, I know we've briefly mentioned it. Nolan Lundberg has done a really good job here to get over 7 seconds ahead of these two. If you cast your mind back to the battle we were seeing previous to this this most recent pit stop cycle, he was just sat watching behind of this battle between these two. But now he's 7 seconds ahead after taking, yes, a little bit of a shorter pit stop. He managed to gain 4 seconds in the box compared to these two. However, 4 or 5, but ever since he's come out the pit lane, he's been flying, Nolan Lundberg, and so comfortably in the top 10, even if he is going to be disqualified once he finishes.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things where iRacing mandates 2 drivers. You can do it solo for the bragging rights or whatever, but you get rewarded by a disqualification at the very end of the race if you see the checkered flag. Now, here comes the setup. Dylan Gray, trying to get really aggressive on the power out of the elbow, brushes the right side against the wall on the exit. And did that compromise him? Might have scrubbed a bit of speed off because he's not really closing as they are on their way down to the chase once more. We've seen some desperate lunges to the inside, but you do need to be a little bit closer to really think about it. And so no, just sits and maybe, much like with Ty Delaney, maybe there's some fuel saving that's a part of this as well. Already, by the way, last lap, 3/10 loss for Andrew Dyson. It's the 6.8 second gap now between second and third position. We'll get another lap time in a couple of moments' time. Although, with traffic for your race leader, it's going to slightly impact how this is all going to play out. But I just wonder, for flip side, is that a bit too much for them to overcome? Team OCE will overcome this one, though.
That's weird. No, that's a very long way off. But anyway, there we go. Finds a way back on the circuit again. Just was having a look at the top 10, by the way, while you were talking there. Marino Morella in the fiercely forward number 11. He's now in 6th place, closing and not too far behind Tyson Broad. The reason I bring it up is because there has been some short pit stops going on from Orbit Drop Bear, Jupiter and Mercury, and it still seems weird to put them in a team name, by the way, but anyway, that puts Dan Yeaman and Tyson Broad ahead of Marino Morella, who put on a full stop last time round. So the pit stop games have really begun now, and expect to see pit stops sort of slowly trickling in and out in the final 2 hours of this race, because that's the end of the race we're at now.
Yeah, we are pushing into those final stages. Still, we're 23 out there and running around the track. And a good sense for your race leaders as to, is there a chance still for them to challenge for the win? Traffic did cost the 888 decent amount of time on that last lap, and so it was a full second gain by Vermilion Esports and Jacob O'Reilly out front. And I'm pretty sure that's the same Jacob O'Reilly, Ewan, that you and I, we've commentated our fair share on in Ivor competitions.
Oh yeah, I think it is, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. Didn't know he was quite so handy in a V8 Supercar, I must admit.
It's not bad, isn't he?
No, absolutely. I've seen him a lot in a GT3, but not so much in a V8 Supercar, which he is very handy in. I guess he must be over in the Oceanic region as well. I didn't realise that. Maybe he's not.
I don't know, actually. I mean, we have a team that's fighting for the lead that's made up of an American and a European, so you never know. But I will go and do my own digging as we watch. Breaking into turn 1, I thought for a second the DK Motorsports car was going to dig in a little bit more into the grass than it wanted to, but it's the closest that Dylan Gray has been for quite a while, not to be confused with Daniel Gray, who is also into the Miss Frizzles School Bus 077. Now, not close enough for DK once again. Again, I just think there's some fuel saving going on here, as we know that Gray can be aggressive. Is he going to have a lunge up to the cutting? Candela somewhat covers it off.
I think well, you say that. That doesn't stop Gray from having a look down the inside on the way towards the cutting, and in the end he has to back out of it. But I think the aggression is just going to be slowly ramped up here. It's not all guns blazing out the blocks from Gray. It wasn't last time anyway. His battle with Liam Kerr, he sort of ramped it up, and eventually those two were just taking lumps out of each other, and it could get to maximum of aggression, but pretty quickly. But not from the very beginning. He's just going to probe initially, and that's what he was doing in towards the cutting. But you can't imagine it's too long until there's an aggressive move maybe for this position, this 11th place.
No, 100%. It does feel like it's being stirred up. Jacob O'Reilly is indeed from the land down under, it would seem, from the entry list for IVRA, where he is registered with Vermilion Esports in the IVRA Club Sports Series. So we'll be seeing, I think, a little bit more of him on RaceBot TV once again for the remainder of this year. Plenty more action to come. So if you're not already subscribed to the YouTube channel, link is in the description. If you're, well, the button is in the page if you're watching on our RaceBot TV YouTube channel. If you're watching on the iRacing Esports Network, it's at youtube.com/RaceBot TV. We got plenty more action, that is for sure, including the likes of the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, which has been a lot of fun, mainly just because I get to watch Lewis McLeod and Cam Roger getting excited about some great F4 racing. It's been somewhat similar to what we've had here, which is to say wall to wall. Everywhere you look, there's something going on. DK Motorsports, a great entry into turn one, not such a great exit.
Well, that's generally the way round, and with the slipstream, that's not going to be, even with the slipstream, I should say, that's not going to be a run that you can really use in towards turn two for an overtake. So, be another trip behind the Holden here for Gray. But look how close he's getting. Is there going to be another look here? Excuse me, Zekra Esports going to be wary now of this move, and there he goes, covers it off this time. Condelis saw Gray having a look last time round, and so thought better cover this one off this time round, and so it's be kind of annoying now for Dylan Gray that he's shown his hand in that way, shown that he can have a look and have a go at the cutting, because now Condelis is going to be looking over his shoulder. He's going to be wary of that move every time now anyway.
And it might cost him a bit of time, right? If the defense that he needs to run to make sure he's not going to be dived means that he's not running the preferred racing line, something that's going to stop them from potentially bridging what is an 8-second gap to Noel Lundberg. Now, yes, as we've called out, Noel is doing this race solo, which iRacing doesn't allow, so at the end of this race, he'll get disqualified, but they'd like to try and finish in front of him on track rather than wait for iRacing to gift them the position, so that would definitely be something they would want to try and take advantage of. Not really much else happening on track, though, at least for the time being. I think we are going to expect maybe a fight for fourth position at some point. Dan Yeaman dropping into the clutches of his teammate behind. But outside of that, Flipside really losing ground now to the 888. Last lap, it was about 0.8 of a second that they lost. And in the battle between first and second right now, remember, Jacob O'Reilly due to pit lane and a couple of laps time at most, he gained another 0.4 last time by. So my expectation is here, and I could be wrong, Ewan, he will make it to lap 109, and he's going to come out of pit lane 30 seconds behind the 888.
I'm going to say he's not going to make it, and he will come out just less than 30 seconds behind the 888, but let's wait and see. I just think it's going to be a bit of a stretch to make it, to be honest, because of what we've seen so far in this race, that they don't really seem willing to do the fuel saving to get to 26 laps, even if it is possible. We did hear earlier from Dan Yeaman, he said it would be quite a stretch to fuel save that much, as again Condelis gets a bit loose off of turn 2, and it will be Gray having a look into the cutting, not able to get through again. Yeah, let's wait and see. This is the important lap now, 108.
On board. Ooh, bit of a wiggle there for Dylan Gray as he puts the power down. This is one car where you really have got to master that throttle control. We talked about walking on eggshells earlier. It's always, you're not always at 100%. In fact, you're very rarely at 100% throttle in this car at this track unless you're on a straight. Instead, it's all about the balance of the car, weight transfer, and everything that goes into it. Down you go on that descent, the plunge down, the dipper. The car always wants to push out wide there, so turning way earlier than you think. Dylan Gray hits the wall with the left sides, but doesn't slow his commitment. Had to really get fast there with the opposite lock to avoid the car going around on him on the entry down to the elbow. But all of that, he's lost some ground to Condelis in front.
And he's just giving the wheel a bit of a wiggle there just to see if there's any damage. He did slap the wall quite hard, and so that there may have been damage, but it looks like they've got away with it just for the moment. And that's pretty lucky, really. Now, yeah, Jacob O'Reilly's in. He's not making it here, I don't think. 53 laps remaining. He'd have to do a 27 and a 26, and I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, you really needed this to be the 26 lap stint as well, right? So I think that's one thing that we are potentially realizing is playing fruit. We called it out earlier, but it didn't seem like there was much fuel saving. Seemed like a little bit more of a 11-10 sort of approach to the rest of the race. And so here comes Daniel Ferguson back around to the line, and the 888 will retake the lead of this race. Zach Ratteray-White is going to jump back into the 217, so that is something to keep in mind. Not to say that Jacob O'Reilly was slow by any means, but I think Ratteray-White has got a claim to the fastest driver in this race here today.
Yeah, I think so, but as you say, Riley, I think, is probably in the top 5 of drivers today. I really rated him, especially in that first stint of the race where he had to get in for Ratteray-White after that disconnection. How long are they going to spend in the box here? It's going to be a pretty much full service, but there it is, 42 seconds, just less than. That says they're not even attempting to make this on the same amount of stops as everyone else. They will be making one extra one, so it's still 2 stops remaining for them, and it will be 2 stops for everybody else, only everybody else's second stop will be a bit shorter.
So again, now they're not really fighting for the win at this point. They are fighting for third, but they are only 3 seconds away from Dan Yeaman right now. They could even, if the damage to the flip side 017 is significant enough, and they're not going to be able to get much of it repaired in the pit stops that we've got remaining, they may even be thinking about a charge for second. But all the 888's got to do right now, Ewan, and it's somewhat crazy to say this, but the drivers that came in with the least experience and maybe being the slightly unfavored team in the field, all they've got to do is stay out of trouble, and they could walk away the winners of this great Australian race.
I think so. I think that last incident for Andrew Dyson just put them on the back foot, and the incident itself has actually slowed them down with the damage, as I say. So a couple more laps and Dyson could come in and repair it, but with such a short stop, it's going to be difficult to do that without losing too much time. So we'll see what they decide to do here. Do they keep the damage and consolidate second, or do they try and throw it all away and try and win this race? We'll wait and see on that front as we follow the battle for third place, which I said earlier will be maybe the best battle in the field, the one for third, and it's proving so right now. Dan Yeaman very nearly didn't give room to Tyson Broad there, but eventually does, and so the 2 teammates now change positions. That puts the Mercury car up ahead.
That was just a swap around, though, between teammates. A bit more dramatic than they would have wanted it to be, but I think recognizing that Ratteray-White's directly behind them, and Dan Yeaman now, we've got a team in this race that is called Australia Wide Racing. Dan Yeaman's got to make his car pretty wide right now and try and just hold up the 217 for a lap or 2. All he's got to do is get a good run off of turn 1 as well, and as long as you hold them behind you through the cutting, there's not much that you can do to make passes over the mountain. Then you focus on the run down to the chase. Ratteray-White's going to show himself to the inside, just reminds Dan Yeaman that he's there in the mirrors. Yeaman doesn't blink, a little bit of sideways shuffle though through the corner, and goes slightly defensive up towards the cutting, just trying to cover off that lunge to the inside, because as much as the cutting is not a traditional passing opportunity, you best believe it's possible in these supercars.
He has a look at repark as well. There's basically no braking there though, and so he's not able to work away through. Another look to the inside down here. This is frighteningly fast here, of course. Barely any time on the brakes, barely any chance to go through, but Ratteray-White knows how important every single corner is in terms of making up time, because they're still on the back foot here, Vermillion. So they've got to try and make up time as much as possible. Down the tipper, that's very close to the wall for Ratteray-White, who's all over Yeaman. Does he go for it at Forest Elbow, or does he just wait for the straight? He's going to do the sensible thing and just wait for the straight. So here we go out of Forest Elbow, and he should have the position now. And he's got to get it done as well here if they want to continue moving through the field. He can't afford to be stuck behind people again.
And he's going to shape to the inside. Is he going to clear before they get to the kink? Dan Yeaman's not going to fight this one as much as maybe he would have wanted to. He thought about committing, but Ratteray-White just that little bit better on the brakes, able to roll enough speed. Yeaman's going to try and fight back down towards Murray's corner, but he's pushed out wide. Got to be careful not to be pushed out to the gravel here, and there was a hip check. Yeaman avoids sliding wide, but Ratteray-White confirms his ascension up into 4th position, and now it's 1.7 seconds up towards Tyson Broad, and rejoining a podium spot. Remember, it was on lap 8 after putting the car on pole, leading until that point. That technical issues dropped them to the back of the field. Ewan, they have fought back admirably. Yes, they may not be fighting for the win, but this is exactly what you want to see from a team heading into what will be some important races at the mountain later on this, I guess, fall for you and me, summer for them down under.
Yeah, is it summer quite yet, or is it still spring?
Spring, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the weather's like for them.
Well, it's all, as far as I know, it's always good compared to my weather. Anyway, side by side for 16th place here, as Hamish Glenland gets through for Frogleap Juiced Racing Red, and that's a pretty easy pass in towards turn 1. Yeah, I don't think it's a stretch to say that Vermilion Esports would have, and I know it's always difficult to say would have, because we don't know what the what-ifs even are. But I think it's not a stretch to say that they could have won by at least a minute here today. They have been the quickest team in this field and nearly come back to win despite their incident earlier on, their disconnection. So, yeah, fair play to them for battling through, and still a podium on the cards here.
Podium on the cards, as long as, and I hope that I'm not jinxing them by saying this, as long as they don't have another technical issue. Yes. Hopefully they can survive the 50 or so laps that we've got left. In fact, it becomes 50 on the dot now because your race leaders have just crossed the line, and the race lead is now over 10 seconds as well. So Daniel Ferguson probably going to be in for another stint after this before he hands it over to his teammate. That's going to be quite interesting to see Lucas Prada take it to the end. Not expecting much drama for either of them. So we're keeping an eye on this fight for, I think it's 13th position. Also have to remember that Vermilion Esports have already closed up to the back of the Orbit Drop Bear Mercury car that is in 3rd position. So it is going to get very, very close very, very soon between the two of them. And Radaray White has already shown that Ewan, he is very, very capable of making moves early.
Yeah, and making moves efficiently as well, I'd say. So we'll see if he'll do that again. Now, I would have thought so. It would just be, as you said earlier on, suggested earlier on, it will be for him about just pushing from here to the end, because he knows that he's going to have to spend more time in pit lane than those around him. We are at that stage in the race now where you can pit and make it to the end on just one more stop. So after that one, so we know that Radaray White will be having to do that as well as all of those around him. So yeah, let's see here. Are they out of the question for this race here, or are they going to still be in and around those podium places? This showing at the moment, the fact they're only 3 tenths behind, does suggest that they're in with a big shout for a podium place. Here they are.
I think 2nd as well. Remember, if they are going to do the same number of stops as everyone else, but they have so much less fuel to effectively put in the car, they have a chance to make up some time in pit lane as well. On board, watch the exit out of the elbow. They've got some traffic in front of them as well, and on the brakes already. And so that means Tyson Broad is signaling to Radaray White that let's not fight. You get past before we get to the kink. I'll try and follow you in your draft, and let's see how this race unfolds from this point forward. But officially back into a podium spot. It's taken them 105 laps after their technical issue, but it's a fight back that they'll be happy with. Job's not done. What more can they get from this race? I think we're about to find out. Remember, Radaray White, last time by, Ewan, fastest lap of the race, 2:04.815.
And I still think he is the only driver to have been in the 2:04 so far. So he's clearly pushing, and still, despite that overtake, does a 2:04.9 this time round. Insanely quick at the moment, Zach Radaray White. So he's pushing to try and catch the 888 out front, and it's not impossible that they can get there. 9 tenths of a second gained last time round, 1.3 gained on Andrew Dyson, who's continuing to lose time with that damage. And this race isn't quite over just yet, especially with everybody making 2 more stops. Don't forget, Zach Radaray White and Jacob O'Reilly will have made an extra stop compared to everybody at the end of this race, yet they're still in with a shout of this win.
So let's say, and this is very much speculation, let's say they will spend 10 seconds less stationary in the box than their competitors. That now means they've got to find about 15 seconds on track, right? We've got, what, 50 or so laps to go. 50 divided by 15. No, that's not how you do it. Whatever the math is. It's now 1 a.m. for me. It's way past doing math o'clock. So I'm putting you in charge of the calculator, the abacus. But I'm pretty sure we're not talking about much per lap that the 217 needs to find.
So 9 laps of fuel. They've got 9 more laps of fuel on board compared to the 2 ahead. 9 laps is just, we'll call it a third of a stint. I know it's not, but we'll call it a third just to make it easier. A third of a stop is about 15 seconds, so that's what they're going to save in the box, 15 seconds. As you say, take that away from the 26, they're 11 seconds behind effectively. 11 in 50 laps is about between a quarter and a third of a second a lap. And in last lap, if they continue to do that, then they will get there. So I've flip-flopped sort of dramatically between yes, they're definitely going to make it, between no, they're definitely not. And I'm flipping towards maybe yes, they will now.
Yeah, somehow I said out loud 15 divided by whatever, and I put 50 divided by whatever. Like that is the where my mind has gone. I'm trying to just focus on what's important, and that is where everyone is on track, and I'll leave the calculations over to you. And now Marino Morella, now he was the driver that started that fiercely forward number 11, had a bit of an interesting opening lap of the race, if we're being honest. Now trying to fight his way back up into the top 5. Got Dan Yeaman on his outside, who we know is still just trying to bed himself back into racing rhythm in this car, not looking to try and spoil the party for anyone. And so the fiercely forward car slides its way back up into 5th, started in 4th. It's been an interesting day for that team, all things considered.
It certainly has. Not unsurprising that they've managed to find their way back into the top 5 here. I think, unfortunately for these other teams, though, it's going to be difficult to get on the podium now as a result of Vermilion Esports almost storing up a place on there. Suddenly, their best chance of a podium comes by overtaking Flipside, and they're 15 seconds ahead of the Orbit Drop Air Mercury car and 20 seconds ahead of these two. So it does look difficult now for these two to find themselves on the podium, but Fiercely Forward haven't taken a single second off their fuel stops yet in terms of short filling, whereas the Orbit cars that are now sandwiching them in 5th place have done. So it does look like 4th place is going to be their position at the very least here for Marino Morella.
It's getting to that time of the year as well where things start to get busy in the world of sim racing, especially here on the iRacing Esports Network. Tomorrow is, or I should say today at this point actually, because it is now officially the 5th of October.
Just for you.
It is for everyone at this point, for the most part. There's only like, what, Hawaii and a couple of other like islands that... Yeah, maybe Alaska as well. It's a good point. But yeah, for the most part, today, Porsche's Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contender Series. Now that the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series has come to a close, Contender Series starts next week as well. Of course, the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series continues to have its action. There's so much competition going on, and of course, looking forward to seeing more of the V8 Supercars in action as well. Harrison Lilas doesn't overcommit, makes his way past the TC Esports course at number 54. And now this was a car that at one point was much higher up through the field, but I think it's fair to say middle part of the race has not been the kindest to the car. Harold Stadler had a stint where not everything went according to plan, and so they've dropped back, got some damage, but still on for a decent top 10 finish.
They are, and they could indeed catch Daniel Gray before the end as well. 1.5 seconds gain just on the last lap. That gap's only at 8 seconds right now, so wouldn't count that out at all either, as the 39 begins to recover some of those positions. You can see the front left damage just maybe holding them back slightly, or maybe it did earlier on when Howard Stadler was at the wheel of the car. Don't forget, they don't get any fast repairs in this event, as you might do in some others, because it's an iRacing special event, etc. So you've got to repair all of the damage the old-fashioned way, and there simply hasn't been the time to do it in this race.
That's one thing that I always think is quite interesting, right? The fast repair system iRacing's been working on their own damage model and the way that impacts the endurance races and repairing the damage as well. But the fast repair is like, because we've done, you and I, we've commentated on the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series where they do have fast repairs, but you have to take a 5-minute stop and hold penalty for using it, which is a really interesting prospect actually, because think about Andrew Dyson. Now 5 minutes is kind of like specific to the Nordschleife and being such a long lap, but imagine if you were allowed to take a fast repair for like a 90-second stop here at the mountain, for example, and you had a race with safety cars. Just an interesting element to think about. As Dyson out, Borg in. Let's see if the left front gets hammered away out, the Jeremy Clarkson School of Engineering.
We'll see if that does happen. They didn't take many laps out there on the circuit. Flip side, 16 laps in that stint, so this will be a shorter pit stop, around 30 seconds in the box, I would suggest, unless the tyres take a bit longer. I don't actually know how long the tyres take. There you go, up down the jacks, 31 seconds. So, 9th place, they will come out in a bit of clean air. Brian Borg in a bit of clean air to start with, which is a good thing. Have they repaired much of the damage? I don't think they will have got much done in 30 seconds.
No, I wager they probably haven't done any damage repair, in fact, because usually you can only get optional damage repaired when they're not doing the fuel and tires, and seems as though that was a pretty quick and efficient service, and off and away for the 017. New driver aboard though. Let's see how they can push to the end of this race to try and salvage something. Big damage after coming up on some slower traffic that seemingly had been involved in an incident and was struggling to get around this very part of the track, and it's plenty of blind corners here, and for Andrew Dyson, not much time to really react, and ran into the back of that stricken machine. Over though to the battle brewing between Pacific Esports Racing and Crown Mountain Motorsport as they work down through the dipper once more. These two have been locked together for a good couple of hours at this point.
And it's made me wonder, is it crow or crow? Like the bird, or like the bird crow, or just... I don't know. Anyway, they've mashed their name together, these two, and made a team name. Dan Palamotin at the moment at the wheel of the 38 and Pacific Esports Racing, currently being driven by Robbie Bradbury in the battle for 13th place. These two have just ghosted their way up through the lower teens here in terms of the order. I wouldn't imagine they'll go much further though. 46 seconds up to 12th place for the two of them.
So while the race lead seemingly is starting to slip away, Zach Radderay White is trying to punch in some lap times, but he's still 24 seconds behind. We're into the final stages of this iRacing Bathurst 1000, powered by Next Level Racing. We're going to step aside once again here on the iRacing Esports Network. It's Arjuna Kankipati and Ewan O'Leary in the broadcast booth, but for a couple of laps, let's once again turn up the sound of the engines. Let's go for a RaceBot fan immersion, and why don't we jump on board with Dan Palamountain. He's got mountain in his name, so clearly he must be a master of the mountain. Let's see what he can do as we climb up Griffin's Bend for the 117th time. So traffic plays its part for Dan Palamountain as we ride on board. Pit stop for Zekeril Esports as we head into, well, towards the final 40 laps of this iRacing Bathurst 1000, powered by Next Level Racing. Thanks for joining us here on the iRacing Esports Network and live on RaceSpot TV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary, and we might very well still have a bit of a fight on our hands. The 888 with a team name that's too long for us to say out loud every single time. Well, they do lead, but Ewan, when we went for that couple of laps on board with Palamountain, it was what, 24, 25 seconds the margin. It's down to 21, 22 seconds, and Zach Radderay White is flying in the 217, trying to hunt down this 888.
Another 7/10 of a second taken out last time round as he did another 2:04, so this gap is coming down and the race may be coming back towards Vermilion Esports right towards the very end here with their fuel strategy in and their or lack of fuel that they need to take on from here to the end. What we also saw during the those couple of laps, by the way, was Sam Blacklock and Connor Nixon coming in. The Mercury and Jupiter Orbit cars are both now 8th and 9th, although they've made quite early stops compared to the others.
Kind of expected it, knowing that they had done a bit of a short fill the previous stint in the pit lane. However, now they have to slightly compromise themselves in terms of maybe track position. It will come back around towards the end as you see. Look to the inside up towards the kink for TC Corsa Esports, working past some traffic. Not much fighting going on there, except for that little bit of action between Noel Lundberg and trying to pass his way past Robbie Bradbury in the Pacific Esports Racing number 35. And he's doing this race solo. He's done 120 laps and finally a small mistake from Noel.
Yeah, he just saw loads of drivers ahead of him slowing up maybe a bit earlier than he was expecting, locked the rears, and round he went, although he saved it with only a half spin. He's overtaken by Dan Palamountain, who was just on board, and so drops to 13th place, but he's only just made a pit stop, so he's still in the running for a top 10 here.
It's been a good day for him, actually, overall, considering that, you know, this is the type of car that is quite physical to drive, mentally taxing as well. Requires plenty of inputs to get the most out of it, as there goes the flip side 017, passing the Crow Mountain Motorsport 38. The traffic just to work his way through. This is the view on board. What happened here? Car was stuck in 4th.
Yeah, I don't know whether shifting down to 3rd and 2nd and using the engine braking would have helped. I suppose it would have. But it was a bit of a weird one, really. I'm not sure how those ahead managed to stop so quickly, almost at the click of a finger, and he locked the rears and wasn't able to do the same. But anyway, he shouldn't lose out too much from that. I don't think it really cost him that much time. Few seconds maybe, but he had a few seconds over TK Motorsports earlier, as well as Zekeril actually as well, and Zekeril are now right behind him as a result of that. There they are in the Holden, just in the background, so the battle will be back on again maybe for 10th place.
And that's not a bad thing by any means. Ready for more takers down to the pit lane at some point, by the way. Your race leader inside of the next 2 laps is the expectation that we have. I saw some people asking what the track temperature is for these drivers. We've just passed, what's it, about 3:51 virtual standard time. Pops up on screen for you. 31 degrees Celsius. Plenty of gusts of wind as well to keep an eye on. That is not the most comfortable thing when a car disappears and then reappears directly in front of you. And so Noel Lundberg, in a battle here for position, goes deep under the brakes, avoids tagging the back end of the Crown Mountain Motorsports car. And here comes Dan Drake here to try and maybe make something happen to turn number 1.
He was having a look in towards Hell Corner there, but just didn't want to dive down the inside over ambitiously. And probably for the best that he decides to stay behind on this occasion. Now down Mountain Straight. Did he get the run out of turn 1? Not really close enough. And I think Lundberg needs to get rid of Palamountain as quickly as possible here. If you dispatch him, get ahead, then you can maybe get that bit of breathing space over Zekeril. But at the moment, he's sandwiched between these two, and it's a real precarious position to be in.
Just looking at the track map right now, there is about half the track where all the drivers are congested on top of one another, and then there is the other half of the track that's pretty empty. So quite crazy to think that they've all sort of landed on top of one another, and that's what's led to these sort of situations where right now we're seeing one of the few battles actually on track. There's no other cars within 2 seconds of one another outside of these three. Everyone else still relatively close with traffic and dirty air, you know, references going missing. That's all the things they're dealing with. I think there's smoke from a car in front that's had some damage. It might have put one of these drivers off. They survive down over Skyline into the Dipper and to the elbow. There is the all teal machine in front of them. I'm not sure if that's the car that's been having a few issues. Blake Fitz in the Pacific Esports Racing 35.
I mean, it's the next car on the road in terms of full position here, and the smoke was so persistent, I was beginning to wonder whether someone had blown an engine, but they've clearly not. That's all gone away now, as Marino Morella comes in with just 39 laps remaining in the race. That's from third position in the field, down on the brakes here into the chase. And this group stays single file, but it's good to have the group as big as this towards the end of the race, even though there are pit stop differences, and there are the differences shown for you in very obvious terms. The two ahead come in and leaving these two to battle it out for the rest of the stint.
This has been a remarkable drive, though, from Zach Radere-White, who just continues to punch in some rather impressive lap times. That is now make it 6 consecutive 2:04s. The lead is down to 18 seconds. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes of racing left to go. You know, this is on. This battle is well and truly on. If he's going to cut a second per lap until the end of this race, he'll be right there as we head into those final 20 laps.
But I don't think he even needs to do that, because remember about the fuel advantage they've got. 9 laps to the good on fuel. 9 laps they won't have to put in. It'll be just less than 15 seconds that they gain. So at the moment, that gap's well below 10, I think, when on corrected fuel numbers. Ferguson, I think, is in pit lane this time round, though. And he is indeed. Maybe he cuts that stint short, and he will have had to, because his pit stop was a little bit shorter last time round. So only 24 laps that time round. But with just 38 remaining, they can have some very short stints from here to the finish.
And expect, I think, a driver change as well, potentially. Lucas Prada going to jump back in and run his way to the end of the race. It's been a good stint. Not going to take anything away from Daniel Ferguson. But is it just time to swap around? Yep. There goes Ferguson and Lucas Prada, who is registered as David Prada in the session. But that's neither here nor there. Jumps into the car. We're still focused, though, on Noel Lundberg, who's got Zekkerl Esports behind now that I think a bit more of the pit stop cycles cycled through. He'll be ruining that mistake that he made a couple of laps ago. What's he going to be able to do here? And again, if you're just joining us for the first time, or you've only been tuned in for a couple of minutes, Noel Lundberg is doing this race by himself. So he's done 123 laps, make it 124 now solo, and he's still got plenty of this race left to go.
Yeah, he's only going to end up doing 160 of the laps. I'm not sure if that's going to disappoint him at all, but...
Oh, no.
Anyway, he's not quite going to do 1,000 kilometres, but it doesn't really matter. And as you say, he's going to get disqualified at the end as Connor Nixon goes down the inside of Brewster Carvalho. This is a legitimate battle for position early on. Which position remains to be seen later, but that was a pretty easy move for Connor Nixon in the end, as he moves up to what is 6th on the road right now.
I wonder if Brewster Carvalho, he did have a slightly shorter pit stop, and he's just come out of pit lane. I wonder if he is just trying to get himself back into the rhythm right now, and we'll see them stay close through the rest of the stint. And I assume with Dan Yeaman out of the car now, that's probably him done for the day. He would have done his fair share. They'll stick Connor in and bring him to the checkered flag.
Yeah, as he was saying to us, he did his fair share after just one stint, but he needed to give Connor a bit of a rest at some stage, and so that's what's happened. Now, this will be 5th place for Connor Nixon once it all shakes out. So what we're going to see once Harrison Lillis comes into the pit lane, which is the last driver we're really waiting for in this cycle, before Zach Radere-White, of course, will have to pit in in his own time, as they have been throughout this race. It will be Prada ahead of Borg, 10 seconds the gap. That's what it was when Dyson came into the pit lane. The bigger gap here is between the two Orbit drop cars now. From flip side to the first of the Orbit drop cars, it's now out at 25 seconds. That's the gap from third to fourth, it will be. And that's a very big gap, a very big separation from the podium to the rest.
I think it just shows, right, the consistency. We had the start where plenty of teams were able to be at that sort of pace, but it's being at that pace consistently that becomes difficult. And so that's why, in some ways, the Triple Eight, their lack of experience in this car is what has made their drive so impressive. For the rest, we knew this was the level they were going to bring. It was who they were going to be up against and who would just prevail in the battle. As onto pit lane for Orbit drop bear Mars, the 39. So Harrison Lilas once again stationary after 24 laps, and that was a big old smack into the wall for the Frog Leap Juice Racing red car down in 19th position.
Dear me, big slide over the top of Repot. We've seen that so many times, then we've seen them save it so many times that it's almost not worth getting excited about anymore. But they unfortunately didn't quite catch it that time. Looks like Brandon Grotch carried on. Somehow he might have have gotten away with it, but surely there's got to be damage. I mean, really.
Gotten away with it's a relative word. He just shortcutted Skyline, and I have the sense he's just trying to limp the car back to pit lane. As there's a look at the Miss Frizzle's school bus entry, which has put Dylan Goulson back behind the wheel. So, very curious to see now where they're going to be able to push 12 seconds behind Fiercely Forward. So they've got some gap to make up. Might seem like they're in a bit of no man's land right now, and 7th might be the best to bash into the wall.
Oh, God. I'm interested to see how he gets this one out without causing catastrophe. Here's the onboard.
Ooh, did you see how the revs lit up there?
Well,
now I wonder if he broke traction before the rear end actually started to slide on him, because that looked weird. Maybe I'm just reading into it.
Yeah, I think you may read into it a bit too much. I didn't see anything there that suggested anything other than just losing the rear end. Obviously high revs, but that's what has been going on a lot throughout this race so far over that corner. So I didn't see anything out of the ordinary there for me, but you never know. Into the pit lane they come, as expected, and they will now make some repairs. But I think everyone, having gotten through 3/4 of this race, everyone will persist for the final hour or so to get to the end from here, I think.
We'll see how long it takes for him in pit lane. I did also see the AMS Tech Sport Academy number 4 had gone straight on at turn 1, but for the most part has been a relatively clean race. Haven't had too many big incidents into the wall. We're almost, though, at that point at which teams will be thinking about their final pit stop. So not far away indeed from the final pit stop window, although we know that Vermilion Esports onto the 17th lap of the stint for them. They'll pit in around the next 7 or so laps. They will definitely have to make an additional pit stop after that, a bit of a splash and dash to the end. And so the question that we're waiting to see what the answer is, are they going to very much split the stops in 2 and divide the time equally as to how much fuel and whatnot they need to do in each pit stop? Or is it going to very much be just a splash and dash at the end? And are they going to stay as long as they want to in pit lane this time by?
And will it matter? Because I'd like to direct your eyes to Prada's last lap time, a 2:04.5. Fastest lap time of the race so far by a good couple of seconds. So this is not over yet. Vermilion were gaining loads of time in the previous stint, but actually the Triple Eight begins to fight back, and that's exactly why Prada has been saved for these final 30-odd laps. I didn't realise he was quite so quick, to be honest.
Also making advantage and taking advantage of the fresh tires. The experience might help the drivers as the tires fall off, and so we're going to have to wait and see. Is it going to be Radaray White to the end? I think the expectation is probably Jacob O'Reilly is quick, but not as quick as Radaray White has been, I think, over the course of this race. race. The pressure's just building continuously, by the way. We're just focused on this fight for 11th, which, again, remember, is not going to matter because the 808 is going to be disqualified at the end of the race. Unfortunately, doing this race solo. A couple of other fights that I think are starting to now build after the pit stop. Harrison Lilas has come out in front of Tomoyasu Inatani, who, let's not forget you, in that TC Corsa Esports 54 was flying at points in the race.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'd still question their decision to not let Inatani start that car as these two do change position. That's Lunenburg going down to 12th. Yeah, I don't know why Tomoyasu Inatani didn't start the car, because if he did, they would have had better qualifying likely, better track position as well, and then when you've got the others in who aren't quite as quick, then you can sort of use the track position to your advantage and use that to help your strategy. But for whatever reason, and there may be a logical, practical reason for this too, Inatani didn't start the car, and I think it's hurt them a little bit because he spent a lot of his time overtaking people he wouldn't have otherwise had to.
Scheduling, whatever the case may be. Maybe they just wanted him in at the end as well, and he didn't want to do too many hours in the car. So that's what scheduling in these races is all about. We were talking about it with the Orbit Drop Bear lineups, where they were saying their lineup may be not the optimal, but it's what they kind of needed or wanted rather within the team. They could have maybe had a faster individual lineup, but they've mixed and mashed their drivers just that little bit more. Back over to Inatani as he sits behind the Orbit Drop Bear number 39. Now still waiting, of course, to get a sense for the race lead, but I'm just keeping an eye on the margins between the first two drivers across the line. This time by, it's another 2/10 for the 888, so still waiting to see how much they're going to gain in the pit lane. But if Ewan's correct and effectively the net gap is 10 seconds, Lucas Prada doing exactly what he needs to do in that car to set up the 888 for a chance of victory at the very end of the race. Tell you what, though, as we head into these final stages, about 69, 70 minutes of racing left to go. Let's see if we can catch up with another one of our teams and another one of our drivers. Always great when we get that opportunity to do so. One of the drivers has managed to find their way into our Discord, and so Ewan standing by with one of the drivers of 5-Star Motorsport.
Yeah, indeed, if we can just drag him in. Here we go. Xander, welcome in. Good to have you with us and chat to you after what I just read. Correct me if I'm wrong. Your first race ever in a V8 Supercar. How was that?
Yeah, it was actually really good. Experience. Like, it was really clean and it was fun, but like my pace was nowhere near these Aussies, and I really wanted to come say yeah, they really got it. Like, I'm like a GT3 driver and I've got an I rating, but still it's like these people, wow, like, yeah, insane.
Not only in terms of speed, but also in terms of just how this car drives. I mean, what were you expecting it to be like when you obviously lined up for this race, and then what was the biggest thing that took you by surprise maybe in this race?
Yeah, well, it's definitely the evolution of the tire. Like, during the stint, I didn't do loads of practice. It was a bit of Zhongxi and me, like we came up with this idea last moment, like a few days ago, and we just sent it basically. So for me it was like, yeah, the tire evolution of the car is really aggressive. It changes a lot.
And you guys are 16th at the moment. Where are you aiming to finish at the end of this race?
We're looking at 13th. Zhongxi's doing the rest, since my pace is really bad. So shout out to him for putting up with me as well.
Well, congratulations on taking part in your first V8 Supercars race. It's great to have you here. Thanks very much for coming to chat to us, and good luck for the remainder.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
Thanks very much, Xander van der Wijn there. One of the drivers from 5-Star Motorsport leaving Wan Qilin into the end. 13th place seems ambitious to me, but it's not impossible. Not out of the question.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where they're going to make up all that time, but you know, I'm sure they've done the math more than I have. So let's see where they can go from there. Right now, 9 cars left on the lead lap, and we're watching the battle between the final 2 of them. And they are, what, 20-something seconds in front of the leader. So we are expecting Radare White to pit lane in 3 or so laps time after the lap that we're on. So they'll stay on the lead lap for the time being. I think they'll probably stay on the lead lap to the end of this race as well. So 9 cars of the 27 will stay on the lead lap. We are going to finish, it would seem, with 23 of the 27 as well. So getting deep into this race, attrition still not playing its part.
Really, and that's a good thing. Keeping as many teams in it to the end is exactly what we want to see. So that is good. 31 laps remaining. We're getting close to that point, by the way, where we will be able to pit and make it to the end of the race. I'm going to call it at 25 laps to go, because the only times we've seen 26 laps is when people are saving, and we have seen it once or twice, but not very often. So with 25 laps to go, you'll be able to pit and make it to the end, and I wonder who's going to dive in at the earliest opportunity to make that last stop.
I'm just looking at who came in early. Flipside came in early, remember, because they had the damage.
Yeah.
So they may be in a little bit early as well relative to the rest of the field. So they may be one to try and bite. Other than that, though, well, 5-Star Motorsports, we just had a chat with one of their drivers. They've been on a 15-lap stint so far, so they're due to pit lane within the next 9 or so. So they may be one to keep an eye on. Riding with Tomoyasu Inatani. See the line that they'll run up towards the kink and then into the braking zone of the chase here. They'll run out wide, use that little bit of tarmac that's paved, and then bring the car over to the right, brake in a straight line. Inatani really doing a good job to close to the back of the Orbit Drop Bear Mars number 39. You've never driven this car before, Ewan? Never?
Not in iRacing.
Okay. Yeah, but on other platforms you have, is what you're saying.
I used to do a lot of V8 Supercar driving, actually, and this is where the whole thing about experience in the car comes really in handy, because I used to drive it a lot, and I used to have, obviously, people who were better than me normally, but they never drove V8 Supercars, and I would always beat them only in this. So that's what I mean.
In this?
Yes, because I know how it works, or I used to, and you know, you just beat them. It's just such a strange car in so many ways. But it's so great to drive as well. That you know, I really enjoy it anyway. But I understand it's not for everyone, and yeah, some people really struggle with it. But if you get used to it, if you drive it a lot, then you can really get to grips with it.
So it sounds like what you're saying is for the Bragging Rights Invitational, our commentators race that we'll hopefully have again later this year. Racebot hasn't won the last 2 years. We haven't done well. We need a V8 Supercars race so you can win. The problem with that one is, Ewan, the people that have won the last 2 years are the Aussies. So
yeah,
we're just playing right into their hands. Zach Radare White to pit lane.
I'm not beating them. Yeah, Radare White on the pit lane. How short is he going to cut this stop? Because don't forget, he's going to have to do 2 stints that add up to 31 laps. Out, he saves 12 seconds there, and by doing so, gets ahead of Flipside. That's probably what he was trying to do. Just forget about the overtake for seconds. Don't want to do that, and he doesn't need to. He's made his way out now, 15 seconds behind, but he has used up some of that fuel advantage. So let's see how much shorter his final stop is.
And I think that means that you had calculated it might be 10 seconds. I'm going to say it's going to be more like 13 once we see the stint cycle through next time down pit lane, because the Triple Eight only spent, what, 36 seconds stationary last time. My assumption is it will be similar for them. It was 34 or so for Vermilion, so it's not going to be like they're going to eat into the gap much more in pit lane, especially like you say with the fuel advantage being dissipated. It's going to come down to on track. Speaking of, the 077, Dylan Goulson and the Miss Frizzle school bus entry has made the move on Brewster Carvalho. Fiercely forward, slipping backwards a little bit right now. Maybe the car balance falling off as we head into these final stages.
Maybe. Not really sure if that's possible at this end of the race, but maybe it is. We'll see. This is definitely the closest battle in the top 10 right now for 6th position. Though, having said that, there is one for 8th as well. still, it's been one of those races where there is something going on always. Even in the top 10, there's been very little time where there's been no battles at all. It's been an absolutely fascinating race. 30 laps to go at the end, until the end, I should say, and we're still not entirely sure who's going to win.
I am starting to say I'm leaning towards the Triple Eight.
Really?
But so the last lap was 0.6 for Radare White.
Yeah, but that doesn't really count as an in-lap.
It's a good point.
Of course he cut the last corner. Of course he's going to be quicker.
Yeah, it's a good point, which is a trick that used to be done in qualifying. Can't do that anymore. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning the way of the Triple Eight. I'm leaning the way of the Triple Eight. Does not mean that I'm confident in that pick, as this is a wheel-to-wheel fight for 18th position. James Chasanoff and the Banter Alliance Racing 427 makes the move on the 117. That Team OCE car at one point had a pretty significant moment, but Charlie Edmondson behind the wheel, they've clearly fixed it up decently, and they're only 2 laps down from the leader. Given the pace that we've seen up front, in a pretty steady race from these drivers, all things considered, and very respectable finish on the cards for the both of them.
Yeah, I think any finish here for these teams, especially down towards the back end of the field, 2 and 3 laps down. Well, these guys are 2 laps down. I think any finish here is respectable. So good to see that they are still going and still in the battle of their own. This is further back upwards, and this is a change, I think, is it? Is it a change? No, no, this is Dan Draker trying to hold on to his newfound 11th place ahead of Noel Lundberg. So I thought we were watching the battle for 8th place, excuse me, but Inatali hasn't been able to find his way through yet.
Not yet, at the very least, but we know that he's just sitting there. He's within 0.4 or so. Dan Draker did have a shorter pit stop than Noel Lundberg, so expecting potentially a 10 machine to come in slightly earlier. And they were one of the few teams with a 3-driver lineup, of course. Had to divvy up the driving duties a little bit more than the true 2-driver pairings that we've seen. But, you know, if you've only got 3 drivers interested in the race, you can't necessarily force it and suddenly find another driver to add to the lineup to split them up potentially. So your race leaders just crossed the line to do a 2:05.354. What's it going to be for Radare White, who left pit lane, 15 seconds behind their leader? He's already down to 13.6. 2:04.404. New fastest lap of the race, and he's just gained 9/10 on that last lap alone.
As I said earlier, though, he's not any longer going to be gaining 15 seconds in this final pit stop. It's going to be a little bit less than that. Prada will be in, possibly in a good... Oh, don't maybe work that out, actually. I don't know how long it's going to be.
Do it.
It'll be 10 laps, maybe. Maybe less for Prada. Radare White did pretty much the same in the box, but saved 2 seconds. So I would say he's still got 13 to gain. If indeed my previous calculation, goodness, was correct. If it was, then he's right there at the moment, just a second or so behind. But has he got in a bit of traffic? It's dipped over 14 seconds again here.
It will ebb and flow. That's what we talked about slightly earlier. I don't know if it's necessarily traffic related or maybe just a bit of a slip up. Very easy, let's not forget, to push a little bit wide. 4-wheel drift these cars. Prada very controlled down through the elbow, though. That's kind of what they would want to see. It's come down a little bit more once again. It's trending like it's going to shave down below 13 seconds once they cut back towards the line. I mean, gotta say, driver of the day, no matter what happens at this point, has got to go to Vermilion Esports for the fight back.
Oh, yeah. Normally, I would shy away from picking a team of the day for potential race winners, but on this occasion, I think there's no other place you can go with it. Other teams who have really been impressive moving their way through the field is... who else are we going to pick out? A team that started in last position and have worked their way through the field. I think they might have dropped back down again now, unfortunately. Yeah, they did. Orbit Drop Air Plutar was prepared to give it to Josh Banks at one stage, but retired quite a long time ago. But at one stage, he gained double figures positions. Haven't seen too many of those kind of drives today.
I think they said in chat that he had jumped in with very little practice, and I think found out that this is a track where, or maybe he already knew that, but he was risking it, right? This is a track where practice is very much needed, right? Dan Drakey has just lost out to Noel Lundberg in the 808 Noel Lundberg B2O team. Very descriptive team name. And now is that just a bit of a shape to the inside. Noel Lundberg wanting to make sure he breaks the draft a bit early and hold on to that position firmly for the time being. It seemed like that. Lap time, 2:04.861 for Zach Radare-White last time by, so not as fast as the fastest lap he punched in last time by, but still another 7-8 tenths of a second gain. So we've got how many laps left to go? We're into the closing stages, that's for sure. I'm trying to do the math and work backwards now.
27. It's 27.
27, there you go.
I got it wrong earlier, so, you know, it's I can't laugh too much or gloat. So there we go. Yeah,
I'm just hoping it will pop up on the left of the screen and I don't have to do the math.
We are getting very close to the stage now where we can pit and get to the end of the race. The magic lap is 1:36. That'll be 25 to go, and you can go full speed to the very end. The first driver, I would imagine, of the top 10 to come in and make it all the way home will be Brian Borg. He's currently in third place and consolidating that podium with Blacklock and Nixon currently going nose to tail themselves as well in fourth and fifth. They're 20 seconds behind him.
So what are we seeing this time at the line for your race leaders? Because I tell you what, this charge is something. 2:05.647. So it's pretty consistent from Lucas Prada right now in the race lead. What's it going to be from Zach Radare-White? Because I think he might just have cut an entire second off that race lead. Don't tell me. Yes, 1.2 seconds gain so far. And as Orbit Drop Bear swap around, I think by the end of this stint, we could see the leaders on top of one another.
I don't know if it's quite going to come down that quickly, to be honest, but because I think to do that, he would have to be closing by way over a second a lap. And I know he did 1.2 last time round, but even so, I think this is too big of a gap to cross in this stint. But maybe he can get into a situation where he doesn't need to make an overtake on circuit. I think it's not out of the question that Zach Radare-White could be out ahead of Prada on the exit of this pit stop cycle.
That's the expectation. Look at the green. And this is where, again, that inexperience is maybe starting to show in this car for the 888. They've definitely been consistent, stayed out of trouble, but it's the ability for them to push to that 110% where they're not as comfortable with the car. They can't really risk it like they would in a GT3 car, for example, that maybe they've got more experience in. What can Zach Radare-White do flying down the mountain in pursuit of the 888 that's led now for a good 35 or so laps as we've made our way into these final stages, right on the cusp of that pit stop window as well, coming right to its opening stages. The 888 again down to the chase, a 2:05.647 last time, and the lap times have been consistent. It's not like Prada's, you know, doing some fast laps here, some slow laps there. He's just running his pace. He's not putting a foot too far wrong. You can see the rear rotors glowing there as he navigates through that final corner. It's a 2:05.561. So again, that level of consistency, it's kind of what you expect from a driver of his caliber. It's just not the raw pace that he's being hunted down by. 2:04.966, another 6 tenths down through Skyline. Orbit Drop Bear Mars try to make the move on Fiercely Forward, all as TC Corsa sits behind them.
They were all crossed up there. Housen Lillas tried to go through, and now he is down the mountain. Goodness me. He was aggressive at Skyline. He's on the outside at Forest Elbow now. He can't quite pull in for the Apex. He'll go round the outside though. And that is a pass on Brewster Carvalho. I'm afraid Fiercely Forward are dropping down the field here. And it looks like Tomiyasu Inatani is going to go through as well.
Can you get the drag race down to the kink? Now the outside does feed you to the inside into the braking zone at the chase, and fortunately for him, I think Brewster Carvalho may be dealing with a bit of damage right now because has been dropping like a bit of a stone at this final portion of the race after there was a time when they were climbing their way back up forward through the field. You can see the damage on the front of Harrison Lilas's entry. That's to the left front of the car, so that's probably not from hitting the wall over the top of the mountain or anything, for example, through Frog Hollow or Sulman Park. It's more likely to have either been maybe through the cutting, a bit too close to the inside there, or maybe down on the descent, the dipper, maybe Forest Elbow turning in a bit too early, and battle scars showing as a result of that one. This is a fun little three-way fight. It does seem as though we got some more of these fights in these final couple of stages, including even between some drivers very much like we've been following with Noel Lundberg and Zekkerl off the lead lap.
Yeah, that's only a second for 14th as things stand between Pacific Esports Racing and team name I can't really pronounce. So they are 1.4 apart, and may come together towards the end as well. By the way, we are at that 25 to go portion now, so everybody can pit from here and make it to the end, and I'll expect Brian Borg to be pitting fairly shortly to do just that. Indeed, I'm surprised he's still going, actually. Again, we have only seen 4 retirements so far today. Most recent one was the number 7 Auto Moves Racing Team, the red and black entry, the Supercars Ford Mustang GT. The other 3 retirements all being the Holden Commodores, the Orbit Drop Air Pluto 26, Team Extensibles number 5, and Greener Esports, the number 2. They retired first, about very much at the early stages of this race as compared to a couple of the other teams retiring a bit more recently. Last lap, it was again another 6/10 or so gained in the battle for the race lead, but seems as though there's no longer the full second increments being chopped away up front. Meanwhile, Noel Lundberg in the 808 still's got Dan Drakier directly behind him. Worked their way past some traffic. That's the Jigsaw Session Wedges racing car, and it's allowed Drakier to close up once again. Yeah, he's there or thereabouts. I would have thought this battle will continue right to the very end of the race for these two. They pitted just 1 lap apart previous time round, so they'll be doing so again shortly as Brewster Carvalho kicks off the stops inside the top 10. Interesting what you say about damage for them earlier on. I didn't see any damage on their car, but they have been dropping backwards uncharacteristically in the last few laps, and it's a shame really, Byron Pierce getting into the car for the final stint there. So we'll get a sense of, was it damage? Was it maybe just a driver not feeling like he could push the balance? Maybe Brewster Carvalho handing over to Byron Pierce to push to the very end in these final 50 or so minutes of the race. Should mean that, at least for the time being, there's only 8 drivers left on the lead lap. Don't think it's going to stay that way for very long. Lucas Prada does respond in terms of lap time. 2:05.307 for him last time. Your race leader into the 2:05 to the, rather not race leader, the 217 Vermilion Esports car. Can tell that it's now 1:30 in the morning for me. 2:05.048, so still gains 3/10, but Ewan, like we say, starting to slow his advantage. Yeah, slightly. Only 3/10 gained last time. In fact, only 1/4 of a second gained last time round. It's interesting how much quicker those two are than almost everybody else in the entire field. Connor Nixon was the closest, or one of the closest, only 3/10 behind. Hassan Lilas 2 seconds slower, 2/10 of a second slower, I should say. So yeah, they are the 2 quickest in the field for sure. But it's interesting that that gain for Rache White has just slowed slightly. Again, Prada not a million miles away from a pit stop. I'd expect in the next 15-20 minutes he'll be in for the final time today, and not long after that Rache White will do the same. I think 6 laps after Prada comes in, Rache White will be in, and then we've got the situation to the end, and I just wonder whether it is going to be the 217 leading on the exit of the pit stops, or whether they'll have to do it on the circuit. If it is the 888 coming in earlier, we have seen that it does have the speed at the start of the run to match, if not beat, Zach Radare White's times late in the stint with worn tires. So that advantage could stretch out momentarily, but maybe there's a chance for Vermilion Esports to come in a bit early and just prevent that from being a real threat. They will probably be looking to take tires in this final pit stop. Don't think there's much chance they're going to try and just do a fuel
top off to the very end of this race, as I saw 5-Star Motorsports bring their car into pit lane. So yet another driver and team in for the final time today. No driver change expected there from what we discussed with one of their drivers just a little bit ago. And Ewan had a chat down with one of the drivers just getting out of the car. That's a lunge over the curb, and then rear end steps around for Dan Drake here as he tries to take advantage of the slip up from Noel Lundberg, but all it does is put him back a little bit more as they close on some traffic.
Yeah, these cars do generally don't mind curves, but you can't be silly with them through the final chicane there. And so a bit of time lost in this battle for 11th position. Oh, now Lundberg's time to slide out the first corner this time, and we won't have a very good run on the straight as a result. They both took out and around one of the lap cars, and again, not going to be close enough. Feels like they're very much in a stalemate, these two, for the moment.
Yeah, and again, not really going to mean much. And I'm guessing Dan Drake is aware of it, that Noel Lundberg is doing this race by himself. And so, as much as they'll want to finish in front, at this point with DK Motorsports and Ty Delaney about 9 seconds clear of these two, don't think there's much chance that they're going to really close and find themselves in with a chance of sneaking back up into the top 10. See if they're just trying to hold on all the way to the very end of this race. Who's going to be next into pit lane? It might be Flipside, to be honest. They're on to the 23rd lap of their run. I think Brian Borg, of course, just nursing the damage that was incurred when his teammate encountered some stricken traffic and around the mountain with limited visibility. Some damage, unfortunately, with nowhere to go. I think that might be, for them, the final trip that just very much secures them and confirms them in third position so far today. But I think in many ways, Ewan, they'll leave this race thinking, what if? They performed quite well. What if they hadn't had that little bit of damage? Could they have tried to challenge a little bit more at the front of the field?
I think it would have been difficult, but they certainly would have been closer. They were only 4 seconds behind, don't forget, when their contact was actually made. They had just lost those 4 seconds because of pit stops rather than speed. And so previous to that, they were right with the 888, and that would have been encouraging. Maybe they would have stayed there for the remainder. It's impossible to know as they now do pull in for the final time. Still 22 laps to go as they are, and that's the amount of fuel that they'll have to put in for the remainder here. So they will have one of the longest stops of those remaining in the race. And so yeah, would they have been there? I don't think they would have won, but they would have been closer. Still third though.
So the race lead now, by the way, under 10 seconds. It might be under 9 seconds sooner rather than later. It was another 8/10 the last lap. Now, I'm not sure if Lucas Prada is going to have to come in early on fuel, but if he does go 24 laps on the stint, that means there's another 8 laps or so. Zach Ratteray-White is going to be a couple of seconds short of catching up to the back of him, but like you were saying, Ewan, maybe in the pit stop itself, there is enough of an advantage for Vermilion to get it done with their pit crew rather than risking it wheel to wheel.
I think so. I think they'll be able to go 6 laps further than the 888. 6 laps is about a quarter of a fill. That's about 10 seconds. And so the gap being below 10 right now may well just give them the advantage and may well put them out in the lead. However, don't forget about the undercut. The 888 was very quick on new tyres out the blocks first time round, or previous time round, I should say. Prada set what was then the fastest lap of the race, a 2:04.5. He's going to need to pull out some of those kind of times again if he wants to win this race. And he might be able to. You know, it's difficult to say.
Again, these drivers 1 lap down. Their fight for 14th sees the Walter ART powered by Only Friends car jump in front of the Pacific Esports Racing team. Blake Fitz behind the wheel of the teal machine behind. Kumari Kishi grabs the spot away from him. All as we head now within 20 laps to go. Front of the field is going to drop below 8.5 seconds. It's just another 6/10 that last lap alone. And I'm very curious at this point, is Lucas Prada making small mistakes here and there? What's happening to see this big shift in time? Because these are monumental swings lap after lap, and this is not a 10th here, a 10th there. This is half a second here, 7/10 of a second there, and continuing just to get closer and closer.
I think this speaks to a little bit more about what these cars are like than anything else. You know, you don't often do things in small gains or losses here. You're very often either gaining a lot or losing a lot, and because of the car and how difficult it is to drive. So maybe it speaks more to that than anything, and couple that with Bathurst, of course, as well. So yeah, I'm not sure, but that's what we're seeing at the moment. Rattray White really bringing this gap down by a lot. Prada now is on the 18th lap of this stint. Can't be a million miles away from a stop. Sam Blacklock now has also made his final stop. That's another one from the top 10.
Daniel Ferguson says no mistakes from Prada. It's just Vermilion OP right now. I think in many ways, don't want to discredit Jacob O'Reilly. It's kind of Zach Rattray White OP. Going to be lower than 8 seconds as the battles that we track are down on pit lane. Remember, they're all outside of the top 10 for the most part right now. And yeah, it is officially going to drop under 8 seconds, I think. 205, 512. Yeah, Prada's so consistent. Like, he's in the 205.3s, 205.6s, between that sort of a bracket consistently. What's it going to be for Rattray White? 204.921. Another 0.6 of a second goes his way. And now they're into the traffic as well.
It's difficult to say they've not been in traffic at many points in this race, to be fair. It's been going on some time now. That's putting a lap, by the way, on Byron Pierce for the moment, but the fiercely forward car has, of course, made its final stop already. And did that cost Prada any time last time round? It doesn't seem so. Even in the traffic, as little of it as there is, he's still able to keep up a very consistent pace as Connor Nixon now comes into pit lane. So that's another one to tick off from the top 10.
Noel Lundberg follows him in as well, so 23, 24 laps respectively. Not really having to save some fuel much now. Instead, they can just focus on running their lines and getting to the very end of this race. The last thing you want to do with 20 to go, make a mistake, especially down on pit lane. Don't want to cop a speeding penalty for sure at this point. The other thing you don't want to do, miss pit lane and have to take a tow back to the pit road. Never happened to me before. Happened to my teammate. Not me, my teammate, just to be clear. Anyway, off the elbow for Lucas Prada with Zach Rattray White. 7.5 seconds off now. And so if you are Lucas Prada, when do you come in, Ewan, right? Because again, 36 seconds stationary last time. Not sure if that's a full tank of fuel. He could come in now and try and build up a bit more of an advantage with fresh tires, potentially.
Yeah, that's not a full tank of fuel. I think he can't be too far away now from this pit stop. I really don't think he's too far away. This is the end of a 19th, there we go, the end of a 19th lap. David Prada is into pit lane. Now, the gap over 7 seconds is not enough. If it's like that when Rattray White pits, then he'll be behind Prada, but he needs to get this undercut, he needs to get these new tyres on, and he needs to go. Rattray White will just start to see times out in the 205s eventually, although that's a 4.7. It's going to be difficult for Prada to make up this time, but the crucial thing is get out ahead, get the track position, and then who knows what can happen.
Is he going to come out in some dirty air? I think they probably have found a bit of a pocket of clean air to drop in the 888, and so up on the jacks for the final time today, gets tires changed, gets the tank of fuel filled up to whatever they think is the right amount. It won't be full, it will be just enough to get them to the end, and maybe enough to get around a couple more corners. That will be it. They will have calculated exactly the number that they want to hit, and so it was, what, 36 seconds stationary last time, 35 this time, off the limiter. Lucas Prada rolls the 888 back onto track. Guess what? Clean air around them as well. And now, Ewan, what can they do with Rattray White back in the lead of the race?
It's going to have to be a really strong opening here from Prada if he wants to get out ahead of Rattray White. As I mentioned, that's the only hope here. They're not going to come from behind and re-overtake him, I wouldn't have thought. They're going to have to do it from the front and defend from the front. There's 19 to go as on this lap. Will Rattray White respond, or will he go on for 6 more like I think he can? That would put him in on lap 148 if he does decide, at the end of lap 148, if indeed he decides to run the tank dry. That's what I think he can get to.
We'll find out sooner rather than later. This race is reaching its conclusion. And so how many teams still have to make their final pit stops? Well, inside of the front 5, it's only the 888 that's pitted for the final time. And then outside of the top 10, I see at least 6 more, maybe 7, that still owe us pit stops. So still some time in which we'll see cars shimmy their way down onto the lane. Not expecting, of course, the 217 inside of the next 5 or 6 laps. Rattray White in the 2:04.815 lap time last time by, so by no means is he slowing down just yet. I suspect, Ewan, as soon as they hit the 205s and they think it's because of tires they've started to slow down, that's when they'll pull the trigger.
Yeah, I don't see any other reason other than the tyres that they would be in the 205s, to be honest. So they've got to take that mentality. I think it's also a little bit about where Prada can get to. He's been constantly getting quicker with each new tyres set he's put on. So 204.5, which is peak last new tyre stint, is he going to be able to go even quicker than that this time round? Because if he does, then he'll be taking maybe half a second out of Rattray White a lap, and that's not something I think they can really sustain at Vermillion for too long.
So this is going to be the first official time lap for Lucas Prada in the final stint of the race. Remember, he's racing under his alternate account alongside his teammate Daniel Ferguson, who's also racing with an alternate account, I'm pretty sure. There's a middle initial in there that I don't think he's got on his main iRacing account, but that's neither here nor there. They brought their main sense of speed, that's for sure. Where's the margins behind to keep an eye on? There's no one really fighting right now for the time being. No, Lundberg, of course, has made a pit stop. The Zekwil Esports team has also made a pit stop, but they've now separated themselves out by about 2 seconds. The fight that at one point involved Pacific Esports Racing, that's kind of dissipated as well, because again, pit stops have played themselves out. You just got 23 cars pounding around the track right now.
I have for the moment. Where the next pit stop's going to come from, who's still yet to come in. TC Corsa Esports, Tomiyasu Inatani, is probably going to be next, followed by Dylan Goosen, followed by Harrison Nilas, and then it will be Zach Rattray White. So those are the 4 that will be in next in a row, unless Rattray White really starts to lose speed, which he's not so far. It's another 4.9.
Continuing to find life in the tires. Wait to see what the time is from the 888 first lap on fresh tires, but albeit with maybe a slightly heavier fuel tank as compared to what the now race leader has got at its disposal. There goes Vermillion Esports up towards the second corner and the climb up the mountain once again. This race just shy, of course, of 1,000 kilometers. I think once you calculate out the exact race distance, but just surviving here is a result in and of itself for so many of these teams. And like we called out at the start of this race, Team OCE involved in an incident very early on. They are 14 laps down. They should still finish this race because they've taken their damage repair, gone back out onto track, and just continued to persevere. Ewan, this race only comes around once a year, and I know, yes, there's a couple of different time slots, so you might be able to crash out of one and go jump into another, but it's great to see that we've got some teams in this community that are stuck around and, you know, really do want to make sure they enjoy their iRacing Bathurst 1000 experience as pit stops underway.
Yeah, more pit stops here. It's good that we do have still 23, and we should get 23 getting to the end with only 4 retirements throughout this race. The last retirement being on the halfway mark, 83 laps in, so that's a very good return for our second half of the race, as it's Harrison Lillis and Tomiyasu Inatani into pit lane here. Where are they going to drop down to? Inatani getting changed out of that car indeed, so driver change, one of the final driver changes of the day.
Maybe that's just because he's done a double stint or something and it's time to get a fresh driver in to push to the end, but you know that Inatani's been quick today. Final stint's clearly done for him as head down the mountain once again. I think they are going to stay on the lead lap as well, so it means we continue with 9 on the lead lap, and that's how it should finish, unless there's a rather drastic change of things. There you can see TC Corsa right behind the fiercely forward car. That is for position. And then the race leader, that black and green entry, the 217, stalking them up towards turn 2.
This could be really bad for Vermilion if they get caught behind them, as Banter Alliance Racing get into 16th position. There you go, into the chase. That's Sean McNamara losing a position there, unfortunately, for them, and they'll pit in as a result. Yeah, Zach White needs to get into the pit lane before he really comes up on those guys. He's still gaining time on Prada, who was in the 204s last time, but not quicker than Zach White.
Pit stop for one of the back markers. 2 laps down for Jigsaw Session Wedges Racing, so Sean McNamara brings the car in. And we're in these final stages right now. 161 lap race. We're on lap 146. Do the math. We're on 15 laps to go. And at this point, I think we've got at most 3, maybe 4 laps before we see Radare White in. Now, he's already caught up to the back of some of the traffic, I'm pretty sure. Is he going to decide it's maybe time to come in a bit early and try and ensure he holds on to track position? He's been trading lap times back and forth with the 888, but he's still in the 204s, which Ewan was kind of what we thought might be the decision maker when he drops into the 205s.
It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for him to come in a couple of laps early, so he may well decide to do it. His pace is still good, but it's about the traffic that's ahead of him here. I don't know what's directly ahead of him. It should be the Fiercely Forward and TC. He should have got through on the TC Corsa car now, actually. Sho Kanatake is behind him. There he is in the white car. He's actually quite a long way behind him now. So he's gotten through on them, but that didn't cost him any time. He's done well here. That was a 204.8, so he's gotten away with that.
I guess you make it work. And that's why they're behind the wheel and we're up here in the booth, because they judge these situations with a seemingly much better eye than we sometimes can. They have that experience factor as well. Got to wonder for Daniel Ferguson, how much of his fingernails does he have left? I'm sure these last couple of stints, just watching Lucas Prada at work, have been quite stressful in many ways, but to be fair, he is team manager for WSR Esports Butt Kicker, so stress comes with the job, so hashtag deal with it.
I'm sure he will be able to. It's, I'll be interested to find out how much, not effort they put into this race, because we've sort of seen it, but preparation is, in a sense. How much have they really been thinking about it this week? Have they been doing any practice at all, or have they just joined for a bit of a laugh and they're nearly winning it? I'm not really sure.
I'm sure he's going to put a message in chat at some point, so I wait for that. Here comes the Mrs. Frizzle's Munted School Bus 077. That was an interesting puff of smoke as it makes its way into pit lane, but Dylan Goulson, final time today. Not expecting a driver change there. I don't think Daniel Gray is going to jump in for just the 14 or so laps to the very end. Is this the time that we're going to get what will be one of the final pit stops, though? And it might be for your race leader. Down to the chase once more. Some traffic in front of him. What's the call over the radio?
Well, there's not only Fiercely Forward. Oh, a bit of a slide as well. No, carries on one more. Maybe ill-advised, I would say. But anyway, he can go at least one more here. I would suggest lap 148 is his limit. And that's exactly what he's waiting for now. Over the line. The times are still good. He's still in the 204s. Prada last time wasn't good. It was a 205.4, so that will encourage them further.
So Daniel Ferguson says, we kind of forgot about the event, but started running laps on Monday. So they're lacking some of the confidence that comes with experience, but, you know, they managed to put it all together pretty well.
Monday was years ago. What do they mean, forgot about it? They've had a whole week.
Ewan, what's the most amount of practice you've ever done for a single race?
Oh, I probably don't want to be reminded.
No, come on, tell us.
No, I can't tell you because I don't know, but
Okay.
I don't want to know, probably.
If Daniel Ferguson tells us how many hours he's done since Monday, I'm willing to put in a bet. It's upwards of 9?
9 hours?
At least 9 hours. At least 9 hours.
This is costing him, by the way. This is costing him a lot over the mountain.
And this is why you were saying may not have been the wisest decision. What's he going to do? Is he going to get impatient behind these drivers? Don't think he can really afford to do that right now, can he? He's got to make sure to stay out of trouble, and maybe you pit this time by. Don't wait any longer as he looks to the inside, down through the elbow.
Has a look up the inside of Byron Pierce, but didn't get alongside, and probably for the best. Otherwise, there would have been contact. He's certainly lost at least half a second over the mountain, maybe more. Following these two, now he'll pull to the left-hand side. Look at him flashing the lights. He realises the urgency of the situation now. And now Byron Pierce also pulls out the way. So they've been very nice to him on Conrad. Straight, one of them's off. One of them's off into the gravel on the way towards the chase. They'll come back on. Oh, goodness, very nearly straight into the side of Fiercely Forward.
And it's allowed TC Corsa to close, and yeah, Vermilion, 1 lap too late if you ask me. That's cost them at least a second, if not 2. But Rattray White down to pit lane for the final time today, and so we've got a battle on our hands. Not just this fight, of course, between Fiercely Forward and TC Corsa Esports. What happens between the Triple Eight and Vermilion? Race off a pit lane, who emerges out front?
I think it's still going to be Rattray White, but if it's not, then he'll be looking at that final in-lap and thinking that's where it was all lost. It has to have been all in that final lap, if indeed he doesn't get out there sooner. Let's remind ourselves, first of all, of Prada's pit stop time. 35 seconds in the box for him. The previous gap before Prada pitted was about 7 or 8 seconds, something like that. That's the kind of margin we're looking at. 27-second pit stop, maybe, and less, and Rattray White might be able to get out ahead.
And so there comes the Triple Eight. Where is Vermilion Esports? Well, I can tell you they've just left the box, already drops the limiter, and back out front on track. So it's not even going to be close. 3 seconds the margin. Done in pit lane, and Ewan, you called it. They needed to get out in front. They needed to win from the front if you're the Triple Eight. It's an uphill climb as we head into these final laps.
It didn't end up mattering. That's why Rattray White decided to stay out 1 lap longer, I suppose, because he realised I've got this anyway. Even if I lose a bit of time, only a crash is going to prevent me from taking this. At Prada, unfortunately, 2:05.7 on this last lap. He was so quick on the new tyres of the penultimate stint of this race. On the final stint, though, his new tyre speed wasn't quite as good, I'm afraid, and so that's cost them. I don't think it's cost them the race by any means. I think Vermilion have earned it rather than anybody else has lost it.
It was a much shorter pit stop than I think I was expecting in the final stint. It was a full 11 seconds shorter than the Triple Eight. And so now they've just got the cruise to victory. How many laps to go? You do the math based on what's on the left-hand side of the screen. 161 minus 149. And that means 12 laps left to go. And so we check back in the fight for 8th.
Yeah, this is a battle I think is going to go the way of Kanatake, but I'm not sure. I think these two look fairly well matched. It may well be our only battle between now and the finish, although Blake Fitz is catching Kimura Kisi for 14th place at the moment. That's only a second apart as well. They'll probably be the only 2 battles that really rear their heads in the last 13 laps of this race.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much, but might be some good ones, that's for sure. Overall, it has been a fun race at the end of the day, Ewan. You know, we've had the different strategies, we've had movers and shakers, and you know, ultimately the fight back from Vermilion, the disconnection on lap 8 after leading, putting it on pole and leading from the start, never let their head drops. And as Jacob O'Reilly did want to remind everyone in the YouTube chat, it wasn't his internet that disconnected, don't forget.
As if that's sort of a guard of honor. Anyway, it wasn't, no. So there you go. That was quite hairy for Kanatake over the line, over the mountain there. He's gotten away with it though, and he's still in 9th place. Yeah, it was making me wonder actually a little bit earlier on just how far would they have won by if they hadn't have had a disconnection like that. A minute 12 was their gap to the leader when they came out again. Obviously, you've got to add on that to their current gap, but also the fact that they've made an extra stop as a result. Now, their short fill stop will have been even shorter as a result, i.e. the stop they've just done, even shorter as a result of being able to put 8 laps of fuel in when they did. But it hasn't cut out a pit stop. It's effectively given them an extra trip down pit lane, ready for them to get back out onto the circuit. So yeah, it's very impressive, and probably it would probably be at about a minute and a half if not for that disconnection.
The disconnection brought some drama, at least for us, right?
It made me doubt for a long time that they'd get back again, yeah.
It was in the scripts. The scripts writers had this planned. Noel Lundberg, by the way, just had a bit of a technical issue of his own out of turn 1. Now, he didn't get dropped back to pit lane like we saw for Vermillion. However, he has lost a little bit of track position as a result of that, and now finds himself even further behind Zackrell Esports, buried in 12th, where I think he will finish at the line, and of course will get disqualified after finishing this race by himself. Your leader's coming back out of the final corner right now, though, to finish the 150th lap of the race, which means 11 laps to go, this time by.
Yep, as Ratcharak goes over the line, he can start counting down on his fingers if he wants to, shortly. Not this side. I'm not suggesting he hasn't them fingers, but anyway, he will be cruising from this point onwards. Won't be taking any risks with lap traffic, with the mountain itself. Having said that, he just did a 2:03.9, so maybe I'm slightly inaccurately judging his mood at this stage.
Wow, 2:03.9. So that's going to be a lap time that is 0.6 faster than anyone has done so far today. Domination.
Well, can we say domination when they've led only about 20 laps?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Well, I suppose it's more than 20 laps, isn't it? Because it's pit stop cycles. But legitimate laps led, they're probably down at about 20.
I mean, we called it. It didn't matter who won the race. And you said that you're not always, someone that would talk about driver of the day being someone that won the race. But come on. Yeah. I think you could. It's a different form of domination, right? It's not the, put it on pole, led every single lap, and led by 90 seconds from the rest of the field. It's the, they got rather lucky with the way the disconnection happened, right? They stayed on the lead lap. They could have lost a lot more time if they got disconnected at a less fortunate place. But yeah, I mean, it was always a possibility they'd be back in contention, but it was an outside chance, and you've got to give them their credit, and give Jacob O'Reilly his credit as well for his part of this. We've sung Zach Ratteray-White's praises plenty, but he did his part as well. So it's going to be fun, hopefully getting a quick chat with them at the end before we say goodbye and focus on our next special event, iRacing Petit Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. T2 Corsa closed, but not close enough up to turn 2 in this fight for 8th position. Yep,
it's going to continue for maybe the remainder of the race, but I'm not entirely sure where Sho Kanatake is going to actually find a way through here. Could be pretty difficult in the remainder of this race. In terms of those who are still yet to pit and who need to pit before the end of the race, there's certainly none in the top 20. There's just 3 in the bottom 5 who are still yet to pit, and 2 of them are in pit lane right now. So we are pretty much done with pit stops now. Every battle that's on the circuit is a legitimate one, including this one. I just don't see really where Kanatake can find this position, this overtake. They look so similar on speed that it's going to be almost impossible to get alongside.
It's been an interesting day in chat, that's for sure. But at least we don't have Vince Cusi in the wet toast. So you take your pluses with the minuses, the positives with the negatives. But do let us know, we're coming to the end of this race within 10 to go. What would you like to see moving forward in terms of content from Australia, New Zealand, and the region? With the new generation of supercars hopefully coming in the new builds, of course the Bend, Adelaide, all being scanned alongside some of the other tracks that are already in the pipeline. What would you like to see be added? And maybe what special events could we add as well? The Gold Coast 500, let's do one of those, please.
It's going to be a difficult scan, isn't it? Gold Coast, goodness me.
I mean, we did Chicago.
And Detroit, Belle Isle as well, so yeah.
Well, Belle Isle's off to the side, so that's easier.
What do you mean off to the side?
Well, Belle Isle's literally an island. It's not like actually Detroit, It's a national park. Ewan doesn't know. Oh, I'm teaching you stuff today.
That's just like saying, I don't know what that's like saying. It's like saying the Isle of Man's not in the UK. I mean, it's an island, yeah, but it's, you know.
Yeah, but
It's still part of Detroit.
yeah, but the act of scanning it, it's not like it's a busy public street where, like Chicago, they had to go at night, right? And A, I think do it in secret because they were trying not to tell people what they were doing. But B, you can't really close down downtown Chicago to scan the track for iRacing before the track was built to go racing in the real world.
It might be an expensive payout for iRacing to do that. Yeah. So there you go. But yeah, I suppose it is. I suppose it's possible, isn't it? But it is not likely. As much as I'd like it, I don't know if it's coming up next. That's for sure.
Next, please. That's all I'm saying. Next, Gold Coast. Let's go and send the scanners. We can shut down the city. I'm sure no one will complain. It'll be fine. Newcastle would be interesting as well. I don't know. There's can dig me up and everything.
There's no R in Newcastle.
Yeah,
anyway.
You're having a laugh here.
Yeah. Laugh with an F.
Double Fs.
We were speaking about V8 Supercar Championship finales earlier on. That is the home of the best championship finale I think the V8 Supercars has ever had, in my personal opinion.
Which one are we talking about? Are we thinking about the same one? Okay, yes, there we go.
When it was. One of those years. It might have been 2018. Don't test me.
Exactly. No, as long as we're thinking about the same era. Like, I wasn't sure if you were thinking about something totally different and going off-piece from me. But yeah, no, I agree with you there. Again, I'm very curious, you know, what's going to happen with the shake-up to Supercars, bringing in their... It's not playoffs, they're calling it finals. What's that going to look like at the end of the day?
It's not this season, is it? Just to clarify, it's next season.
No, it is. Well, this season being 2025, so next year.
That's not this season at all.
Yes, no. Well, you can't... It would be very funny to change the championship after the championship has already started. I can only imagine how that would go over with the teams.
But what sometimes happens with these things, especially when they're introduced for the first time, is that they're introduced about this time, and then you start the new season, you sort of mention it at the start, you think, oh yeah, that's great, and then you sort of forget about it until about late summer. And then think, oh yeah, we've got this bizarre ending now. And so that's what I can see happening. That's what I seem to think. Having seen the sort of end of the NASCAR season in 2004, I know I didn't watch it at the time, I've watched it since. Everyone seems to sort of forget about it before it starts, and I guess that's probably going to happen next season as well.
Oh no, I don't get the sense that is going to happen. I think there's going to be an interesting sort of... the reaction to the schedule, I think, has said it all. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm very curious. Again, I'll watch the Supercars races. I'm always down to stay up late. I'm on the west coast of the US. It's not an awful time to watch some Supercars racing. So yeah, and hopefully, all building up to 26 when we have the Supra in the mix as well, which a Supra with a V8. Please sell that, Toyota. I know I've said that once already, but I would go and buy a V8 Supra if you sell one on the road.
In America.
In America, to be specific, yes.
Can't be in Australia, otherwise you're toast there.
I'll have to figure out how to import a car from Australia. Drives on the wrong side of the road for the US.
That's true, yeah. Well, we drive on the correct side of the road, as you know.
The right side of the car, yes, literally and figuratively.
The one thing the Australians and the English can agree on is the side of the road to drive on. And we are both correct.
Can't agree on who's better in cricket, though.
No. Well, no.
See, the funny thing is, Ewan, we've just realised we've gotten through 154 laps of a Bathurst 1000. The two of us, we love cricket, and we haven't brought it up once today, until just now.
Well, you were talking about Mark Taylor earlier on, although I forgot entirely who that even was.
Because you didn't realise that Mark Tubby Taylor's on the signage here at Mount Panorama.
Well, I probably did like 2 years ago.
No, you did not. No, you did not, apparently. Because once you know, you will never forget.
Oh, that's not true with me.
That is true, actually.
I absolutely will forget, and you will have to remind me next time we do Bathurst's long race that there is a man on the sign.
Right here. Oh, you can't see it from that viewpoint. It's okay.
You sort of camp it, yeah. I've seen enough.
I will say, Fiercely Forward, that was an uncomfortable moment out through the cutting. And so your race leader's coming up right now to Griffin's Bend. So we've got 7 laps to go. these drivers are really starting to tick away the laps. They will still get 7 laps to go at the line as well, based on where they are on track.
Yeah, that was slightly weird into the cutting, really. It felt like we haven't seen one of those for a little while. Re-locking maybe for the fiercely forward car for whatever reason, but just no chance of taking advantage of it. And said it earlier on, I don't see the speed difference for the TC Corsa car being enough to overhaul the Ford here. On the way down the hill, there will be a closing effect. They'll have to be very late on the brakes down here if there's going to be anything happen. Maybe when the laps start to tick by, they're about to hit 7 to go here, these two. When the laps tick by, when the final 5, it starts to get desperate, maybe there'll be something. But for the moment, from this distance, it's just going to be very difficult. Here goes Pierce defensive, though.
Haven't seen anyone, by the way, with a stop-and-go drive-through penalty yet for hitting the incident limit. So as much as we've seen off-track excursions, plenty of car contacts as well, which accumulate incident points. And as soon as you reach 50 incident points, iRacing gives you that penalty. Haven't seen anyone fall afoul of it just yet. Kind of what you expect at a track where there's walls on either side of you. The limit tends to be the wall rather than the incident points, which tends to be something you think about more when you go to a modern Formula 1 track with lots of track limit discussions and all of that fun stuff going on. The 888 still only 5 seconds behind the 217, so Lucas Prada's done a pretty good job of holding up to the pace of your leader since this pit stop sequence has come to a close. I think that is also partially because Vermilion Esports, Zach Radderay White, last time by 2:05.668. He's not pushing it, Ewan. He's not risking it any more than he needs to right now.
Well, not anymore. It was earlier on when he did a 2:03.9, but maybe he was just doing that so that he could get a 2:03 and then back off. I don't know, but he's certainly just taking his foot off the gas now. The gap there, 5 seconds, just less than 5 seconds. Connor Nixon's catching Andrew Dyson here for 3rd place, by the way, although I'm not sure he's quite going to have enough time remaining. 6 to go when they hit the line. 5.2 seconds the current gap, so he really needs to be gaining a second a lap, which is going to be pretty tricky to achieve.
Yeah, unless there's traffic or an incident, I think at this stage, podium spot somewhat secured. Now that Flipside car, remember, has been nursing the damage since its skirmish with lap traffic after being blindsided up in towards Reed Park. They were very much a contender for the win of the race, but unfortunately did not get their chance to play out their strategy and see if they could be within 5 seconds of the leader as well as we head into these closing stages. And we've mentioned it on a couple of occasions, but have not seen all of the big names in the world of the V8 supercars on iRacing. It's going to be rather intriguing what happens. Next week, of course, is the real Great Australian Race. Looking forward to catching some of the action from Mount Panorama in the real world, but I believe it's November 23rd, November 24th, the what is now annual iRacing V8 Scots Bathurst 1000. It's now the final round of the V8 Scots Championship as well. So if you're looking for more of this and you're not already watching V8 Scots, make sure you head over there. They've got a couple more races still left to go this season, including all 3 of their Enduro rounds starting on October 20th. Do you want to guess where the first round of their Enduro brief 3-race season starts, Ewan?
Should be at Sandown.
No.
Rubbish.
Imola.
Rubbish.
So they go Imola, Sandown, and then Mount Panorama for their 3 Enduros.
Okay. Well, I don't hate that. As long as Sandown's ahead of Bathurst, then fine. Because I've been crying out for Sandown for a while, just so that Enduro sort of swing can be done properly.
I think we need a Sandown special event next year, is what you're saying.
Well, how many more special events are we going to have? We're going to have one every weekend at this rate.
I mean, if you factor in like the VLN races, you have those IMSA 2.4-hour races on the weekends. I mean, basically every weekend's like a special event weekend at this point on iRacing in some way, shape, or form. Oh yes, absolutely.
No, that's not possible. So there you go.
Oh no, there is too much racing. You know how I know there's too much racing? Because I can't watch all of it.
That's not the marker of too much.
No, that is the marker of too much.
You're employed with a job. Of course there's too much.
No, that is unacceptable. They need to cater to the whims of the people that want to watch every single motorsport. So I want to be able to watch Supercars, MotoGP, World Rally Championship, IndyCar, Formula One. What else do I want to watch, Ewan? Come on. World Endurance Championship, IMSA, what else?
Sorry, everybody, you've only got one weekend each this time. Arjuna wants to watch them all.
There you go. And they've got to fit in every round of their championship on that weekend. So they've got to do it in the sim so that we can race at every single track in one weekend. There you go. I've just solved global motorsport.
That sounds more exhausting, that, doing a whole season one weekend, every weekend.
It's the F1 esports sort of a model, you know?
That doesn't sound like a model for success to me.
Here we go. TC Corsa to the outside.
It's going to be very difficult at the outside of turn 2, as we know. I don't see why, after so long of probing and trying to, what's the word? Manufacture an opportunity, if you like, for Shota Kanatake, why he would choose to employ that all at the outside of turn 2. It's very unlikely to work, but maybe that's the only place he's been quite fast enough to get alongside. But yeah, unfortunately, that was never really going to work, and he's now only got a few more laps to try and do something.
I think there was an element there of trying to get to the inside but not getting alongside early enough. So maybe have to watch the run out of turn 1. Think he may have clipped the edge of the wall on the entry to Skyline there, but see if the damage causes any lasting impacts as they dive down to the elbow. They'll have 4 laps to go at the line in this particular fight. You're a leader over the top right now of Sulman Park. And so they will have 3 laps to go next time by at the stripe. Just again, trying to stay out of trouble. 27 started this race, 23 will finish. It's great to see. What's that percentage? It's too early in the morning to be doing math. 85%, there you go.
Whatever that is, yeah, there you go. That's pretty good, to be honest.
Not bad.
85 after 161 laps of racing, 1,000 Ks around here. Very impressive to see so many still in the race. And as we've said it before, Team OCE, number 6, for persevering. Hats off to them. They'll finish 14 laps down by the looks of things, but hats off to them for finishing at all, because it is tricky to sort of motivate yourself to do that after crashing. I think it was the first or second stint when they did.
I guess we can kind of say, you know, spirit of the race in some ways for them. And they didn't have just one incident. They had a second one as well, where I think it was Luke Evans behind the wheel after the first one. Turn 1, hit the outside wall quite hard. Yeah, definitely love to see their perseverance to make sure they stick around towards the very end. Your leader just crossed the line to officially make it 3 to go, by the way. Haven't seen too much of them in this stint of the race. I don't think this fight, by the way, is going to change too much. I get the sense that Fiercely Forward should be somewhat comfortable with this margin that they've built up now. However, I do realize this is Supercars. Never say never. One mistake, big impact.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe literally. We'll wait and see. But 4 positions dropped for them so far in this race, Fiercely Forward, after qualifying in 4th. I mentioned off their start of the race, they dropped back early on. That didn't help, of course, but I don't think they've quite had the speed to keep up with where they qualified, really, in the end. It's been pretty difficult for them, and if in the end it's going to be quite a big gap between themselves and that 4th position they started in, about 40-odd seconds. So it's been an okay race for them, but they're one of the only major teams inside the top 10 to have lost significant positions. In fact, one of the only teams in the entire field to have lost significant positions, really. So it might be a bit of a shame for them. They might have finished a bit lower than they were really hoping for.
Actually, it's a fair point. Because we've had a low level of attrition, you know, for the most part, you're finishing around where you've qualified, right? I think the highest mover upwards is Team OCE's 117. They've gained 5 positions. Inside of the top 10, the only real mover is a couple of spots upwards from the starting position, or 2 spots up for the 39 Orbit Drop Bear Mars machine. So yeah, that low level of attrition, I think, has played its part. The first stint was great as well, right? We had basically the field's within 20 seconds for the first 10 or so laps until things started to stretch out a little bit more, and that pace, the relentlessness from the leaders really started to pay dividends and play its part out as well. So these two not expecting a switch around into the closing stages unless there is a mistake to come from Byron Pierce. He should just be able to, at arm's length, hold off the drivers behind. And I'm hoping that we see a bit more of this moving forward, Ewan, in terms of the Triple Eight. Drivers stepping outside of their comfort zone into what are great race cars, great races, and doing something a bit more unfamiliar. We still have more special events to come to close out the calendar year. Who knows, maybe we'll see some of these drivers at the Winter Derby. Who knows?
Yes, I still don't understand what that is, but yeah, maybe they'll go to do that, because we do like to see other drivers in these other categories. I think what the difference between that though is it's such a step from going for sort of road circuit racing to the other forms of racing, especially the dirt racing that's on iRacing, especially dirt oval racing. I mean, especially for the European mind like mine, I can't really comprehend the American dirt oval racing. It's something so different. Rallycross is something a little bit more that we can get behind, but in terms of dirt oval racing, I've really got no idea, and I presume that a lot of European circuit racers who might be taking dipping their toe into the water, if you like, with the V8 Supercars this weekend may be less inclined to do so, even less inclined to do so than they would at a dirt oval style.
Well, and to that point, the Winter Derby isn't even dirt. It's a short oval asphalt racing. So, like, that's what makes it so great. And I didn't even know that until I watched it for the very first time. I didn't know what the chili ball was until I commentated on it for the very first time. So, yeah, I might even get behind the wheel of some of the special events that we've got coming up to end off the season. Although the 1 and 2 weeks' time, it's going to be a quite interesting edition of the VCO Grand Slams as we head to Road Atlanta and the Petit Le Mans. White flag wave, though, 160 laps complete. And Vermilion Racing, one more trip up and down the mountain after what has been a rather remarkable day. Put it on pole, led for 8 laps before they got dropped through no fault of their own, technical issue to the back of the field. But Ewan, they persevered, they fought their way back clear of the rest, and they will win this race. A dominant display from Radare White and his teammate, Jacob O'Reilly.
Yeah, Vermilion Esports were 6th and 12th in their 2 entries in the broadcasted split of the Bathurst 1000s 1 year ago. But it wasn't with Zach Radare White and Jacob O'Reilly. They've really taken this race by the scruff of the neck. They had that early disconnection that didn't seem to dampen their spirits at all. They've overtaken, not necessarily on circuit, but at least gone through the order on every single car in this field. 26 overtakes made just to return back to where they started in the end. The gap and the race results are going to show a very interesting race, because of course it was 9 cars on the lead lap, plenty of gaps close together right towards the very end, right through the race. Just 6 seconds going to be the winning margin. But it doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. It doesn't show that Vermilion Esports were by far and away the fastest team. It shows that it would be spread quite evenly across the top 10. That's not necessarily true, but it has been a fascinating race.
And it's also quite fun as well, right, Ewan? This is the swan song for this current generation of supercar. Next time we're back here at the mountain for this race, we'll have new cars to play with.
Exactly. Looking forward to those. Very different to the ones we've got currently, though, so we'll look forward to seeing how they race in a year's time.
What a day. From the front to the back and back to the front. A comeback for the ages. A story for the ages as well. Conquerors of the Great Australian Race out of the final corner. Winners of the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 1000, powered by Next Level Racing. They do it in style. Vermilion Esports across the line. Radare White, what a drive to secure victory here at the mountain.
Yeah, fantastic. Zach Radare White will burn out on the front straight in celebration. 6.4 seconds the gap at the line. His consistency, but more importantly his speed, that 2:03.9, exemplifying it in the final stint. He has been rapid here today. Thoroughly deserves the race win despite the disconnection so early on in this race.
does not dawdle on the celebrations either. Straight off to do his burnouts on the exit of turn 1, and now I think a bit of a victory lap to come if they've got enough fuel. There's a drag race to the line in the fight for 19th position, and the lights flash in consolation from Australia-wide Racing Purple as Jake Cummins just holds off Alexander Morris by 0.3 of a second on the charge to the line. Watching now as the 077, the Miss Frizzle's munted school bus machine, Dylan Goulson and Daniel Gray across the line in 6th position. In a relatively good day for them, all things considered. Showed pretty good speed at the start of the race and get to the very end. One thing that we are not going to see, unfortunately, though, as the rest of the drivers trundle their way towards the line, what we used to have is a bit of a tradition here on iRacing, Ewan, but now that the gravel on iRacing slows you down a bit more significantly, gone is the post-race jump here at the mountain.
Probably a relief, really, isn't it?
Boo! No, it's a shame. We want jumps.
It's a relief to me. Anyway, there you go. Just for the realism, you know. It's nice to have gravel that actually slows you down, which is
fair enough.
Which is the main point there. But anyway, that celebration will have to be found in other forms. Not sure what they're going to do instead. Just donut at the first corner and then escape. That looks like the strategy for most.
Well, Zach Radare-White has completed his celebrations out on track. All drivers have now officially crossed the line. Here's a look down through the race results. Vermilion Esports 6 or so seconds clear of the rest of the chasing pack. And that margin could have been as much as a full lap, if not for their disconnection. What could have been domination, though, despite the setback. For Lucas Prada, for Daniel Ferguson, they bring the gentleman a short view back to the past. Esport Racing Motorsport 888 across the line in second, and they'll be delighted. Inexperienced in the car, but showed plenty of speed. Flip side, Nurse there, slightly damaged 017 to the final step on the podium, and only 3 or so seconds in front of Connor Nixon, the best of the Orbit Drop Bear, the Jupiter 02 entry in 4th. The second Orbit Drop Bear car is in 5th with Dylan Goulson for the Miss Frizzle's munted school bus 077, then splitting Orbit Drop Bear from having all 3 of their cars in the front 6. Fiercely forward TC Corsa Esports, no change between them as Sho Kanatake drops back in the final stages of the race. Dylan Gray completes the top 10 in the DK Motorsports orange machine with Toga Hasada for Zekril Esports and Crown Mountain Motorsports 1 lap down. 2 laps down for Walder Art, powered by Only Friends, Pacific Esports Racing, and then 5-Star Motorsports, the Jigsaw Session Wedges race, Timo CE, all 2 laps down. 3 laps down for AMS Tech Sport and Academy Red, the Australia-wide Racing Purple team in their drag race to the line, while Banter Alliance Racing also see the checkered flag as we start to get into those that experience trouble. Frog Leap, Juice Racing, Red, Team OCE, they all see the end, unfortunately, for Auto Moves Racing Team, Team Extensible, and for Noel Lundberg, Orbit Drop Bear, and Green It Esports. They are not classified in the results, remember. Noel Lundberg did all that hard work, saw the checkered flag, unfortunately gets DQ'd for all of that as a solo driver. Let's quickly, though, go and chat with our race winners. Ewan O'Leary standing by in victory lane with Zach Radare-White and Jacob O'Reilly.
Yeah, welcome in both. Good to have you with us. Zach, first of all, how was that final couple of stints? At what point did you realise that you were in pole position to win that race?
We figured it out pretty early, I think, because we knew that we were going to be better on fuel at the end. Just played into our hands, I guess.
And Jake, I mean, you were alongside watching those final couple of stints. How were the nerves watching yourself, and just how was the feeling throughout the race? Were you demotivated once that disconnection had come and you had to drive a little bit earlier than expected, or were you always motivated and believing that you could get back?
Yeah, well, Zach and I have been working at this for a while now, so not really any nerves at all. I know what he can do, and he absolutely showed that. When it all went down, yeah, I mean, honestly, I just felt a little bit more relaxed, to be honest. I sort of got in the car and just thought, yeah, whatever happens, we end up where we end up, and then, yeah, the rest would happen from there.
Ended up on the top step. Congratulations to you both, and thanks for coming to chat to us after the race as well.
Yeah, cheers guys. I just want to mention some sponsors, if we can.
Go ahead.
Big thanks to Race Labs. Big thanks to Burb, Supernova Motorsports, Moser, Hymo, and Vermillion X Coaching. Get in contact if you want to go faster.
Thanks very much for chatting to us, and congratulations.
Cheers.
Oh, there we go. Jacob Riley and Zach Ratchet-White, the winners of the Bathurst 1000.
And so we take a look at that schedule. Again, 2 weeks away from the iRacing Petit Le Mans. Very excited about the final of the VCO Grand Slams, with the winners of the GTP and the GTD broadcast split receiving invites to the upcoming IMSA Esports Global Championship. Then the month of November, busy, and with so much different variety of racing. The BRSCC, the British Sports Car Racing Festival, will break out the Formula 1600s. The Fuji 8 Hours will see us for the final time this year break out some endurance racing for GT3 cars, with the SCCA runoffs featuring all sorts of races across of a blockbuster day of motorsports. Winter Derby and Chili Bowl to close. It's been a great day at the mountain, though. Closing thoughts from you as we get ready to say goodbye to the mountain until February of next year.
Yeah, it's been great. Another season on the mountain has been fantastic. I'd actually say the Bathurst 1000 was more enjoyable this season than 12 Hour, to be honest, personally anyway. But maybe that's a controversial opinion. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Vermillion Motorsports coming from the back to the front again, even though they said they always had it in hand. I don't necessarily believe them, but what a great race, and thoroughly enjoyable to be here for another year.
And well, it was dominance, but not of the type you necessarily expect. Like Ewan says, from the front to the back and back to the front. A disconnection after 8 laps could not stymie the spirit of Vermillion Esports, and they rise to the challenge of the mountain and of the great Australian race. They'll leave as the winners of the 2024 iRacing Bathurst 1000, powered by Next Level Racing. For our team behind the scenes, Hugo Luis on production, Leary alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Appreciate your company once again on the iRacing Esports Network, live on RaceSpot TV. We'll see you next time. Can't wait for it.